darkness. It won't set me back again. Oh, my sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Oh, my sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like us, it will fill the air around. I won't let the future escape. Oh, my sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Sudden dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
We always talk about FIFA Esports being dramatic, and yesterday we treated you, yes we did, to an absolute goal rush on the first day of the FIFAe World Cup. 217 goals found the back of the net, with the most coming from Group C. They scored 69, which meant the average number per match equaled 3.6. I know you love a stat, that's why I thought I'd open the show with all those numbers for you just to crunch here on day 2 of the FIFAe World Cup. No cagey affairs here, but who knows what day 2 will bring? We are about to find out, of course. Well, welcome then once again to the studio here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where we are almost set to go on day 2 of the FIFAe World Cup. This is the big one, 1v1 FIFA at its finest. We saw fireworks yesterday. Expect more of that drama here today, as well as I introduced to you our couch here on day 2. We have a special guest as well joining the studio. We have our usual suspects as well, Alex B, Aggie, Mike LaBelle and Mar, as well as joining us from Corrugate Esports, the local side here. Mar, obviously I'm going to come and start with you. Thank you so much for joining us, and actually I'm going to tell everyone at home, Mar actually was very kind and treated a few of us to a bit of a trip as well around Saudi a couple of days ago, so we really got to experience the proper local cuisine, and we got to learn a little bit about the history as well of this great city. So thank you very much for that. But we've got to talk to you, Mar, about FIFA Esports and Saudi. I mean, first up, how special is it to have these 3 World Cups here in your local city?
Yeah, firstly, I just want to thank you guys for having me, and it's a good thing to show you around, show you Saudi, the culture, just to get a view of it. And regarding your question, I think it's amazing and a big step to have a big tournament as this in Saudi Arabia, of course. As you can see, everyone is loving it, the fans are happy for it, and yeah, I think everyone is enjoying their time here. So we're just happy to have you guys here.
I mean, talking of the fans, they're out in force again behind Mar actually. Where did they find their love for FIFA Esports? They absolutely love it.
Yeah, I mean, basically, most of the people here love FIFA, and it's finally their time to show it that they're actually loving it. I mean, you can see yesterday they couldn't be silenced, just giving a lot of noises to their favorite players, Andres, ABOMAKKAH. So I think it's just a good opportunity to show this kind of fans that they really love the game.
They really love the game here, so you'll be able to hear them before you see them, FYI. Mike, actually, you came, didn't you, on Mars' little trip? Mike,
I was invited. I appreciate that invitation.
and Mike very much got into the local spirit, didn't you? Tell me about the outfit you wore on that trip.
I enjoyed it. I think it was fitting for everything. I appreciate you. You brought everything for us.
Yeah, no worries.
And we went traditional, and we got to see a lot of the city, and then the dinner was fantastic as well. I hope that we get another one of those in. Not just because you're here, but if we set it up, I'd like to do it after one of the broadcasts. A little late night action.
Well, that's what we get up to when FIFA Esports isn't taking place in the arena. We like to, of course, see the city in its glory. I want to come to the boys over here as well. Let's talk about yesterday. I gave you a few stats and facts there. Alex, can you remember who scored the most goals? I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
I can't, off the top of my head.
Give a guess, come on. Top of
From
the...
Group A, Group B, C or D? Which one is
wait,
it?
wait, give me that, then you know.
Give me. I want in on this too.
You
Then. I'll
want in
go
on
with
that.
them.
Go on.
So she said that Group C. I heard this at the beginning
Yeah.
of the
Don't
show.
give us
was the
it, don't
highest
show us
scoring.
yet. He's going to give us
All
it.
right, I'm just looking at Group C. Remember, RVP Legend came out firing. So he didn't close out the day well, but that's who I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Group C, RVP Legend as an underdog choice. I don't know if that's right or wrong or what camera I'm looking at, but that's what I'm going with.
If I had the ability to push the buzzer which said, I'd say no.
Well, I bailed you out.
It was Johnny with 15.
Oh.
Aggie, Alex, again, you can confer with this one. Who was the best defender yesterday? Who conceded the least amount of goals?
I'm going to go with TEKKZ, I think.
Are you agreeing with that?
I'm going to go with Anders.
TEKKZ was correct. 4 goals only he let in 5 games there, which was pretty special. But Johnny, the amount that he scored, 15, was pretty special. But talking of TEKKZ, I mean, he's previously struggled, hasn't he, here at the FIFAe World Cup? But he looks like he's on a comeback this year. And Spencer caught up with the man behind the player a little bit earlier on today.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I am here with Zach Moore, coach of TEKKZ. TEKKZ had a fantastic day yesterday, top of the group. Is this the year we're finally going to see him win the FIFAe World Cup?
I hope so. In the past, he's had a group stage curse, so one step at a time, let's go through the group, and then I'm confident in best of twos, you'll step up his level. Because I think yesterday we had 11 points. I still think there's a couple of gears to go up. I don't actually think he played near his best, which is a good sign. So, and he's always struggled with best of one, so hopefully today we stay unbeaten, go to the knockouts, and then we're going to have a very, very tough game in the last 16, match of the group of death.
Yeah, you can see him just chilling out behind us there. He's gone for walkabouts, actually. What does he have to do to go that little bit further than he's gone before? I mean, obviously, you must have played a part in it. How have you got rid of this group stage curse, as you call it?
I would say, like, just making him known. I mean, like, I watch so many games of, like, all the top-level players where he might not have time, he has content, he'll be playing, so it's like showing him, oh, Emery does this, corners, like, it's like the cheap goals. Like, he's been so good fundamentally for so long, but he hasn't scored the cheap goals or an easy goal where he hasn't had the glitches in his locker. So he's always had to play like an 8 or 9 out of 10 to win a game. So I feel like we're winning games playing out of 6 out of 10. So it's like just trying to, have more variety in his game.
Sign of a potential champion, of course. A huge role in this year's FIFAe World Cup is the role of a coach. Last year, you were here with STINGRAY, got to the round of 16, looking to go one further this time. We spoke to STINGRAY yesterday. He seemed quite upset that you were no longer with him. Could you talk to us about that transfer from STINGRAY to TEKKZ that you did?
Well, I was only with STINGRAY this year for each Champions League because I was coaching the staff. But it's kind of like Sting did want me for playoffs, but at the time when TEKKZ asked me, after me coaching in England, Sting didn't look like he was going to make playoffs. So it's like kind of I'm never going to turn down TEKKZ, but who knows what I mean, and obviously with TEKKZ, like, it's a big motivation for him to be world champ, or my dreams to be world champion. So, and I think he gives me the best chance, and I love his attitude. I think, and it's another added bonus, like, one would go down as the greatest of all time. So winning the World Cup will get him to that top level.
It's not just players that want to win the World Cup, coaches do as well, and it could be Zach's year along with TEKKZ this time. Back to you, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Well, I wanted to bring Alex in on that conversation, actually, from a coaching perspective. Is it difficult to be loyal, Alex, when STINGRAY was with Zach last year and then TEKKZ comes and says, actually, I want you on my team?
It can be to an extent, especially what we saw last year with STINGRAY, Zach, and the Club World Cup as well. They went through and became runners up there. But I think one thing that Zach mentioned is that he was looking at STINGRAY. STINGRAY was lower on the rankings, maybe didn't expect him to go through all the way to get to this stage. And when TEKKZ comes knocking on the door, work with him with E-lines, he can't really say no to TEKKZ. And I think when you look back on TEKKZ, it's time where he maybe was most dominant. He had Enzo as his coach. Zach can repeat that and do that again.
We were looking, weren't we, at statistics coming into this as well. 126th ranked in the world was STINGRAY heading into this. That ranking doesn't really do him justice. Obviously, he came through, didn't he, after winning that French league. Can you look into that as a coach, really, with the World Cup, even if he does qualify?
I mean, he's definitely ranked higher. He also did pretty good last year, and he qualified for multiple events. So he's your top player, STINGRAY. Obviously, doesn't have the achievement TEKKZ does, or have, but not many players do have that. So I understand that from a kind of ambitious angle, but also feel like there are some sort of, when you commit as a coach to a player, I feel like you gotta stay a bit loyal as well, like showing like I trust you, even in the worser times. So, I mean, that's an interesting thing.
Did you ever have any battles with coaches or coaches trying to go elsewhere in the career and you're like, please come and still help me in my career?
No, I think sometimes we maybe shared coach back then. It wasn't as big of a thing as it is now, and obviously it's much more professional now. So no, I never had that issue, but I can get to see now why things are mixing up a little bit.
Well, talking of STINGRAY, I believe Sven is down there with the man of the moment. How's he feeling, Sven?
Yes, I'm here with coachless STINGRAY, but it's not going too bad for you this year without a coach. Much better than this time last year. You're sitting joint second in the group on 8 points. TEKKZ one ahead, but you play him game number 2. You beat him yesterday as well, so you could easily win this group, couldn't you?
I mean, definitely, yeah. The game against TEKKZ yesterday, I mean, I beat him 4-1, one of the best defenders in the world, so clearly I'm attacking pretty well.
So definitely looking like you're going to hopefully make it out of the group in a little bit more comfortable style than last year. You had an amazing day too last year. One thing I want to ask you about is your proximity to the Saudi fans here, because even before the games started, they're getting loud and you can really hear it here, can't you?
I mean, yeah, you can definitely. I was playing BERKAYLION yesterday and my whole stage was wobbling, the monitor was wobbling. The Saudi crowd was just amazing.
But you like it though, it doesn't affect you negatively?
No, I mean, I love it. I think everyone loves to play in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I think so. It adds a lot of atmosphere, doesn't it? Let's talk about your rankings, STINGRAY, because you're ranked 126th in Europe right now. Everyone here knows you're better than that. I mean, you won E-Liga with Lorient, of course. That's a massive win. We've seen what you can do here at LAN events. What's the discrepancy there? Why are we seeing you so low down?
I mean, I'd love to make excuses, but there's none that you can really make. Online, I just didn't perform as well as I do at LAN. You know, there's other things. You know, playing online, I'm just not as comfortable as playing at LAN, but I mean, I'm here now, 24 made it. That's 102 spaces higher than what I am. There's a lot of people saying, oh, they're above me in the ranking, they deserve more than me, but who's here and who's not?
The proof's in the pudding, and if you can be good at one thing, it's at LAN, because that's where the money is won and the trophies are lifted, and we could well see this man do that. Good luck today, STINGRAY. Right, we're going to go up the stairs here. Atmosphere kicking off already. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it, but I definitely can. I want to talk to the most laid-back man in FIFA Esports, MIKEJ, who's got a little bit of work to do ahead of him today, Mike. 3 points currently. Realistically, what do you need to do to get out of this group?
I don't know. I think 3 wins and a draw will be enough. It just depends who I win against and how the group shapes up. But look, as always, aiming to win all 5. That'll be the best case scenario. That'll definitely get me through, so that's the plan.
Based on the way the games went yesterday, do you think that's achievable? Because you did have quite a few draws in there. You've only got to find one extra goal to turn that into a win.
No, I played well yesterday. Honestly, a couple of things, I'm not going to say I got unlucky yesterday because, everyone's always going to say they got unlucky playing FIFA. But, if a couple small little margins might have gone my way or a bit more clinical, maybe a green time shot here or there, maybe I would have won a game or 2. So just tweak a couple small things and just do the same thing as yesterday. I think I'll be okay.
How are you feeling about this crowd? Because you're also very close to it. We saw you sort of playing up to it a little bit yesterday. You enjoying it?
Oh, they're brilliant, to be fair. They're very loud, very energetic, so it's something a little bit different. I've never really played FIFA in front of a crowd, so it's a cool experience.
Right, last question. You've been quite outspoken in the fact that this could be your final tournament in FIFA, and if you don't pick up the next few wins, it could be your final day of FIFA ever today. Will we see any emotion come out of you as you near the end of, shall I say, retirement?
Might see some happy emotions. I'll be done playing. I'll be quite chuffed with that. But no, there'll be no tears, definitely, if that's what you're asking.
Well, let's see if you can up your prize money, get out the group and give us one more day of MIKEJ at least. Good luck to you, sir. I don't want to see him retire. I think he's a breath of fresh air. I quite enjoy it. But he's got a lot of work ahead of him if he's going to make it out of this group, sitting on 3 points currently, Rachel.
He's such a character as well. I'd hate to see this the last game that he plays at a World Cup. But if it is the time to hang up that controller, then, you know, it's great, isn't it, to go out on top. The best 24 players in the world are here, of course. And I wanted to bring Mike in with that. Mike, do you know when it's time to hang up? Have you already decided in your head and that can't be swayed regardless of the result? Did you know when your time was kind of done?
I think for me it was a little bittersweet in some ways. I probably played maybe an extra year that I didn't need, just in terms of doing too much amongst content and obviously hosting and doing some presenting at events. And I think in a perfect world, we'd love to win and be like, that's it, I'm done, I'm dusted. But to a certain degree, when you're on top of it, you don't want to walk away. It's kind of like your favorite sitcom. They usually add an extra season or two, and those extra last couple seasons aren't as good as where the show started.
Was it hard for you to say you were going to retire as well, Aggie?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mike is describing it perfectly. And when you don't have that passion, you're not going to win. I mean, I'm pretty confident that Mike will go out today because, as he says, he doesn't really have he doesn't have that will that you need to win. And when you don't have that feeling, when you don't have that passion, you know it's over. And that was where I knew that, all right, I have to quit.
I thought you were talking about me. I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm definitely going out for sure.
I'm talking about someone who has the passion, surely in abundance being here, is ABOMAKKAH. He's got all the fans behind him, Mar. He's got all the support he could ever want. He's pretty much got the support of the 12th man, we're calling it in here. I mean, how do you think he's going to get on as the competition progresses? Second so far. Have you been impressed with what you've seen of him?
I mean, ABOMAKKAH is doing so great so far. I mean, finishing on the second on this group, it's definitely a good thing. And he's actually representing his home country. I mean, all these fans from all nationality from the Middle East are coming to cheer him up, giving him all the cheers that he needs. And I think that's a good motivation, and that's one of the big reasons why he's doing a good job so far. And I think he's going to go far, yeah.
Do you know him personally? Does he like the pressure, or does he try and shy away from it?
He's actually a very cold guy, so I think he can handle the pressure. I mean, so far he's proven a lot. He won the Saudi League professionally, and he did so well with the E-Club and Nations, so I think he got what it takes.
Obviously he's ranked as well as the second in the Middle East coming here. MS Dossary is still #1. Do you feel if he has a good tournament, ABOMAKKAH this time out, he can maybe overhaul MS Dossary as one of the best, the greatest in Saudi?
I mean, personally wise, I think if you're gonna top MS Dossary, you have to win a World Cup. Other than that, it's just a good effort.
Is he capable this year of winning a World Cup?
I mean, yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely.
Strong statement there.
I mean, I'd expect that from Mar. I actually have another question too. You're going to hear a lot of it today. I'm going to hear a lot of it. All of us here. What are they saying? What's going on? There's so many different chants. They have chants for different players as well. It's not just about ABOMAKKAH. They even have chants for Anders, like you mentioned. I heard them going at it with Tuga in a positive way.
You sat in there as well, Mike, the other day.
I did. Myself and Rich, we went up there, and I was getting involved, but I don't know exactly what's happening. But there's a lot of positive energy.
Yeah, I think they're giving him, for example, in Arabic, they say like, hey, go get that win. We're with you. Just go for it. And just for Tuga and Andres, I think just making English music or noises so they can understand, just cheering him up, giving him the motivation that they need, and showing some love.
Well, the chants are definitely giving us energy here in the studio. As you can see, the matches have begun. I'm sorry to say we had a couple of technical issues there, but it looks like we have resolved some. So we're going to hand over to Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley, who are going to talk about a couple of the matches that we are seeing here today on day one.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes, back again for the group stages here at the FIFAe World Cup. Group A, Group B is underway. A couple of games at a small technical fault, as we just pointed out there. But DFERNANDES against Mark will be our first game. We'll just dip into here. Two players with a very different group stage day. Two players fighting for that top four. Mark currently in third on 6 points. DFERNANDES on 5 points. Only a point between those two. As we said, 5 matches to be played, Rich. There's so much still to unfold.
Yeah, there certainly is. I mean, when you look at these groups starting to take shape. Group A, 4 points from top to bottom. Group B, TEKKZ sort of leading the line. However, there's still so many critical and crucial games and points up for grabs throughout the rest of this afternoon session.
Let's have a jump around then if we can. TEKKZ against MIKEJ. Let's head over to that one. Big day for MIKEJ, the Aussie. Could be his last career match tournament. Could be the end of his FIFA career. However, he said if he does go out and it does end here, he'll be pretty happy and stress-free. MIKEJ did draw this game yesterday against TEKKZ. It was a 1-1 scoreline, scored quite late into the tie. Only picked up 3 points from 15. Did the Melbourne City FIFA Pro of Australia. Surprise enough, both Australian players are in this same group. What does he have to do today, Alex, if he is to try and find a way through the group stages other than just win?
We're catching up with Alex B very shortly indeed. Get his thoughts on this critical matchup for MIKEJ. I'll answer the question for you. Got to play with no fear. It's his last tournament. When I was speaking to him, even if he wins the World Cup, he's done. So go out on a high, go out proud of yourself, and leave it all on the table.
Well, for TEKKZ, this is his third FIFAe World Cup. He didn't make out the group stages FIFA 19 or last year in Copenhagen. I mean, with his run that he had yesterday and expecting to pull through 11 points from 15 was a convincing day. There's only 2 players that are unbeaten here at the FIFAe World Cup. Still, one is TEKKZ and one is VEJRGANG. They're both in opposite groups. However, they will match up potentially later into the bracket. I don't think they'll be matching up in the round of 16 with the current placements as it stands. Nil-nil here. There has been a goal in one of our games, the all-Portuguese matchup. Darkly 11 in his first FIFAe World Cup against TEKKZ, who had a very slow start to proceedings yesterday. Took him 3 rounds to get going, but when he got to round 3, he couldn't stop scoring. It could be the same situation here, though, for him. Richard does trail a goal to nil 20 minutes into the tie, Darkly breaking through.
And Darkly just loves playing against TEKKZ, it seems.
It's a really good drive as well from Pelé, just to look for that finesse on the edge of the box. If you get given that time and room, TEKKZ, who's normally disciplined in that defensive area, to say, no, I'm not going to allow you to have any long-range shots, put that pressure on either way. But Darkly starting strong. TEKKZ looking to bounce back.
What a save.
I was just doing a bit of research before we went live today. TEKKZ has never not made out the group stages. That's his third FIFAe World Cup. And it looks like he will be continuing that fine run of form as he equalises the tie at 1-1 here. The Atletico Riders man has had a difficult couple of weeks, both in club and national 2v2 FIFA competitions.
Whipped in, Virgil van Dijk, green-timed header. It's all about the delivery on the button, it has to be said. And it could be in again here, TEKKZ.
Chance for TEKKZ to make it 2 goals to 1. All the time in the world. Nothing too fancy about that one. Just went to the right and found the smallest of areas to slide that past the goalkeeper.
The heel to ball roll there, just taking the angle away from the goalkeeper. It's so easy to just dance past them when you input that skill move, giving yourself that simple goal. To add on top of that as well, Richard, Zach Moore, TEKKZ's coach, was talking about TEKKZ hasn't really had the ability to get goals, cheap goals they call them, goals from corners, set pieces, almost out of nothing. That is something that TEKKZ has been completely opposite of. He is more than capable of finding goals from crosses, corners, set pieces, you name it, and that's what he did to get back into this game.
Let's have a look over to a matchup taking place between DFERNANDES and Mark 11. We've seen one Aussie in action already. That was MIKEJ against TEKKZ, the other man from down under, up against a fellow Portuguese. 3 Portuguese players all in the same group. 2 Aussies and an Englishman. I'm not starting a joke. I just think for Mark 11, you're probably looking at this group, you're thinking 2 wins, 6 points. You're looking nice.
Fernandez comes in, wins a corner, or not, puts the goal kick in the end. Looked to be a corner. Half-time results coming in. MIKEJ 0, TEKKZ 0. This game also looks to be a 0-0 stalemate at the halfway point as Mark 11 will play for his last chance of the game. He's had a promising last 3 weeks with 2 knockout bracket runs in the E-Club and E-Nations before signing for FIFAe for this tournament. Let's jump back to Group A for a split second. 2 players playing in their first ever FIFAe World Cup. It was BERKAYLION who had his first shot on target. This is live, you're watching this game now. For LEKS though, Alex, keen to get your thoughts on it. A really poor day for him yesterday. Scored 4 goals across his 5 matches. Has to be creating a lot more.
He does need to be creating a lot more. He's the player which I actually had down to top that group. I thought LEKS was going to put in a fantastic performance, but not scoring enough goals, not creating the opportunities, and in doing so, picking up losses along the way. It's all about this first or second game. If he wants to make it out of this group and get through to the knockouts, he's got to start strong, start on that front foot, get yourself 3 points.
Well, if you look at the run he had yesterday, he drew his first game, won his second game, lost round 3 and 4 before closing out the day with another draw. That's 5 points he picked up from 15.
It's where it comes that case of saying we got 5 points on day 1. You can't really replicate that. Maybe going into day 2, yeah, 10 points in some cases can be enough for you to advance through into that knockout stage, but he'll just want to find 1 extra victory if he can, and that would really put him into the driving seat.
The other side, BERKAYLION, 18 years of age, first FIFAe World Cup, and a very decent virtual Bundesliga run this year. He was the runner-up to Antonio Radeja of FC Frankfurt. He obviously representing FC St. Pauli. Came into the playoffs with no fear. Qualified first the Colombian Brechek, 6 goals to 1. It was a confident victory in London.
Straight through the winners bracket as well. Didn't have to go down, just won his games and sort of what he said there, because he is young, because it is his first World Cup, he's playing with no real fear about this tournament. I think one thing when we spoke to TEKKZ, he has those negative experiences and connotations when you talk about the World Cup because of being grouped on 2 separate occasions.
I want to get your thoughts, Richard. You mentioned there about young and first World Cup, and there's so many competitors here that are playing at the first ever World Cup. The age last year, the average age of players that were competing in this tournament was 22. This year, 20. Are we moving into a stage where we're going to get younger and younger and younger with these talents coming through?
Well, you would imagine so, simply given the fact that the entry to compete is 16, but you've got people like Anders, you've got people who, like Levy, playing in other cups, playing in other tournaments at 14, 15, and beating everybody. So as soon as you're eligible to play, it's not like when maybe Mike or Aga were playing, you would maybe not have that much experience playing against the top level players until you got eligible to play. Because of division rivals, because of the online cups that are constantly running, you could have already played against Standards, you could have already played against TEKKZ and Stokes, everybody. There's no real fear about who you're playing against for the simple fact that you've had a year, 2 years of playing division rivals, of playing in numerous different tournaments, and already getting used to it.
Well, here's a stat for you. 12 players in this tournament. It's their first ever FIFAe World Cup, which goes to show, back to your point, the new wave of FIFA talent that's coming through. Let's jump over to TEKKZ against MIKEJ. If you are a TEKKZ fan, you'll be happy with his performance yesterday, but more importantly, his start to proceedings today here in his opener. He has broken the deadlock in the second half, and this was the goal that he did score. Ronaldinho find that one more pass back inside, but just getting down that danger area, Alex, where you can cause all sorts of problems.
It's one of the things that TEKKZ excels at exceptionally well in that byline sort of area. He can keep the ball so tight with that tight dribbling. He's got pretty much every skill move nailed down to a T. So for MIKEJ in that area, you allow them to get in. It can be so difficult to try and stop in that tracks because you're trying to cover the passes. You can't leave Ronaldinho free. It's just something that TEKKZ, once he's in there, will look to punish you time and time again.
And if results go against MIKEJ here, not only in this singular game, but in the other couple of matches, ABOMAKKAH and YUVAL, DFERNANDES, Mark 11, he could find himself in a real tricky situation, sort of deserted at the bottom of the table.
If you remember how this game played out yesterday, Richard, it was 1-0 to TEKKZ until late onto the time. MIKEJ did snatch an all-important equaliser. There has been a goal in the DFERNANDES Mark 11 game. This attack does come in for TEKKZ, I'm sure we'll leave it.
Oh, he gave him the space.
Win that from MIKEJ. Here's the goal that we missed. DFERNANDES leads Diogo Jota's Esports organisation. The Portuguese FIFA Pro, one of 3 players that have made it to an E-World Cup from Portugal this year. That's the goal that he scored to lead. We jump over to Darkly against TEKKZ. And it's TEKKZ that's found a third. He's found his feet in day 2. He lost his tie yesterday. He looks to be a very different player this time round.
Very different indeed, and lovely footwork and the ability to just take it past that player, drive into that space and look for that cutback, giving yourself the easiest chance as you like. But the prep work there from TEKKZ, showcasing how, yes, he's got multiple ways to attack in his arsenal and putting himself on that front foot.
And what's dangerous for the rest of the competition, TEKKZ's scoring goals. TEKKZ's looking to get back to his form that has led him to the many debates as one of the best players of this sort of modern day FGS era. He's a serial qualifier. He always goes far in tournaments. He always seems to be good value for money. And over the last couple of weeks, we've not seen that from him. Now he just seems to have turned the page here.
When talking about TEKKZ as well, after 2 games yesterday, we were all sat here looking at one another and saying, surely it's not going to happen again. Grouped at the Club World Cup, grouped at the E-Nations. As Brandon mentioned, he has made it out of the group stage in the 2 1v1 World Cups that he has made so far. 3rd time, will he do it? And he's looking as if so. We have to give credit for him to just grind out, get those 3 wins yesterday and putting himself onto a position where really he will secure himself at least a top 4 finish. As we jump over to MONTAXER versus STINGRAY, which is currently in that first half.
Yeah, 2 players that had very different days yesterday. MONTAXER rock bottom of this group as it stands. STINGRAY in his 2nd E-World Cup in back-to-back years, looking to go further than the round of 16. Let's leave this game, if we can, and jump over to an equaliser that we saw between DFERNANDES and Mark 11. You say equaliser, you know which way the goal's gone. It's gone towards FUTWIZ's newest Oceania signing, the Australian Mark 11. Had an unbelievable year. And this is the goal that he scored to pull himself back into the tie. That one is 1-1, into the pause we'll go. Let's jump around somewhere else. YUVAL Belly against ABOMAKKAH. I mean, I'm keen to get your opinions on this one, gents, because YUVAL is the #1 ranked player in Europe. He's 4th as it stands right now, 6 points from 15. I feel like he's got a new gear to show us today to back up what we've seen online.
I think he has. I think everybody in this arena, if you would ask, who's one player that you should fear, from what we've seen online, it's YUVAL. YUVAL was the name that was getting bounced around between the players, coaches, staff, everybody here. But he just hasn't delivered on that so far.
Well, this will get the home crowd on their feet, because ABOMAKKAH's looking for his first goal here in day 2 of the group stages. Unfortunately, runs into the defensive brick wall of YUVAL Belly.
I don't want to be that guy, but maybe there's a conversation that's going to start floating around if YUVAL does get grouped here. It was a disappointing performance last week with Israel. Maybe he's just a very good online player. It was a great performance from him at the playoffs, it has to be said. He beat Dossere in a penalty shootout. A real sort of top-class performance. However, when you compare the status that he has when he's been playing online, he's won a qualifier this year, he's #1 in the European region, arguably the most competitive region that we play. You would expect him to be making quarterfinals, making semi-finals. It just, the performance level just isn't equaling what we've seen from him.
And to paint the picture for people at home who might be sat there going, well, what does it matter whether we're playing online or whether we come to a LAN event? What's the difference? Everyone sits there at home in their own comfort. You have the monitor the way that you want, you can sit the way that you want. Everything is just the way that you like, your comfort. When you come to a LAN event, it's very different. The lights are on, the cameras are on. Commentators are talking, everybody's got that noise around them. You have a crowd here that's probably the loudest crowd we've ever had at a FIFA event. It's very different.
And also, I mean, connection plays a massive factor as well. Like, we're playing all over the European region. It has to be raised. And he plays much better in that environment. But he's still the person behind the sticks playing FIFA 23. So we know he's got that level. We know he has that ceiling to reach.
And it's about that up as well. I actually believe that YUVAL was travelling over to Milan to play all of his games with Team MIKEJ, the town esports organisation he has signed for. Let's jump over to this one now. This is live, added time. It's going to be a 0-0. It's not great for either of the 2-point shed. The way this game was also a draw yesterday at 2-2. We've not had the 4 goals. STINGRAY has had a breakthrough in his game against MONTAXER. It's not looking good in day 2 for the Italian, who's got 5 points from 18 as it stands right now. He needs a win. He ended his day with a big win, did MONTAXER, up against Darkly, but unfortunately that's not to be the case over here. This is live shots from the game now, 56 minutes on the clock. Full-time result, TEKKZ beat Darkly 3-1. TEKKZ looks to be like he's on his way to a knockout stage again. 12 points on the board for him. MONTAXER trying to find a way back through. STINGRAY defending well. He might be coachless, but doesn't seem to faze him as it stands right now. He'll win this game. He'll be on 11 points in this Group A.
You see exactly what MONTAXER's trying to do in and around the box, that one-touch, quick passing, mixing in the driven passes, being a little bit more direct at times. However, STINGRAY, you've got to say, he's defended pretty well in this tournament thus far.
He conceded 5 goals.
Yeah, this will be another clean sheet for him.
Up to this point, looks for another! Thank you very much! STINGRAY leads by 2-0.
We talk about Anders in that sort of area, looking for those step overs and being aggressive to drive into the 18-yard box. STINGRAY can deliver on that as well. Both of these 2 goals in this game against MONTAXER come from no hesitation, looking to take the defender on. Soon as you get that angle, pull the trigger. Don't overcomplicate it. You've got Mbappe, you've got R9. Puts him 2-0 to the good, and what is going to be a fantastic group stage if he keeps us up. Over now to YUVAL versus ABOMAKKAH. Breakthrough for both teams looking for that goal.
Well, one thing that we found out about YUVAL yesterday is that he might score a few goals, but he also leaks quite a few of them too. Yesterday, he won this game 3-0. And then went on a bit of a run, lost to TEKKZ and lost to the hands of Mark 11, 4-0. He's had a topsy-turvy group stage, to say the least. YUVAL looking for his first goal here. There's the step over into a finish. It's fortunate, but he won't care. YUVAL finally finding his group form again, Alex, here.
YUVAL taking a little bit of leaf out of ABOMAKKAH yesterday. The shot cancels just to take on the defenders. Yes, got a little bit fortunate with that bounce back. He won't mind though, he won't care. He needs a vital win here against ABOMAKKAH as we jump back over to MONTAXER versus STINGRAY.
He's really struggled, MONTAXER, to get, it looks to be just to get the pace of the game as well. STINGRAY is cooking right now.
Ooh. That first time layoff to find, I think it was Milinkovic-Savic at the top side of the box, just giving MONTAXER no chance to get any sort of look in, any sort of footing to try and get a deflection in there. And you have to say, Brandon, that's going to be game, set, match.
Well, for a player that conceded 7 goals all day long yesterday, MONTAXER, he's nearly on to concede half of those goals in one game. After a good night's sleep and a good breakfast. It's not been the start he would have wanted for MONTAXER. Do you know, Esports, it's his first FIFAe World Cup. It might be one that he'll want to forget. STINGRAY is on a different level as it stands now. Defending so well also. As a technical difficulty hits us in that one. We'll move across to another game that is currently live. 80 minutes on the clock in this one. TEKKZ leads MIKEJ by a 0-0. Can we go out and say if he wins this game, he's through, done, 14 points on the board? TEKKZ, you're through?
Yes.
Yes, 100%.
Wants to not play with as much pressure on his shoulders in the group stage as compared to previous years. Maybe you could argue, if you look around this group, everyone else in the group's never been to an World Cup before. They've never felt this pressure. Corner, played short. TEKKZ will happily take another. Or alternatively, take time out the game. Four minutes left. Game management now from TEKKZ. It's not looking good for MIKEJ though, Richard, is it? 3 points now from 18.
He has struggled. It's a shame because, I mean, when you look at the way he conducts himself, you're rooting for him. Like you almost think, yeah, you can be a fan favourite. What if he does go on and perform really well? Would he potentially think twice about hanging up the controller, shall we say? But it's a great achievement to make a FIFA World Cup.
Especially when the spots have gone down this year. I mean, 24 players can get here. As this game concludes, let's jump over to the other game and conclude that one. TEKKZ has won. He looks to be through the group stages, 14 points. Let's conclude this one, because this for MIKEJ is a more important game, because DFERNANDES will be on 6 points. Mark will be on 7. MIKEJ will only be 1 win away from a couple of those players. It looks like it's going to end as a draw at 1-1. Or one more chance. Mark 11. Can he find a way through? No, that will do us.
It keeps MIKEJ in the running.
He's only 1 win.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I say 1 win. It's a big ask in this group, don't get me wrong, for a player that hasn't won a game yet. But MIKEJ, it's all to do for him. There's a couple of games still to conclude, but while we're waiting, I'm going to pass it back over to the couch to break down what we've seen. It looks like TEKKZ is going through to the knockouts.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Thanks for taking us through then the first round of matches here on day 2. And I'm just going to echo what the boys said there. It looks, couch guys, like TEKKZ is going through another 3 points there to add to his tally of yesterday when he topped that table. Pretty much can kind of sit back and relax and maybe figure out a different play style here.
I think he's definitely going for that first place because he knows what awaits him in the last 16. He want to come in shape and in form. So I think he's definitely going for that first place. I don't think he's going to slow down. I think we'll just make him more confident now.
I mean, Mar, you got through, didn't you, with, if you can hear me, X-Raptors Twisted Minds last year to the 3rd day here of the knockouts. How difficult is it to navigate these groups, these one leg of round-robin fixtures?
I mean, these kind of groups, you never can expect anything, you know, anything could happen depending on the circumstances. So it's usually just having to put all the work. And I think with TEKKZ, I didn't think he's going to slow down. He's definitely going to go for first place. And also getting first place is sending message to other groups that, hey, I'm first place, watch out for me. I didn't put my, didn't take any loses, I'm winning, so yeah.
We're talking about who he possibly faces as well, someone from Group D, and we know how stacked Group D is. I mean, Mar, I'm just going to jump back to you because you've just joined the couch. What have you seen of Group D and the players that are in that group?
I mean, I think it's group of death, as they said.
Well, the big group of death.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of surprises happening there. So we still have no clue who's gonna, you know, qualify to the next round, which is more exciting.
I think with Group D in particular, if you're TEKKZ, you don't want to play YILMAZ, you don't want to play Anders. And I would say that they're the early favorites to be first and second in that group. You can pick the order, but they've already got themselves into double digits. So now you have 3 competing for 2 with PHZIN, MANUBACHOORE, and Nicholas. And I think if you're TEKKZ again, you'd hate to go first in this group and then get Nicholas if he's able to work his way back in. I think he'd prefer the MANUBACHOORE or even the PHZIN matchup. I think it's just more of a healthy matchup. But the big takeaway here for TEKKZ, he's going to get out of the groups. We should say that. We talk about all his ability and all his accomplishments and achievements, but he's never gotten out of the group. This will be the first. 14 points is enough.
Well, someone else then who is getting out of the groups, Mike Labelle, is with Spen right now.
Yes, I am here with Tuga, who's just made it 4 wins in a row after 2 defeats to open yesterday. It's safe to say you found your rhythm.
Yeah, I think so. I'm starting playing well yesterday. Right now, in this game against Darkley, I played really good, and I hope to continue to play like this in the next game.
Sitting top of the group, there's one man just behind you, 1 point less. His name's STINGRAY. You play him next. How important is that game to top this group?
I think it's really important. Like if I win STINGRAY, I'll be 4 points. It will be a gap of 4 points, and probably with 3 games left, I just need to win 2 more games or one game and a draw to be top of the group, which will be like amazing to be top of the group of this game. And this group I think it has really potential, and being top of the group, it will be great.
What do you know about Stingray's play style? How do you feel that it differs from yours? And have you had many games against each other before?
Yes, he's really good offensive. To be honest, in the previous matchups, besides this one we played yesterday, I beat him all the time, but yesterday he beat me, so I want to get a little bit of revenge from yesterday because he beat me like 4-1. Although it was a tight game for me, he got the win. I think he deserved it as well because he played good, but right now it's my time, hopefully, to get a win against him.
We talked yesterday about the changes you made after the 2 defeats and how you're able to innovate and come up with new ideas. Is it very much that the play style you now have is the one you're going to go with for the rest of the tournament, or are you still innovating?
Right now, I'll just keep with my play style because, I mean, 4 wins in a row, playing like I'm playing, if I play not too good, but getting a win, I think that is all it matters. So if I'm playing bad and probably get a draw or a lose, so something has to be changed, because if you lose or draw, you need to adapt, you need to overcome the difficulties, and I'll do it so that I can be top of the group and hopefully get into the knockout stages.
Okay, best of luck in your next game. Stingray next. It's a big one. TEKKZ versus Stingray. You could argue the winner will win this group. Both players I expect to probably make it out of the group though. Rachel, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I mean, exactly though, isn't it, what Stingray was saying? He said, yeah, I'm ranked 126 in the world, but don't worry, I really managed to kind of play my best FIFA when I get here. And that was proof. Obviously, TEKKZ just said, I always beat Stingray when we're practicing. Stingray beat TEKKZ 4-1 yesterday. But we have a resurgent TEKKZ right now. He's sitting at the top with 12 points. Are you expecting, Aggie, this away fixture, as we call it, to go in TEKKZ's favour now?
I think it's very close between those two. I mean, history speaks for itself. I think TEKKZ won the majority of the games, and Stingray's been a bit like, at least on the social media, like it's a TEKKZ curse, which doesn't only go for him. I had that curse as well. I couldn't beat him no matter how many times I tried. So it's a really tight one, and I'm not sure which direction it's going.
Ma, did you have a TEKKZ curse as well? Have you ever played TEKKZ?
No, unfortunately I haven't, and I'm glad I haven't. But yeah, just to comment on that, I think TEKKZ might win it, because as a professional, when you get a second chance, you would see another plans, try to see any gaps, and I think I'll go with TEKKZ this time.
The TEKKZ of old is back, isn't he, Mike?
For sure, and maybe more importantly here is that, again, 12 points, I'd say he's getting out of Group A. And if there's been a critique across the couch, we talked to Brandon, we talked to Richard, we talked to Alex, it's always been kind of, he's not a good two-legged player, or he's not a good, single elimination player. He needs to be in these two-legged affairs. Well, now he's going to get himself into that two-legged format that you talked about, and we've already seen him as a world champion. Why not build on a little bit of that 1v1 action?
Well, he's got Stingray next. Spen just alluded to that, but Alex is standing by to break down some of TEKKZ's goals thus far.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of TEKKZ's goals that we've seen so far throughout this day too. Yesterday, he started off a little bit poorly, but then picking up 3 massive wins, and he's carried that into today. Let's jump into one of the goals which I wanted to bring to your attention. Now, it's no surprise that it starts off with TEKKZ saying, I want to look to send Milinkovic-Savic all the way into the box. That's originally what TEKKZ wanted to go for. Davis just has that time and space out on that wing to then look for that cross. You can see that line. He goes across, but unfortunately for TEKKZ, it doesn't go where he wanted it to. It ends up falling over to Henry. Bellingham then wins that header, and now this is where we're seeing something a little bit different from TEKKZ so far today, which is managing to excel past his opponents. And it's just saying, look, I've got that opportunity to maybe look to drive into that 18-yard box. Can I take that on? The lovely left stick dribbling to take out that defender, the step overs, and right now, if you look where Henry is actually facing, well, it's this way. He needs to get into a position to be able to look to play it across into that 18-yard box. And how does TEKKZ do that? He does that with the fake shot. Just square an X and then the ball roll to open up that angle, and then as easy as you like, looking for that pass off across. It works through a T, and TEKKZ looking to deliver on that as well. We mentioned time and time again how TEKKZ can get those goals from the corners. The beautiful thing for TEKKZ here is that he has height in that attack. Who do we have? We have Van Dijk. We also have Milinkovic-Savic, which we can look for in the 18-yard box, and De Ligt as well. Manually selecting to then come over, and Van Dijk will be unchallenged, green time just to top that off as well. And then as we move across and see Another goal from TEKKZ, just a simple 1-2. The defending questionable a little bit from Darkley, just giving him that time and space, and then that heel to ball roll. This is simple FIFA for TEKKZ, by just saying, okay, I've got 2 players, I don't really have anyone else with me. Let's just look for a 1-2. Let's send them on a run by tapping L1, and then we can see Mbappe just looking for that 1-2 nice and easily, and as simple as that. In behind, again, defending from Darkley, a little bit questionable, but either way, it's a brilliant, brilliant chance for TEKKZ to heel to ball roll past the goalkeeper and get that goal. So it's a brilliant day from TEKKZ so far. We'll have to see if he can continue it as well, but I believe we're going to jump back into this YUVAL game.
We are just going to bring you these last couple of games here from the rounds. A few technical pauses here. YUVAL versus ABOMAKKAH and MONTAXER up against STINGRAY. We've got 17 minutes left to play here in this one. YUVAL leading 1-0. STINGRAY was 3-0 up against the Italian MONTAXER as well. The second round of action will be getting underway as soon as these 2 games have concluded.
Yep, these are the only 2 left in round 1. Looks as if it's going to be smiles again for YUVAL. We won this game 3-0 yesterday. Might not have scored 3 goals, but currently on his way to another win in this group. He won 2 games yesterday, then it all went downhill. Scored 9 goals, conceded 12. He had the leakiest defence across most of the groups, to be brutally honest. Conceded a lot of goals. ABOMAKKAH was a slow start for him, but then suddenly he got moving. 8 points yesterday. He's the man that sits just behind TEKKZ. As a pause comes in for ABOMAKKAH. Many have argued that he is the next to Sarri. Mar said, though, if it's not a World Cup victory, it's just more of a good effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at this group as well, just like the pressure as well from ABOMAKKAH to perform. When you looked at the last couple of tournaments with Twisted Minds Raptors, he had a team around him. With Saudi Arabia, he had a team around him. Now it's just him. Now he's the solo player representing this capacity crowd here in Riyadh.
Free kick for YUVAL. Aiming this away, as we said. The headline news really is that TEKKZ's winning games. He's on 12 points and TEKKZ is on 14. Keep in mind the likes of Anders VEJRGANG, Nicholas, everyone else is competing later today. Here's YUVAL looking for a second. Milinkovic-Savic is trying to find a way to manoeuvre around the box. Does well to take more time out of the game. It's clever FIFA from YUVAL.
It's a big 3 points as well for YUVAL in this group. We talked previously about him maybe not showing the form we expected to see, given his accolades this season. 1 win is all you need just to get the ball rolling.
Last chance of the game. YUVAL probably will have to take time out of the tie. Doesn't need a second. Dispossessed again, added time to follow. ABOMAKKAH, no, won't have 1 more chance because it's a poor pass.
All the way home.
There's your added time. Long ball forward, and it should be a big 3 points on the board. That's 9 points now from 18 from YUVAL after a poor ending to yesterday. He is back on form for day 2. YUVAL will beat ABOMAKKAH. And it continues to shake up the group a little bit more because YUVAL will change places with ABOMAKKAH. ABOMAKKAH on 8 points, YUVAL 9. And there's the full-time whistle there as we pass it back to the couch. All matches concluded other than MONTAXER against STINGRAY. They are still in a technical pause.
Well, a great start then for YUVAL here on day 2, and he's one of those players from Israel who have shown their class over the last couple of seasons in FIFA. And he's one of those players that has told us just how focused he is heading into this World Cup.
We played A Nations last week. We were the best team, I think, in groups. In knockouts we came and we lost the first round. So it was really sad. We were the favorite because we won the European playoffs as well, the qualifiers. But we played Italy, so I knew it was going to be hard. A 50-50 game, but we missed a lot of chances. And you know, in FIFA, if you miss, you concede as well. So they just scored everything and they won. For me, the World Cup is my first 1v1 World Cup, so that's the most important tournament. Like, basically, it's the biggest tournament ever. I really waited for this, so I just try to focus now on the 1v1. I finished first in Europe in rankings this year, so I think it's really a test for me in the biggest tournament. Every player is good in the World Cup, so you don't have an easy game. But yeah, probably TEKKZ is the hardest in the group. But yeah, I don't care like if someone says I'm favorite or not favorite. I just try to win the matches. So yeah, I try to focus on myself, you know, not what others says or expect.
Well, he said TEKKZ is one of the toughest in the group, and he lost, didn't he? 2-0 to TEKKZ yesterday. But that is yesterday. We always talk about different days of FIFA being completely different competitions as well. Alex Nagy, I'm going to come to you on this one. He's obviously got that #1 in Europe ranking attached to his back. Some players thrive on that, some don't. YUVAL, being quite new, ranked #1 in Europe. How do you think that's affecting him?
He seems unaffected in terms of the way he's approaching it, the way he's talking, but I'm just going to throw it out there. There's a massive difference between being the best online and then actually coming to an event. I mean, he's a really talented player, but if you don't have that experience, it's very rare that you just come straight into a first World Cup or LAN event that just performs excellent. So there will be losses as well, as we've been seeing in the group, but overall, when he hits his top level, he's a really, really good player.
Israel that we keep bigging up to show the form they have online and on the rankings?
Yeah, definitely, and there's a player that's capable of doing that. It is going to be YUVAL, as we take a look at where he sat right now throughout the group stage and his performances. One question I want to throw to you, Aggie. We mentioned this over on the casting desk where we're talking about being at online qualifiers, playing in the comfort of your own home, and then coming to here at a LAN event. How does that actually different for the players? What makes it tougher? Why do some players thrive at home and maybe not so much at a LAN event? Not saying that that is YUVAL, but just in general.
It's the circumstances, basically. First and foremost, there is the crowd here, which can affect you. There's a lot of sounds, a lot of different things to adjust to, and even the chair, small things, means a lot. It's routines, and they change when you're coming to a World Cup, including actually being here, knowing that this is it, I have to perform here. It's very underrated, and it's not just something you convert from being an online player to an offline player.
Routines, Mark, come on, talk to me about routines. Did you have one? Do you have one when you play matches?
Well, yeah, surprisingly I do, and mine is just not eating, being hungry, and being in a cold weather. That's me. I mean,
wow.
Yeah.
That is quite the different superstition. I want to be hungry and I'm not going to eat before a match. I didn't expect that. Go on, you have to go into that.
So he's got to be hungry on the virtual pitch and hungry in real life. They're going together, it correlates.
And then if you win, what's your treat wheel then? What do you treat yourself with?
Nothing, because the job is not done. So
Okay.
usually don't get celebrated too quick because it's not finished yet. So I would just wait until the end and then I'll celebrate. And I reward myself with a big happy meal of whatever.
He's got to earn the meal. That's what I'm hearing.
I
He has
like
to earn
that.
the meal.
Definitely.
I like that. Mike, I bet you had some superstitions back in the day.
I always tried to eat light. I didn't want to have to run back and forth to the restroom. You have additional nerves when you come into these events. And to what August was saying, a big part of the massive difference is just the fact that you have all this time before you step on a stage, before you get into a matchup, and a lot of times you psych yourself out, and that's a big difference between online and offline. You have all this comfort at home. You get up, you walk to your office, or if it's in your bedroom, or if you go to an office space, you're ready to go. This is not like that. You have us talking about everything that's happening. We're critiquing you. We're saying you're doing fantastic, or you're struggling, or you're hot and cold. Like YUVAL, that's probably the one critique we've had. When he looks good, he looks fantastic, and we got a lot of compliments and superlatives. When he looks bad, he's losing big.
Well, let's talk about someone who did get a loss in that first round, and it's your man, of course, ABOMAKKAH as well. Only 1-0, but he did get the victory, didn't he, over that same player yesterday. Talk to me about that.
Well, definitely losing the first round, it's not a big deal. We still have 4 rounds.
I'm going to correct 2-0. Obviously, that one was stop and start as well, so 2-0.
Yeah, as I was saying, losing the first round, still it's not finished. You still have 4 chances, just get 2 wins maybe, and win or draw, and then you'll manage to qualify for the next round.
How tight as well is the Saudi FIFA community over here? Do you guys kind of play together, train together? What's it like?
Definitely. I mean, we usually make groups, we stay in contact, we train together. Just having a good connection to all of us, I think that's a good thing to do.
Do you do additional, maybe boot camping? Because we talk so much about
camps.
Yeah, well, because there's online practice, and then of course you guys have the ability here to get together before traveling to an event. Of course, if it's happening in Riyadh, even easier. But is that something that's also happening where you get together and you go to an HQ and you actually play in person and try to prepare for what it looks like in a LAN environment?
Definitely we'll do that, and we give it some time, give it a try, and that's how we build the communication together and connection.
What do you think, Mar, has been key to Saudi having not 1 but 2 world champions in the form of Mr. Dunn and MS Dazari?
I think giving it a lot of training, a lot of effort. Basically, I think Aggie would have a lot of thoughts on that.
Aggie, I asked Mar, he's thrown it well back over this way. What was key to 2 Saudi world champions, do you feel?
I mean, like we had Mr. Dunn, Abdulaziz Al-Shiri, who came in and played a lot of these online competitions. So he had international practice, and he came in with a different way of playing that shocked the entire FIFA world, and he went up winning the FIFAe World Cup, and then MS Dazari came and conquered, you can say. So I think it's a lot about just naturally gifted, but also working hard and having the right routines and the right mental aspect going into the competitions.
Well, as it stands then as well, ABOMAKKAH has just dropped down to 3rd in Group A, but let's have a look then at Group B at the moment, because there's still 1 match in Group A that hasn't finished. That is MONTAXER taking on STINGRAY, 3-0 as that one stands. We're just approaching the 80th minute. It's about 10 minutes left to play there. But Group B then, well, TEKKZ on 14 points. That surely is enough to see him not be grouped this year. Remember, he's been grouped in his last 2 World Cup campaigns. YUVAL then on 9 points after that big win against ABOMAKKAH, who now sits in 8th. Mark 7th, DFERNANDES 6th, and MIKEJ 3 points, hasn't added to that tally from yesterday. That's how that group looks so far. Anyone expecting that to change that much heading into the last 4 rounds?
There's still plenty of FIFA to be played. I think Mark and DFERNANDES have got to try and keep up that momentum that they've got. When you're looking at Mike, DFERNANDES has got hit that pressure on from him behind as well. Mike's still within that shout as we jump back over to this match of MONTAXER and STINGRAY, where we've had a few technical difficulties in this, back and forth between the teams. And STINGRAY with a convincing win, you would say, Aggie.
Yeah, just adding another one there, or was it just adding another one there, STINGRAY. Looking sharp as well. It's going to be an interesting matchup, because you would often say when STINGRAY and TEKKZ is playing against each other, it's offense against defense, but TEKKZ's been scoring a lot of goals as well throughout these 2 days here, so a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, it is. Definitely, and I'm looking forward to that one, which is kicking off, hopefully, in a short little while, Rachel.
You even say 4 goals is even more impressive when it's been such a stop-start fixture.
Well, he's also going up, and I'm not trying to take anything away from MONTAXER, but he's been the most out-of-form player in that group, if you're looking at Group A, and somebody that really needs to start getting wins on the board. Comes into this 5 points, going to stay on 5 points. He's just running out of availability in order to have some additional movement.
Can he find anything? Can he do anything? What does he need to do now, if anything?
I haven't seen enough, and a lot of it's been on the defensive end, which concerns me, because I know this is a cliche, but it's because there's truth there. Defense wins championships. We've seen a lot of people not play their best FIFA, but still inch out results. And even the likes of TEKKZ and Nicholas are two guys that are professionals at doing that. And MONTAXER's giving up goals. He's not holding on to leads. These are big problems and things that he has to fix now. He doesn't have time to work with.
Similar narrative with LEKS as well, isn't it, in that group? Sitting in 5th place after 6 rounds, but was actually really good in defence yesterday. We kind of saw that. He only let in 5, but yet couldn't convert that great defensive record into any wins and picking up any points, Alex.
Yeah, and it's difficult when you're defending fairly well and you're just not scoring the goals, you're picking up draws here and there. It's about trying to change that momentum in your favour, and it's a difficult thing to do purely because of the aspect of when it comes to having good defensive record and not conceding too many goals, it can be maybe where chances where you maybe could go forward and look to score. You go, okay, I'll recycle back because you don't want to run that risk of maybe being caught on the counter-attack. So you have to explore a little bit, have a little bit more freedom in that play style, and hopefully that if the opponent does counter, you're good enough in that defence when it comes to it.
Yeah, LEKS, again, we were talking a little bit about him. He's this new wave of possibly French players as well, because there's some big, big names from the French esports organisation who are missing. Again, the fact that he's coming in as this new player, is that shaking things up? We didn't see him in the national side, but how do you read into that, the fact that he qualified over the likes of Fuma and the Peixoto brothers, Aggie?
I think it's hard to compare. There's a lot of aspects in 2 versus 2 that's not necessarily, just because you're a good 1 versus 1 player doesn't make you the best 2v2 player. And I think in France, where I have so many good players, it's been a difficult choice for Brian, who's the coach of France, and he went with the safe choice, I guess, because he knew what he was going to get from these 3 players. It was experience, they've been there before, they played together. And I think that's some of the aspects you're looking at as a coach coming into a 2v2. But he is a part of the new French wave, which is quite similar to the older one. I'll say it's very flow-based. There's a lot of skill moves, a lot of great passing, and also a lot of possession play.
And in Brian's defense as well, it worked. France was top 4 in E-Nations. That was a great 2v2 partnership, the combination with Fuma. When you have the genetic blessings of 2 brothers that play at that level, why wouldn't you take advantage?
Were you surprised that more French players didn't qualify for this World Cup? Both of you, really?
I would even say with some of the Germans. We don't have the big-name Germans in action either. And again, TEKKZ was talking about this when he had his VO and even an interview with Spencer, but there's a lot of new players, new faces, big nations, guys that are hungry. They're not eating like Mar. They're fasting while playing FIFA, and they're getting results. We're going to see shifts. It is what it is. There's not that many spots.
Alex, I'm going to put you on the spot because I know you gave me a couple of facts yesterday. I hope you can remember some. You were telling me a little bit about the age of these players. We're talking about some of the new players coming in, and you found a couple of stats online, didn't you, about kind of the age range now the players play at the World Cup?
Yeah, so last year, I was reading this from a tweet, last year the average age for every player that was playing in the World Cup was 22. This year, we're now looking at 20. It was a conversation. It was very interesting seeing Edu get involved in that. One of the coaches from Team Heretics in the past as well. Just saying about how the new wave that's coming through, they're almost fearless. And you mention it, Mike mentioned it. We say all the time about age and how relevant is it in FIFA. It's like these 16 and 17-year-olds. They live and breathe FIFA. While maybe some of the older players that have been around, done it so much, are they practicing as much? Have they got the discipline? They've got contracts to fulfill where they have to then go in on a content side of things. So it certainly does change things. And I think over the years, me and Richard were saying about it, probably next 2-3 years, it wouldn't be a surprise to see the average age at 16, 17 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to bring you guys in on that. The fact that we think maybe the older you get, there are more distractions, let's call it, and you're not just dialed in on a game. If you're younger, you know, you're living with your parents still, that is what you live and breathe.
I mean, I wouldn't agree much on that. I mean, last year I played with my teammate with Anka Abushog. He was almost, I would say, 30 years old. And he still managed to qualify to the World Cup, so nothing is impossible. Of course, most of the players are young, 17, 18, they're new. But I think we have some old players that doing really good with good experience that they have.
Shout out to Stokes
as well.
Can we just shout out to Stokes?
Yeah.
29 years young. What's up, Stokes? More than a decade in the game.
Maybe there are less
Turning
distractions
30
then in
soon.
Saudi and the UK. Who knows? Anyway, right, let's just clear up then, shall we, the round 6 fixtures from Group A. We saw Group B a short while ago. Here we go. So Stingray finished. That was what we were waiting for. So TEKKZ then on 12 points. 4 wins on the bounce after losing his first 2 fixtures. That's something special there we're seeing. Stingray then 11, BERKAYLION 9, Darkly 6. We were just chatting about new way possibly of players, 6 and 5 between them. They're still in it. We're not kind of writing them out yet, but they haven't got out of those 5th and 6th positions yet.
The only takeaways I really have in these two groups at the moment, TEKKZ, Stingray, I think they've done enough. Worst case scenario, get themselves into 4th. TEKKZ, same situation, but almost everywhere else, there's still room for a lot of movement and in some cases maybe a disaster. You're sitting in a position now where you're in 3rd or 4th place and that could unfortunately trend down for you, but it also has optimism on the other end. If you're sitting in 5th or 6th, there's still enough points available and we've had some draws, we've had some results. They didn't knock you out, they didn't eliminate you. You still have a lot of hope, dreams, ambitions. The storyline is still there. There's a narrative for you.
Mara, I'm going to put you on the spot here. We always go between us lot. We go, how many points do you need to get through? And we can't really agree on a number here. How many points did you get to get through last year? And what do you think the point tally will need to be this year?
I mean, last year was just, I don't know, just roller coaster. Like the first day we went off really good, like 4 wins, a draw and a lose. We were on top of the group. And the second day we started off really bad. So we had to qualify in the last round, and we thought that we needed a win to qualify, but we scored the last minute and we didn't celebrate because we thought that the draw took us out.
I remember it was drama in Copenhagen for you guys.
It was insane. We never thought that we had like a delay celebration qualify. I think that even made it more nice to qualify as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, we talk about that all the time, don't we? Day 2 is a completely different day here at the World Cup. Right, well, we've had some technical difficulties. Like I've already said to you, we're trying our best behind the scenes to fix these. So for the time being, we're going to have a 30-minute break, and then we'll be back, we hope, with round 7 of FIFA from A and B groups. A lot of FIFA still to be played, but we're going to go off air for 30 minutes. So we'll see you guys at home in a short while. Goodbye for now.
future escape. Oh, not a sleeper away. Oh, let the future escape. Sudden dreams take me back to you. In the night when I go, we're not the only ones. 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 Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like us, it will fill the air around. Oh, not a sleeper away. Oh, let the future escape. Oh, not a sleeper away. Oh, let the future escape.
Well, hello, let's get this party restarted here at the FIFAe World Cup Day 2. It is second day of the group stages, and before that little technical break, we did see a little bit of action from groups A and B. We hope they're ready to go because we are here in the studio. The fans are ready as well. The noise is already being brought here in the arena by all the local fans. You can hardly hear yourself think. And right on cue, they settled down because they are ready for this first matchup. BERKAYLION there, he's up first for you guys to enjoy at home. We have so many more fixtures, of course. We've just played 1 out of the 5 on day 2 for A and B. 4 more still to bring you this evening. Let's just remind everyone then, if you did miss a little bit earlier, of the results from that first round of fixtures. BERKAYLION LEKS 0-0. Darkly 1-3. TEKKZ won that one. Great result for TEKKZ. That was his 4th win on the bounce after losing his first 2 yesterday. And then STINGRAY MONTAXER, that had a couple of pauses in it as well. So for STINGRAY to win that one 4-0 was quite the achievement. Group B then, well, TEKKZ defeated MIKEJ 1-0. DFERNANDES and Mark 1-all, and YUVAL 2-0 to the local lad, ABOMAKKAH. Let's look then at the tables from groups A and B after 6 rounds. Well, TEKKZ then, after 4 wins on 12 points. Lion 9, Darkly 6, as is LEKS. MONTAXER on 5 points. Group B then, TEKKZ still leads the top of that standings on 14, YUVAL 9, ABOMAKKAH 1 point behind on 8, Mark 1 point behind still on 7, still in that 4th position, which takes you through to tomorrow. DFERNANDES 6 and Mike on 3. Right, round 7 is where we begin then. Tonight, LEKS MONTAXER, that's first up. BERKAYLION Darkly, TEKKZ STINGRAY. That's the big one, isn't it, Mike?
Actually, I'm more dialed on LEKS and MONTAXER because they've been struggling.
Bottom of the table there.
We can already, at least in my mind, TEKKZ and STINGRAY are safe. They're going to make it out of this group. What position, we'll find out as time goes on. But LEKS and MONTAXER are still fighting for that right to potentially push maybe a fourth initiative.
For me, I guess I want to see if TEKKZ can beat STINGRAY after STINGRAY beat him 4-1 yesterday.
And he's been on fire.
He has been on fire.
TEKKZ's 4 for 4, 3 to close out yesterday, and then 1 to start today, upsetting, or maybe not upsetting, but beating his counterpart, Darkly, another Portuguese player.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a look then at round 7 of Group B as well, because we have all these games running at the same time. TEKKZ, YUVAL, big matchup there. MIKEJ, DFERNANDES. MIKEJ still on the bottom of the table with 3 points. He needs to start getting some wins. A draw's not going to be enough at this stage. And then Mark 11 and ABOMAKKAH is the final fixture in Group B. Right, boys, we hope we're going to see some great action. It's tough, isn't it, having to wait and having to kind of play backstage, but we heard a lot of noise. I think there was a table tennis tournament going on, possibly. Is that the kind of thing you'd like to do, Aggie, just to distract you?
Yeah, I think it's a nice way to just relax and get your thoughts somewhere else while waiting. Yeah, I think there've been. It's a good way of just relaxing and trying to, chill a bit.
Alex, as a coach, is that your role as well, to try and keep them relaxed and try and chill them out during these pauses?
Yeah, the role of a coach is for them to be communicating with FIFA, the admins, get an idea of what's going on. Tell your players to just go and relax, play some ping pong, have some food, and just get ready whenever the games resume. Yeah,
exactly. Again, we hear, don't we? Some players don't really like to eat much food. It's kind of about being fresh and as on the ball as possible. And sometimes, you know what happens? You get that post-dinner dip and it all goes downhill, Mike.
It's all about trying to keep what's closest to your routine. We talked a lot to Mar about that, and routines are important.
Well, your big one, Mike, is underway. MONTAXER taking on LEKS has started. So let's hand over to Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, back underway for round 2 of the FIFAe World Cup. Apologies for the small technical difficulties. We are fighting our way through some issues on the ground here. LEKS against MONTAXER is underway, and each matchup is kicking off slightly staggered behind the other. TEKKZ against YUVAL has also kicked off here, Richard, but for LEKS and MONTAXER, they were looking for a better start here in day 2 because neither player has scored a goal yet.
Absolutely so. Really just intrigued to see what we see over the next 15-20 minutes. See how these games start to take shape and really who can pick up when you have a bit of a lengthy break, Brandon. It's all about the mentality. It's all about how you can keep yourself warm, keep yourself ticking over mentally, and just really adapting to any situation that you might find yourself in. For me, there's a massive game in this group. It's a top of the table clash. Let's have a quick look in on TEKKZ and YUVAL. See how both of these two are starting to line up here. 0-0 across all the games so far.
Well, I joked around to TEKKZ earlier in the break saying, look, you could put your controller down and you'll be going through to the group. It might be that you'll finish 4th in the group, which if he did finish 4th in the group, which I know he's not going to, he would be playing against VEJRGANG on current form in the round of 16. TEKKZ looking to break through on the first attack. He won this game yesterday 2-0. He's looking to win it again. TEKKZ leads YUVAL by 1-0.
Doesn't matter if there's a break or not for TEKKZ. He is on a man truly on a mission here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and he wants to end his mission lifting the FIFAe World Cup aloft.
Yeah.
He's talked about getting out the groups. He's talked about just making sure that he's in the bracket play. If he goes into that knockout bracket, #1 seed from his group, and really putting down a marker, maybe I'll see 1 or 2 players competing with him on his day.
We heard Stingray talk about this game earlier yesterday. He said that TEKKZ's so good defensively, but was able to put 4 past him, which he did do. He won the game 4-1 yesterday. Difference is, though, TEKKZ has started today in a better run of form, but so has Stingray. Scored quite a few goals in his opening matchup, scored 4 of them.
Bit of a quiet customer has Stingray. He's not been given the emotion that we expected to see thus far, but it is only groups.
Well, let's jump around. There's been another goal in the TEKKZ matchup. TEKKZ looking to find a way through, another big save from Stingray's goalkeeper. Definitely a more attacking TEKKZ we're seeing today in this best-of-1 format. We said there was a goal. It's YUVAL that's equalised from Team Makers. It's #1 in Europe versus #2 in Europe going head-to-head in this group. It's a fortunate finish, but YUVAL Belly's not going to be moaning about that.
Doesn't matter how it comes around, as long as that ball ends up in the back of the net. You were talking about TEKKZ and sort of him losing 2, winning 4. I said to him, just as we were on that bit of a break there, TEKKZ, I'll be honest, mate, I felt like you were in a bit of a tricky situation. You went, oh yeah, me too. I was worrying a little bit. And it's just classic. It's classic TEKKZ, really, to come back, win 4 in a row, get 12 points, and not mathematically through, but you'll be one of those 4 teams you would imagine, if you were hedging your bets, to be in the knockouts.
He did say on social media yesterday that you can never count him out after losing his first 2 games, as you said, one on a run to win his next 3. He also won his first one today. He's on 12 points in this group. Currently, DFERNANDES against MIKEJ. There's been a goal over in that game. Big match because those 2 are near the bottom of the pile in the group. MIKEJ yet to win a game.
Must win.
Where's the goal gone? If you're a MIKEJ fan, look away, because DFERNANDES took the lead in that game. Diogo Jota's Esports player. That was after 15 minutes. It was Jude Bellingham continuing his run. There's also been a second goal in that game too. DFERNANDES looking to put those wrongs right this time round. Currently, as we said, was on 5 points yesterday, looking to add some more onto the tally.
And what he's doing right now, he's almost eliminating MIKEJ from the conversation. He's just putting a little bit too much distance between MIKEJ and the rest of the pack, and you see that second goal as it was scored right there. He needs to press, he needs to do everything he can in his powers in order to turn this game around. LEKS MONTAXER about to go into half-time, so we'll not go to that game as it currently stands. You're pointing to me, Brandon. Where do you want to go?
Let's go over to Mark ABOMAKKAH. If we can jump over to that matchup now, the hometown hero. There's been a goal in the game. Which way has it gone? It's gone the way of the Aussie. Mark 11 taking the lead, 5 minutes into the game. Team FUTWIZ looking to make it through to the knockout stage. They're going to have a late run in the tournament. ABOMAKKAH trying to find a way through. Yesterday when they played this game, did it as a 1-1 draw. Half-time, as you said, LEKS against MONTAXER, so that is 0-0. DFERNANDES leading MIKEJ 2 goals still. TEKKZ against YUVAL does remain at 1-1. Here's ABOMAKKAH again. Looking for that all-important equaliser. Big save from the goalkeeper, goes for a corner. Let's go and see the closing stages, if we can, of TEKKZ against STINGRAY. That's a half-time, nearly. It's about 43rd minute into the game. Still 0-0 between these 2. I have a strong feeling, Richard, it definitely won't be a 4-1 sweep this time for STINGRAY.
And you look at this game, given the position in the table of both of them, a point's not a bad result either way. Sort of a top of the table clash. You establish the position at the top, whether if it is a draw, whoever wins, I mean, would find themselves in a great position to potentially go on and top this table. But I wouldn't be surprised if that did finish 0-0 between TEKKZ and STINGRAY. We're about to enter half-time here between TEKKZ and YUVAL. It was a quick reply from YUVAL. there's not been too much since.
Not too much to talk about. Into half-time we do go. Slowly half-time here. There's been another goal in DFERNANDES, Mike J's game. Which way has it gone? Is it 3 for DFERNANDES? No, it's a goal back for Mike J. A player that is fighting to keep his tournament alive. He's very much back in the tie. That game's not even at half-time yet. That was just before the 40th minute. Melbourne City back in the game.
Big goal as well for Mike J. Before half-time, start to build yourself into the game. I just say that, and DFERNANDES has a huge chance. Cuts it back with the driven pass. He wasn't able to find a finish and didn't even get a corner for his troubles. Did DFERNANDES.
Closing stages of the first half. In this one. We will jump across to LEKS against MONTAXER just to quickly check in for two players that haven't scored a goal yet today. They had very different games in their opener here. MONTAXER lost 4-0 and LEKS drew 0-0. So a change in pace of the game would be nice. 60 minutes gone here. It's a long time not to score a goal, Rich.
I also think, just given the state of play today, what we've been sort of how the day's been going, I'm not reading too much into that first round. It's almost like you play a game and then it's a hard reset and now we're back underway. You would much rather lose your first game and then win your second, given how today has sort of taken shape. And now you can start to build a little bit of confidence. For MONTAXER, I mean, him against Stingray was 3-0 down for a long period of that game. He conceded a late goal as well to make it 4 for the Englishman.
I mean, we have to talk about it. The break in play, especially in that round one where there was game stopping and starting again. No fault of anyone's here. But as a player, you just can't really get in a groove, can you? Long break in play and now you're back. Slightly cold maybe for round two. ABOMAKKAH looking to build into that. Nicely done. Oh, this is nice from ABOMAKKAH!
Some goal.
Top quality FIFA from the local hero here. And one thing you can't fault is that support, Richard. Even when we were in a break and we weren't on air, they were singing. They were just keen for some FIFA to get started again.
Absolutely. It's a fabulous goal. It's one touch all around the box. Very similar to what TEKKZ is doing right here. Lovely, very slight left bit of left stick dribbling there, moving his body, lays it into the path of the attacking player, and TEKKZ finds himself 2-1 up to the good. All the games in this Group B, 2-1 TEKKZ, 2-1 DFERNANDES. Will we get a 2-1 scoreline between Michael Evan and ABOMAKKAH? Potentially so.
TEKKZ looking unbelievable at the moment. He is grooving. He is moving towards the knockout stages. If he keeps playing like this, 17 points on the boards.
He's playing really well. He's playing really well. Is TEKKZ in this Group B. We've had an opening goal. You asked for a goal between LEKS and MONTAXER. It's gone the Frenchman's way. Not too long left to play in that game either.
It sounds crazy, Richard, but in 7 games of FIFA, that is the 6th goal that LEKS has scored. He has struggled to find the back of the net, not just today, but yesterday also. Had some problems created in the final third. It's the Olympique Lyon, the only French player here representing France. In the FIFAe World Cup, Mike J against DFERNANDES. Time is ticking away, and so is his tournament status. He's not able to pull through on this game. Is he able to find an equaliser now, potentially? Mike J looking to build. Jude Bellingham. Ball falls back kindly. R9 back to Pele. Again, good defensive work from DFERNANDES.
He's done well there. The roulette, he just didn't get the animation on the shot that he wanted to. Almost, the ball was stuck behind his player as he exited that roulette. All the other games either at half-time or currently in a pause at this current juncture. There was a big game at the top of Group A between Stingray and TEKKZ. It could be a chance here for DFERNANDES, MIKEJ in the way. Which way did it go?
Yeah, TEKKZ Stingray. This was 4-1 yesterday to Stingray. It might not be 4-1 now, but it's the same player that is on top. Little cheeky ball over the top. One more pass that no one sees other than him. Stingray leads by a goal to nil. There's about 22 minutes left in that game.
That reverse pass is really, really delicate. Just dinking it over the top of the fullback, getting on the overlap, and it's very simple in the end cutback for Stingray. Stingray is, I know we're only watching the groups at this moment, but he is slowly but surely starting to make a little bit of a run in this competition, and the way that he's playing as well, I think he looks much better than he did last year.
I was going to say, what do you think he's learned from last year?
Consistency. He was poor last year on the first day. On the second day, he came out and got huge wins. I also think last year maybe came in with a bit more expectation. Other people maybe had a bit more expectation. What, 126th in EU this year on the rankings. He's not been able to do it in that sort of format. He got his spot through E-League 1.
I think it's been obvious though, Richard, where his energy's been. Yeah, it's been on the E-League 1. Don't get me wrong, online FTSs he'll tell you he hasn't played well, as he did to Spencer earlier, but in the French league, that's where a lot of his time has been. It's a long process, it's a long league.
Well, that was his route to the playoffs. He probably chalked the playoffs off maybe after 1 or 2 qualifiers and thought this is where we can do it.
And it could be on for a second. It's a cheeky chip. He did time it green, but it was just a bit of power lacking from that one as TEKKZ looks to regain.
He's also playing in that E-League and format with a fabulous dance partner in Fuma, so probably picking up stuff all the time, playing alongside him, playing in that format of the tournament.
Well, I believe we got an equaliser over in the LEKS matchup. MONTAXER will be over the moon. He's finally bagged a goal here in day 2. It took him a little while for the player that's rock bottom in this group as it stands. MONTAXER back in the tie. 10 minutes left on the clock in that one. I mean, that result does nothing for either, Rich, because they're neck and neck at the bottom.
Yeah, draw doesn't really help either side. You'd expect one of these two teams, whether it's LEKS or MONTAXER, to try and forge a winning goal here, which LEKS could be doing. Good play on the edge of the box, just waiting. Fighting into the feet of Pele. What does he have in his locker? Recycling possession, waiting, holding, straight into Van Dijk.
I mean, you look at both of those two. They've only picked up 1 win this whole FIFAe World Cup group stages. Let's close out the TEKKZ Stingray game. Stingray looking to double his lead. No better timing to join the game than that. Ruud Gullit giving Stingray a 2-goal advantage. Is that good, Rich? We've got to see it again.
Yeah, we certainly do. We saw Gullit running away in celebration. Let's find out what led up to the goal. It's a dink into Milinkovic-Savic. Pele just squares it to Gullit, and even there he wants to green time it. He wants to solidify it, and that will be 3 points on the board for Stingray to go top of the table.
Well, I had some volleys there for a split second from Stingray. 2 wins on the bounce for him. Bit of a fact as well. Might curse him now. He hasn't conceded a goal yet.
Today.
In day 2. Day 2 has not conceded a goal. Scored 6, conceded 0. And as you said, currently top of the group in this Group A. 14 points next to his name.
We've only played 2 games. It's been a long day, but we've only played 2 so far. This is YUVAL getting not an equaliser, but 1 back to put him within touching distance of an equaliser.
Pause coming in there for TEKKZ as we jump across to Mark 11 against ABOMAKKah. That one's back underway for the second half at 1-1. Full-time result coming in from LEKS and MONTAXER. They're going to both share a point at the bottom of Group A. Mark 11, ABOMAKKah. Mark 11 looking to take the lead in this one. Easy pickings for Edwin van der Sar. Let's go to TEKKZ YUVAL. Jump over to that game. It's 10 minutes, or 20 minutes in front of this one, actually. TEKKZ won this tie yesterday, 2-0. The only player that's actually unbeaten, you could say, from our early session in Group A and Group B. Him and Anders VEJRGANG are the only unbeaten players in the FIFAe World Cup as it currently stands. They've had fantastic group runs currently. Here is TEKKZ looking for a fourth goal. Is he going to find it? Yes, he is. TEKKZ leads 4 goals to 2.
And we know it's only group, so you can't look too far into it, but he's playing really, really well. 10 minutes into this game, BERKAYLION open up the scoring with a green time finish from the edge of the box against Darkley. And you might have heard the hometown crowd going a little bit wild for their hero, ABOMAKKAH. 53 minutes on the clock. He is leading 2 goals to 1.
Well, this is where it's going to get a little bit difficult for some of those players in the rock bottom. You can just see ABOMAKKAH pulling back in the tie, but does get a little bit worrying, doesn't it, for the Aussie players that Mark 11, MIKEJ. Let's close out that one if we can. MIKEJ against DFERNANDES. There's about 4 minutes left in the time. It's a big win down the bottom of that Group B table. BERKAYLION leading Darkley. There's a lot of time left to be played in this game. MIKEJ DFERNANDES in the 87th minute. We can quickly check into that one to close out the game. Here we are. Is there a late equaliser for MIKEJ potentially? Desperate for a point, desperate for any points. Could be that chance now. There's the step over. He's offside? Or what are we going back for here? Offside, I believe.
Yeah. Unfortunately for MIKEJ, just a little bit ahead of play. Right there. DFERNANDES will take all the time in the world over this free kick. And looks to get a much needed 3.
That will be DFERNANDES' second win in the tournament, putting him on 9 points. Drew his first opening match-up today against Mark 11. We'll be over the moon with that one, finding another big 3 points on the board. It's getting slightly worrying, isn't it, at the bottom of the table for MIKEJ. Over we go to TEKKZ against YUVAL. Every time that YUVAL's asked a question, TEKKZ has answered. This is such a good game, as we said. #1 being #2 in Europe on the most competitive FGS rankings there is.
It's a very emphatic performance as well from TEKKZ. You just maybe starting to see as well in this group a little bit of separation at the top. TEKKZ is pulling away from the rest of the pack, it has to be said. I'm sure he'll have all eyes on what is happening in Group D later on today. He's #1 seed in Group B. Who's he going to potentially be facing? It's going to be a really tough round of 16 match, whoever it may be.
Darkley coming off the back of a 2-0 defeat against TEKKZ. He'll take that one all day long. Very fortunate bounce back. But Darkley is back in the tie.
Let's close out this matchup here between TEKKZ and YUVAL. YUVAL's still in a good position to go through. We'll just see. Nothing's going to happen in this game. Let's head back over to BERKAYLION and Darkley. We're just playing out the last 30 seconds. YUVAL, I don't actually think he's going to get an attack out of this. We've got plenty of FIFA left to play in this particular matchup as we join with the ball in the back of the net.
One thing that is very impressive, by the way, about BERKAYLION, so young, doesn't need anyone around him in terms of coaches. I know he brought his brother out to Riyadh to support him on his journey on the way through to potentially becoming world champion. But at that young, to be that fearless. He does not care. Full-time results, as we said. TEKKZ looking very, very impressive. That is 5 wins and 2 draws on his tally now. 7 games played. The FIFAe World Cup group stages after to Group exits. That's not going to be the case this time round. And remember that his group will play the group of death in the round of 16 knockout stages. So TEKKZ finishes first. He's going to be basically choosing 4th place in that group. Whoever it will be, of course, that will be decided later on today, fingers crossed. Half-time here is pretty much on the cards. It's the last corner of the game in the first 45 to BERKAYLION. Ball bouncing around the box! BERKAYLION leading into half-time with a 2-goal lead.
What a turnaround, eh? We joined the game with a goal against him, and just shows how quickly things can turn around for the young German. BERKAYLION. Great staging here.
Let those live shots play out there of the venue here in
Back
Riyadh.
to gameplay.
Well, you can see the impressive setup from home. Every player with their own pod, coaching device.
Been in a few of those pods as well. Very cosy.
Picked up a controller or?
Not yet. I've picked up the coaching device though.
There's Mark. Trailing 2-1 to ABOMAKKAH. Scored an unbelievable second goal. Little reverse elastico, pops it into the bottom corner. Fernandez, Mbappe will try and...
Every single player who plays against ABOMAKKAH is basically playing an away leg, even if you are playing at home on the scoreboard, because this crowd will jeer and boo when you're attacking. They will cheer when you lose the ball, and if ABOMAKKAH scores, well, even with the best noise-cancelling headphones, you will know about it, that's for certain.
You're basically playing against ABOMAKKAH than 100+ fans, aren't you? Every moment in the game. They are with their local pro player from Saudi Arabia, who looks to be on his way also to the knockout stages. Still obviously 3 more big rounds to be played. ABOMAKKAH will take on TEKKZ in round 5. Mark, is he onside?
No. It was nice FIFA. Up to the final pass where he just strayed offside. Mark 11.
2 games live at the moment, we should say, Rich, and there is BERKAYLION against Darkly 11. Both games are actually in the same part by about 5 in-game minutes. We're joining now, BERKAYLION.
Serious talent.
He's looking like the next big thing from Germany. I mean, not as big as Johnny, who is probably the tallest FIFA player I've ever seen. He's in action a little bit later on today in Group C, who's been superb.
ABOMAKKAH victory here, when you look at this group, puts him in a somewhat comfortable position. If you're thinking that MIKEJ is probably close to being eliminated, and then you're looking at just a couple of points here and there separating 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Well, 5th result stays the same, but we'll keep Mark on just 7 points. ABOMAKKAH would go up to 11. TEKKZ, as we know, running away with things, 17 points next to his name. ABOMAKKAH looking to make that a certain 11 points on the board. Cheeky chip! ABOMAKKAH looked to run away with the tie.
And they absolutely love it here. Every single person in attendance. Flags are waving. Fans are cheering. And ABOMAKKAH is relishing this opportunity to play in front of a hometown crowd.
Over to this game now, which is live. Only 69 minutes on the clock. BERKAYLION looking for one of his most convincing wins so far in this tournament. Goal 5 might be on the cards. Just locking it from Darkley. And after what was a positive start, Richard, a 2-0 win against his fellow countryman TEKKZ, how the tables have turned.
It's just been it's a real tough day for the competitors as well, it has to be said. Just given the situation that we've sort of been going through today. Momentum's not really a thing that you can take. Like, each individual game you have to address as a sole 90 minutes of FIFA. I think for Darkley, you're seeing sort of a tough start, and then you've also come up against it, in my eyes, what could be an E-World Cup quarter-finalist in BERKAYLION. The way that he plays, the way that he knocks the ball around, he's got different avenues of scoring as Darkley gets one back, but I just think it will be too little too late.
Yeah, not long left, is there, in that one? Let's jump over to Mark against ABOMAKKAH. ABOMAKKAH, as we know, leading 3-1, looking to cement himself in that second place spot in the group. Maybe 6 points away from TEKKZ, but still will be in the top 4.
Puts himself in a comfortable position, and it also puts Mark 11 in a little bit of a precarious position as well. Lingering on the drop zone, it has to be said. Just on the bubble.
My worry here, Richard, is if there's a world where ABOMAKKAH, let's just say, somehow finishes 4th, here's ABOMAKKAH again! Making it 4-1, maybe he won't finish 4th. But say just the tournament goes the way the tournament goes, Anders against ABOMAKKAH at some point in the round of 16, these local fans would have to choose a side. It'd probably be pretty easy, yes, but they've been a massive fan of Anders as well.
It's always ABOMAKKAH. And then maybe TEKKZ. TEKKZ gets a lot of love.
He's on the top 3.
Gets a lot of love from these fans.
I think what you're seeing, though, from a Mark point of view, just frustration as well. He's not really been able to get into his zone here in day 2 of the tournament.
We saw it at the Club World Cup. Confidence is a huge, huge factor for Mark 11. With Hollywood on day 2, they started playing better, they started clicking, and what happened? They performed what can only be described as a miracle to get out of a real tough group. He's not been able to pick up any momentum here. He's not been able to sort of get the ball rolling.
Well, there was another goal. Sorry to interrupt, Richard. BERKAYLION against Darkley. What a goal this was, sorry. I mean, where's the defenders first and foremost for Darkley? I understand he's got to go for the game. Just kept running. He kept running and running and running and said, you know what, I'll go this on my own. BERKAYLION, we can pretty much confirm, has also scored again.
Yeah.
6-2, this young German pro player leads.
In the replay, he got a 6th goal. Really shut everything Darkley can offer down.
Looking very convincing, is he? First in the FIFAe World Cup, full-time whistle there. BERKAYLION, a big 6-2 win. I mean, you saw that chance to Mark at the end. If you're timing things green and it's hitting the post, you know maybe it's not your day. That is round 2 confirmed and concluded, we can say, from Group A and B. But now it's back to Rachel and the guys on the couch.
Well, should we just enjoy those scenes there, Brandon? They are special. They love those lights and it, just celebrating ABOMAKKAH there. And they had a lot to celebrate, didn't they, Mike, after that result?
He earned the celebration. I mean, you see that chip goal. I mean, we might review some of the goals here, but I also think that gets him through Group B. 11 points, double digits. He doesn't need to do a lot here. I'm looking at what's happened and how many points are really available, who's chasing. I think he's sitting in a really good position. They should be happy.
I mean, what a special experience ABOMAKKAH is being treated to, playing here in front of not just your home fans, but home fans who really know and love FIFA esports.
I don't think you could ask for better circumstances or better motivation in order to come into a FIFAe World Cup. Don't think I've seen a support like that before in general, and it definitely gives him a big confidence boost, and it also makes it even harder for his opponents. He's a very, very good player, and he would definitely get wins regardless if it was here in this arena or not, but it's definitely helped him that he had the crowd behind him.
Well, we said we had a goal rush, didn't we, yesterday? 217 goals scored in all the groups there, Alex. He scored 4 for fun here as well, Mike. Alex, didn't he?
Yeah, there's a lot of good material. This is the goal that really got the crowd going. I don't know if they're going to have his reaction, but after he scores the chip, he kind of revs on the crowd, looks over to him, puts his hands in the air, and this is really a moment where all the momentum has gone against Mark. I don't think Mark felt like he had a comeback. Extra pass, why not? Middle of the pitch, dance, prance, finesse, finish. Everything collapsed for Mark, and everything is moving in the right direction for ABOMAKKAH.
And it's not possibly the right direction, is it, for Mark? He keeps saying, Alex, he's never been grouped here at a major event or at an event. At the moment, he's sitting in 5th, and he's got YUVAL next, who, again, YUVAL on his day can cast Mark aside, right?
Yeah, YUVAL on his day definitely can cause issues for Mark. I also want to offer my sympathies for Mark, though, because not only have we got the crowd here, which, yeah, playing against that, as you said, probably never had to do it before in his career, but also that game did have a lot of stop and starts. They were out, they were back in, and for you to even deal with that along with the crowd, it is going to be very difficult for Mark, and I think that kind of came across in that performance ever so slightly for him. So sympathies there, but he's got to bounce back. He's got to start picking up points, and next up for him is YUVAL, which, as you rightly said, YUVAL's got the capability of beating anyone here in this tournament.
But in that position as well, you probably couldn't ask for a better spot for Mark. If you win, you're going to jump ahead of YUVAL. You can actually impact and dictate what happens in your group. You're not at a point where we need draws, you need losses, you need wins, you need help. You can still impact everything directly, which is all you can really ask for at a tournament of this stature.
And both Mark and YUVAL, of course, are trying to bounce back from losses. YUVAL was just defeated there to TEKKZ. So after 7 rounds, finally I can say that one. Let's 14 points now leapfrogged over TEKKZ. TEKKZ on 12, as is BERKAYLION live 7. MONTAXER and Darkly both on 6. Group A is looking very interesting. Group B then, TEKKZ on 17. Well, he's not getting grouped, is he, this year? ABOMAKKAH on 11, DFERNANDES and YUVAL on 9. Mark on 7. Mike is adrift at the bottom of the table on 3 points. On day 2, he still is yet to pick up another point. Mike's also got ABOMAKKAH next. Ouch, I wouldn't want to be Mike, but he loves the crowd just as much as the local man does. So let's get straight into this matchup then. TEKKZ taking on MONTAXER. TEKKZ looking to bounce back after that defeat to STINGRAY. Right, Brandon, Richard, are you ready with this one? Can TEKKZ bounce back?
Well, if you're a Portugal fan, you hope he will be after actually beating MONTAXER 1-0 yesterday in this very matchup. And it looks as if, you could argue, Rich, TEKKZ's just sort of fell into a little bit of a slump. Only by 1 game, though. He did win his first game.
What we said about TEKKZ for the last 2 weeks, too many draws. I think he took that to heart.
It just completely changed his play style, didn't he?
Win or loss for TEKKZ, and that's what you can do. If you win half your games, lose half your games, you're on 15 points, you're guaranteed through. As for MONTAXER, points essential for the young Italian. We've seen a little bit of MONTAXER throughout this year, Alex, joining us for this game. Saw him at the Serie A. We've seen him numerous ECL tournaments as well. We know he's got quality, but offensively is where he's just lacked a little bit throughout the group stages here.
Yeah, he's not had a good time of it so far, trying to put that ball in the back of the net. And top 4 at Serie A, and the times that I have seen him, I've backed him every single time to win that tournament. And he's just fallen short in those final hurdles. He needs to dig deep. He needs to try and find results out of nothing in these remaining 3 games. And for his troubles, he is facing against a TEKKZ, which, yes, STINGRAY beat him relatively comfortable then. TEKKZ has looked very dominant over the last few remaining games. As it is going to be the man himself, the one, the only. Spoke about him being dominant, and he starts off on that front foot, Brandon.
Yeah, I think TEKKZ also is the only one that's got 2 coaches. He's got a Spanish coach, and he's got a Portuguese coach behind him. chucking him all the way through to the knockouts, as we said. 30 World Cup. He's always made it out the group stages. It looks like, well, the third time of asking that won't be a question for him. YUVAL against Mark. Mark looking for a run of form after a difficult first 2 games, a draw and a defeat. It's not helping him at all. For YUVAL, big 2-0 win and a very difficult game against TEKKZ. How does he pick himself back up, YUVAL, after that TEKKZ match? Look, I mean, when you play TEKKZ, you're always in for a tough game regardless.
You are, and I mentioned it yesterday, how I felt that YUVAL TEKKZ is very much a confidence type of game. Whoever went on to win that match yesterday would kind of take that group into their control, and it was TEKKZ, and he's done it again today against YUVAL. How does he bounce back? Well, just going out and doing what YUVAL does best, which is putting that pressure on the opponent, trapping the opponent in as soon as they receive that ball. We know he's phenomenal in the pressing area. He can score goals for fun as well. And in the process, Mark's just had a bad result himself. He wasn't happy with that game against ABOMAKKAH. So this is probably a perfect time for him to say, look, I can seal my fate. I can put myself into that top 2 position with a victory against Mark. But you mentioned there about TEKKZ, Brandon. I do want to give credit to both of the English players in these groups, TEKKZ and STINGRAY. Both of them right now are scoring goals, not conceding, and are looking unbelievable.
I think for YUVAL, he's sort of, because he's not being, I'm going to say they were consistent in his performances, he's found himself in a little bit of a precarious position in this group.
You enjoyed that?
Where if he doesn't play to the best of his ability, he might find himself struggling as DFERNANDES Panenka's right down the throat of TEKKZ and squanders a pretty glorious opportunity.
He must be feeling confident. Panenka down the middle against TEKKZ, but TEKKZ matches up well, and it doesn't surprise me from what we've seen so far. TEKKZ beat DFERNANDES 2-1 yesterday. Could have easily been 1-0 down there.
Yeah, you're showing that you are confident going with that Panenka. It's a risky manoeuvre, and the risk did not pay off there for DFERNANDES. Just got a glance at the coach, head in hands at that point, saying, why? Why? Just put it in the corner and ask more questions.
You just have a deeper look at Group B. YUVAL 9 points, DFERNANDES 9 points, Mark 11, 7. DFERNANDES was able to get a result here. It puts him on 12. And it just starts to create that little bit of distance as he does open the scoring. The YOGO Esports representative against TEKKZ of Fnatic. TEKKZ, maybe you start to see maybe taking foot off the gas ever so slightly. He's on 17 points. He's through no matter what. Like, you would have to, I don't think he can actually be caught at this point.
You could even just say he's guaranteed top 2. I don't even think he drops down further than that.
So it really is quite interesting, this group, and starting to see how matches do take shape. YUVAL and Mark, let's head over there because this is a 4v5 clash. 9 points versus 7 points respectively. You win this game, you put yourself in a really good position. As for the loser, you're still in it, but it just becomes a little bit harder.
Well, stay with this one for just the closing stages of the first half. YUVAL against Mark 11. You're right to say, Richard, 2 players desperate for a run of form in the last 3 rounds. This is round 8 for those that have just joined. There's Mark 11. Couple of step overs, tries to poke it through. Big save needed from the goalkeeper. That will do us for half time. Let's go. DFERNANDES against TEKKZ, if we can check in there very quickly. Still, I believe the scoreline is DFERNANDES leading by a goal to 0. We'll check into this one first, though. Darkly needed something to smile about after a poor start to day 2. Scores against LEKS, the French player that is struggling to score.
He's not looked great, has LEKS, it's got to be said. And I believe someone out of the 3 of us commentating here had him winning the group.
I think I may have got wrong in my statement there. I look back at my notes and what I submitted as the official application, and I believe I had STINGRAY, actually.
The official application?
Yeah.
Is it a CV?
I had LEKS to do well. I know that for sure.
Unfortunately for him, and for any French FIFA fan out there, it's just not been happening for him.
sure they'll be trying to back Stingray probably if his FC Lorient running the E-League One. Speaking of Stingray, there's been a goal in his game against BERKAYLION. This German youngster, 18 years of age, in his first ever FIFAe World Cup, is looking insane. I'll get your thoughts now in a second, Alex. Before that, we've got an equaliser here. TEKKZ, offside trap played. TEKKZ back in the tie.
Yeah, lovely layoff there from TEKKZ. Time and composure. Goalkeeper nearly getting something on it, but either way, back into the tie. TEKKZ won't mind either way. And you go and say about BERKAYLION, I've had the joy of watching over his gameplay many times. A player that is fearless, so aggressive in wanting to go forward, the driven balls, as we see another opportunity for TEKKZ coming through.
Right for TEKKZ. There's those ball rolls, scoop turn, it's in around the box, reverse elastico. TEKKZ looking dangerous, wins a call. Goes for a goal kick, sorry, in the end. TEKKZ, I'm hearing noise from his booth. What does that mean, I hear you ask? TEKKZ is scoring goals and he's looking like a completely different FIFA player in best of one FIFA. MONTAXER is having a stinker of a day, unfortunately. He's got so much to do. ABOMAKKAH, the local hero, is beating MIKEJ, and you can argue it's the same storyline. Group B, MIKEJ not looking good. Go over in Group A, MONTAXER really struggling.
Yeah, I think we've been sort of perceived that MONTAXER, LEKS, Darkley are well out of it. Group A is so fascinating. You've got three players who are in 14, 12 and 12. STINGRAY, TEKKZ, BERKAYLION, who are all flying. And then LEKS, MONTAXER and Darkley is 7, 6, 6. There is three players there with one spot to play for, and it is so fascinating. A man who is not leaving anything to chance. DFERNANDES leading against TEKKZ, something nobody's able to see out to this point.
Last chance of the half. Into the break we shall go. TEKKZ trailing. ABOMAKKAH against MIKEJ. ABOMAKKAH just picked up his first win in day 2. He's on 11 points as it stands currently. Looking to put some pressure on TEKKZ, looking to ensure that he gets through to the knockout stages. ABOMAKKAH still. So much time, so much space. MIKEJ, where is your defence?
I've got a feeling MIKEJ's head is very much back in Australia right now. He seems like he is done here in this tournament. Just no emotion there back from that, but credit where credit is due from ABOMAKKAH. Goalkeeper comes rushing out, he doesn't panic, he takes that time, looking for that heel to ball roll, just working it past the goalkeeper and ensuring he's in a very commanding position.
Well, let's go to another matchup. STINGRAY, BERKAYLION. TEKKZ coming in for an attack very quickly here. Defended well by DFERNANDES. It's in Group A, this one. STINGRAY has had 2 wins on the board so far. Was yet to concede a goal in day 2. Did score 6 in total up to this point. It's looking like a guarantee that he's into the knockout stages again. Got round of 16 last time out in Copenhagen. Looking to build upon that. BERKAYLION, though, as we know, makes it very difficult.
He leapfrogs him in the table as well. If he was to win this game, BERKAYLION, he would go to 15 points. STINGRAY's on 14. And on goal difference, I believe he goes top of the table, BERKAYLION, even with TEKKZ winning. So a really interesting group starting to take shape here. The top 3 are going to be there no matter what. However, it's that bottom 3 which could get ever so tight as we head into our final 2 games.
Last chance of the half for STINGRAY. Brilliant piece of goalkeeper movement just a second ago. BERKAYLION, another great piece of defending. Oh no, the counter-attack. He was off his line, was brave, had to be. Just about able to get that clear. Half-time here, no added time. There's enough time for this one though for STINGRAY. Back post is there, well played. Very well played from STINGRAY, back in the tie at half-time.
Ginormous goal there for Stingray. On the stroke of half-time, the cross coming in at that back stick. Composure at its finest. And BERKAYLION is the first person to score against Stingray in the last 4 games. Both of these players looking to cancel each other out.
So jump across to mark 11. He's able to take the lead against YUVAL. That's a massive game for him, by the way. Only 1 point from 4. Sorry, 1 point from 6, sorry, in today's matches. He did beat YUVAL 4-0 yesterday, so he has already got the Israeli FIFA Pros number. Over to this one, ABOMAKKAH, MIKEJ. This is live as it stands, nearly 40 minutes into the game. I think you're right, Alex. It could be maybe the end of the road for the Australian. We're still sitting rock bottom of this group.
Could be facing a situation here with both Australian players not going through. YUVAL and mark 11 look to be the potential playoff here, as we've got not long left to go in that game. We've got 6 points left to play for after this matchup. DFERNANDES, this is a 6 points for DFERNANDES that you don't think, a 3 point should I say, that you don't think's there. Like, you're coming up against TEKKZ in a great vein of form. You're mid-table, and granted, every game you know that you go into thinking, yeah, I can win this, but in the back of your mind, you take a draw, you take a tight game. But even the biggest Diego Jota Esports fans don't imagine a win coming your way. We're going to see the final stages between TEKKZ and MONTAXER. What a turnaround from TEKKZ, it has to be said. This will be 15 points. He's won his last 5 games after losing his opening 2.
Well, this was the game yesterday that changed his run of form. MONTAXER has found a way back into the tie. Is there enough time for him to turn it round? No, there will not be. 90 minutes on the clock. MONTAXER, things are starting to get interested for him, but you're right, they are still very much in the race. That 4th spot is open in that group, Rich.
It is. LEKS, MONTAXER, Darkly. Tiebreaker situation could come into play.
It seems to be which player wants to go out there and take it for the winning. It's kind of like all 3 players at the minute are just saying, go on, you can have it. I'll just hold back ever so slightly.
Well, this is a big win. Darkly against LEKS. LEKS still struggling to create, let alone win games of FIFA. Added time done there. That's the full-time big win on the board for Darkly. Let's jump somewhere else to conclude another game. YUVAL against mark 11. This one's got 87 minutes on the clock. This could be a big one for YUVAL. Start of the day of a win against ABOMAKKAH. 2 defeats on the bounce again. The inconsistency is just a bit weird from YUVAL.
Mark overlaps him as well with this victory. It puts him on 10 points, and it puts YUVAL in an elimination situation.
Let's not forget as well that Mark still has, as his last game to play, his Australian counterpart of Mike, which, from what we're seeing in that ABOMAKKAH game, MIKEJ seems down and out. So all of it passes over to mark 11 and says, this is over to you. Can you take that top 4 spot comfortably?
Well, we knew that Stingray was in a bit of a game. This is full time here. It will be Mark that picks up a massive win against YUVAL. As we were saying, BERKAYLION was leading against Stingray. Stingray came back in the tie, and then Stingray wants 9 points from 9 apparently. 20 minutes left on the clock. Step over into the perfect exit for R9. We jump this one here. Is the TEKKZ unbeaten streak about to end? It is. I know he's already through regardless. He's got 17 points on the board, but there are points to be won around him. DFERNANDES, big 3 points if he can hold on to that.
Yeah, ginormous 3 points there. Does have 13 minutes remaining though, where TEKKZ will be throwing everything at the kitchen sink as he looks to work that one off across. And maybe we shouldn't write him off so quickly, Brandon. 3-2 DFERNANDES with his back up against the wall, looking comfortable, but TEKKZ bounces back straight away. Going back to that Stingray goal as well against BERKAYLION. Just the confidence to take those defenders on and just get that strike off quickly. He doesn't hesitate, he's so aggressive and forward thinking in those areas that BERKAYLION too slow to react. And it is 15 minutes on the clock here. Plenty of time remaining in these games. And BERKAYLION looking to knock on that door to at least try and take all points shared between both of these players.
BERKAYLION. Let's see some pulling. Looking to be the next right start coming out from Germany. Quick corner played in, 2 hands on it from the goalkeeper. Thank you very much. There are 2 games in the exact same timing as it stands right now. You've got Stingray against BERKAYLION, you've got TEKKZ against DFERNANDES. Big save again, BERKAYLION still trying to do what he can do. We'll leave that one for a second because TEKKZ is keen to keep his unbeaten record intact. If he can pull a goal back here, he's got 7 minutes, he will create, he will get another couple of chances.
It's a nice 3 points or 1 point for TEKKZ. It's a huge 2 points dropped for DFERNANDES given the state of this group.
Good defending again, possession in his hands. Nothing silly here from DFERNANDES. Massive switch of play. Was it needed? It's defended. So running race between him and Cristiano Ronaldo. Doesn't need to score. Doesn't need another goal. Big win for DFERNANDES. Perfect time for it to come in round 8 with still 2 more games to be played. I mean, there's no better confidence boost than that, is there, gentlemen?
Just puts him well and truly in a comfortable position in this group when you start to look at what could be taking shape in the last couple of rounds. Only 6 points remaining to play for after this matchup.
I'm sure Too Good to talk a thing or two about how long you've got on a corner.
Nothing from the best in that area.
Every second out the time. From DFERNANDES. Why not? He's desperate for points and I can't blame him. This is the FIFAe World Cup. 2 minutes added time though. Possession still in the hands of DFERNANDES. TEKKZ can somehow scoop this one up and just drive forward. There might be a chance. No, I don't think there will be. Corner. No rush at all. As there has been full time elsewhere in the Stingray game. Big turnaround for him. 3 wins from 3 today. Just making sure, isn't he, Alex? Getting everyone to take the corner, I think.
I don't blame him. Take every little bit of time on the clock. Keep it down in this corner and get yourself a well-deserved 3 points against a player that has not been beaten so far.
Full time, please, referee. There we have it. DFERNANDES, big 3 points on the board. TEKKZ may have lost his first game, but still, it's an impressive 17 points on the board as it currently stands right now. I believe we are mainly all in full-time results from all of the games. That's round 8 concluded, Richard, but there's still a few more question marks. There's still a few more spots to be played for, especially 4th and 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Group A is really starting to look tasty with 4th, 5th and 6th all still in the running for that pivotal position. 4th is where you want to be. 5 and 6, your E-World Cup comes to a close. Rachel, back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rich. Well, maybe we shouldn't be too worried just yet, but Alex, you were calling that last matchup. TEKKZ were just starting to see the first little signs of weaknesses there. Did you read into it that much after what you saw against DFERNANDES?
No, not so much. I think for TEKKZ, he knows job's done. You know, we've not got grouped at this World Cup, which for TEKKZ is great. Yes, he's going to want that top spot for definite, so he's going to keep pushing in the remaining games. I think that game just maybe meant a little bit more for DFERNANDES to kind of secure himself a bit more of a stronger chance at top 4.
Yeah, he's currently sat in second, but because the ABOMAKKAH MIKEJ match hasn't finished, that could change. Aggie, Mike, a question on YUVAL. He said Tech showing signs of weakness. He's showing the most signs of weakness here after yet another defeat.
I enjoy watching him play. It's got to be said. YUVAL's all or nothing in every single match. Either wins big, loses big, concedes goals, scores goals. It reminds me of Stokes in some ways. We talk about Stokes a lot. Whether you love him, you hate him, you fall somewhere in between, you will be entertained.
Yeah, it's nice to watch him play, but I just don't back him to go very far if you don't have that consistency. I mean, it's good you win one game, but if you lose the next one big, it's just not going to be enough in the end, I feel like. But he's still in a good position to go through. And maybe if you adjust a few things, they could be better for him. But he got to be more consistent because there's no room for those mistakes when you come to the last 16.
Have you seen anything now, Aggie, that you think he could adjust?
Well, not conceding that many goals. I mean, his offense is great, and like he's a top player, but it's just about if you get behind with one goal, don't risk it too fast. Just take it easy, I guess.
What is that the sign of? Lack of
It's lack of experience. I don't like his patience and his structure is what's kind of missing. We could talk about TEKKZ, and we'll take him for example. Win or lose, it's usually always a close game. It does bother me, similar to what August was saying, especially if you want to make a long-term run in the tournament. You want to have those major results. You got to have levels of consistency, and you have to be able to win or grind out results. It's just a matter of how it works. You're not going to have easy games all the way through. You're always going to face adversity. There's got to be some sort of fight back, bounce back. And a lot of that comes down to structure and defense.
I also feel like having an advanced play style is harder to actually perform offline rather than online.
Well, he has to start performing though, doesn't he, right now in this massive LAN event, which is the World Cup. Spen, you are down there for us though after these rounds of fixtures. Who are you talking to?
I am with Mark 11, who is now Australia's final hope. Unfortunately, his compatriot Mike is not going to make it through even if he wins his next 2 games. We're trying to do the maths on your position here, Mark, but we know one thing, that win in your last game was essential.
Yeah, that was a big win. I think I beat him yesterday. It's my only win yesterday. It's my only win today. So hopefully I can get one more win on the board today.
So you've got to play your fellow Australian Mike still, but you've also got to play TEKKZ. Do you think you need to win both those games?
I think I have to at least draw to TEKKZ minimum. He's the best player in the group. He's on 17 points. I need at least a draw or even probably a win. If YUVAL or Finland win both their games, I'm probably in trouble.
Well, he did just lose last game, so he is human, so best of luck to you. But yeah, Mark's got to do some work to get out of this group. He is Australia's final hope. The games are back underway. Let's get into them.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Back underway. Here we go. Then round 9 in Group A and Group B. Darkly against STINGRAY. Is kicked off, and so is BERKAYLION against MONTAXER.
See if STINGRAY can pick up where he left off. He's looking for the whole hog today. He's looking for the 15 out of 15.
What a day it would be for him. Yesterday, look at the run that he had in STINGRAY compared to today. So different. 8 points he had. Now he's already beaten that in just 3 games. Just good offensively. Defensively, he's also been so solid.
Got another game underway. BERKAYLION and MONTAXER. That one also in Group A. As we've got a very special guest joining us for a little bit of around the grounds commentary. Spencer, you've been on the ground getting the verdicts from people. I still don't know with Mark. He doesn't look like he did last week or even the week before. He just seems a bit I can't put my finger on it. There's a word to describe him, and I don't know the word.
Well, he's only won 2 games, Richard. That's the big problem. In fact, between the 2 Australians now, probably 16 games between them, 2 wins. Both of them come from Mark, neither from Mike. So I think Mark had a bit of pressure on him, but he's kept saying this whole "I don't get group" thing. And he might have some work to do. If we assume, which we shouldn't, but if we assume he's going to beat Mike, he's still got to get a result against TEKKZ. And he's kind of relying on Fernandez to drop some points, who's been unbeaten today. In fact, unbeaten in the last 4 games. So it's not looking good for the Aussie.
Someone else is not looking good for is MONTAXER, who could be 1-0 down from a mistake like this. Recovers well, but can't quite hold possession. BERKAYLION trying to make it difficult for the Italian. The 6 rock bottom of Group A. Nothing to smile about so far here in day 2, and he just can't get out of the box at the moment. So much pressure on him. Well, STINGRAY is in action against Darkly, as you would have seen. We teased you about STINGRAY maybe going for 4 wins on the bounce. That looks to be the case, as you can see from the replay. Headers and volleys from STINGRAY has been played. The ball's constantly in the air. He's knocking it down. He's looking for the bounces. What performance from him today?
Yeah, we're seeing vintage STINGRAY right here. And if he can keep this form going in to the knockouts, I think he could make a serious deep run in this event. And I was thinking as I was talking to Mark about how the Aussies are getting on, I was thinking from an English standpoint, our boys are doing pretty good. I mean, TEKKZ is going to make it out of the group. STINGRAY is going to make it out of the group. Bit of pressure on Stokes later on if we're going to see him get through. But he's given himself a chance. We could see all the Brits progress.
Which something that probably not all the nations can do. We've got a Portuguese player in action here. There's 3 in the tournament. I don't see a world in which all 3 go through. I think for the Aussies, you might not even get 2 through.
Yeah, we've got the 3 Portuguese. They're in these 2 groups, actually. And obviously, TEKKZ's going to make it. I think Darkly might make it, and Fernandez is going to make it. So I reckon 2 of the 3 minimum. It's not bad from them at all.
Just looking at sort of representation at the World Cup. Well, England have got 3 players, Portugal got 3 players, the Netherlands have got 3 players.
All in the same group as well.
For once, Germany aren't actually the dominated nation that they have been in past years.
It's true.
A German player might go as far as any of them, though. BERKAYLION has been a very, very serious customer. Still 0-0 in his match against MONTAXER.
Another game has just kicked off after this attack does come in from STINGRAY. It's TEKKZ in action against LEKS. The French player LEKS is also in a little bit of a rat race in the Group A. Struggling to score goals. Look at his results today. He's only scored 1 goal. So something needs to change there pretty soon for the French player.
And you're also playing against a TEKKZ that just looks completely re-energized, rejuvenated. He almost reborn, being completely honest, from the performances that we saw in the last 2 tournaments.
I mean, I'll put my hand up right now and say, after those first 2 games, I was very much of the TEKKZ's done camp. This is the last time we're going to see him at this level. He's had a really rough few weeks. And even if that had been the case, and he kept losing, it would have actually been quite harsh from me, because, yeah, you can look at the tournaments and say, okay, they've not got other groups, but to get to 3 tournaments is unreal. Even Mark in the same boat, you know, he might not make it out today. But it's unbelievable to make it to 3 World Cups. So many great players not at any, and I think TEKKZ just made me sort of shut up and realise the guy is different.
If you think of how many people started the year wanting to play competitive FIFA, it comes to be in the thousands. Signing up, getting to the elite division in Rivals, registering for the FGS. This is the best 24. It's truly the top 0.01% of FIFA talent. The margins are so slim that you can, especially in a one-legged game of FIFA, that's 12 minutes each match. It's so tightly contested. And what TEKKZ does year on year on year is what nobody else really can ever achieve.
Well, this game is still yet to conclude. This is from the previous rounds, and rub sort into the wounds of MIKEJ. It looks to be 3-0 to ABOMAKKAH. But back to your point, you know, there's always that chat about how difficult it can be competing at the high level. Obrun, back-to-back World Cups. Anders VEJRGANG, back-to-back World Cups. We see again, as you said, Obrun, TEKKZ Nicholas. Nicholas not missed an World Cup in what, 5, 6 years?
Yes, 6 years.
It's ridiculous. To be that consistent every single year, even with the lows and highs of competitive FIFA. This game is still in the 57th minute. There was a small technical difficulty in this round 8.
So, technically, Mike J scores 4.
He's still in it.
Maybe. I don't see it happening, but he's still, on a technicality, got 9 points left to play for in this group, because this, what you're seeing on the screen, is a round 8 fixture. The reason you've not seen TEKKZ and Mark 11, DFERNANDES, ABOMAKKAH's next game, we're holding those fixtures until this one has concluded, so we're all aligned correctly.
Just think mentally for Mike J, it's power shot. Mentally, it's just going to be too much. But Arsenal 3-0 down with that time left in the game. Back to Stingray against Darkley. This one's in the second half. Stingray still leading. Looking to find his third clean sheet of day 2. And the only other matchup is LEKS against TEKKZ. That's 0-0. Currently in this round. Stingray. Lots of space down this left-hand side. As far as Milinkovic-Savic. Big tackle, there's been a goal in the ABOMAKKAH Mike J game. He scored. Is he on his way?
To be fair, I think when I said earlier that he was out, it was based on that result, and it hasn't actually finished. Like, you're completely right. It would take, I mean, because based on everything he said to us, and the manner in his body language and everything we've seen from him, it basically tells us he doesn't really care that much. There's no way you come back if you don't care at this point.
It would take 6 red velvet cakes,
at least,
maybe 7, to get him over the line in that game. But there is 20 minutes left in it. 3-1. He trails. BERKAYLION against MONTAXER. This is live in the game. BERKAYLION looking to go 1 goal to the good for the German. Oh, the cutback was there. MONTAXER also was defensively.
I love the use of the player lock. He faked it, he then went on his own. But just coming up the other end here, MONTAXER, the chance still on. We do have goals to show you, but we'll just wait for this attack to build up and see if it results in a goal. Good save. Where are we headed, Brandon? We got goals.
Yeah, we have got goals to show you. LEKS TEKKZ in a second. Before that, Darkley Stingray. Stingray's fortunately conceded in that one. Darkley fighting for all the points he can get to stay in that top 4. That's 1-1. As soon as we've got the goal from LEKS against TEKKZ, we'll show you which way that result has gone. 73 minutes in the clock between ABOMAKKAH and Mike J. Still does remain the same at 3-1. Which way has the goal gone? Has it gone the way of the French player? It has, of Olympique Lyon.
Hugely important goal for the youngster. We'll put him on double figures if he can see it out. TEKKZ's not been losing games. He's lost 1 in his last 6 games. So it'd be very impressive and much needed victory for the Frenchman. If he doesn't get it, it might even be too late, to be fair. So he needs to get it, but he's doing what's needed. Look, it's easy to say he's not won much or scored much, but he's also not lost that much either. He's been drawing a few too many.
Curse of the draws.
Exactly.
That goes into half-time. LEKS is leading 1-0. We did have a goal back. We painted a picture of a comeback story. Unfortunately for Mike J, ABOMAKKAH gets a 4th and puts the tie pretty much to bed. 30 minutes left to play here. Just, you might be a little bit confused at home. This is a round 9 fixture, so in this group, this is Darkley against Stingray. It will be 1 point apiece with 3 points left to play for.
And the fact that TEKKZ's losing means a draw is not even a bad result for Stingray. He stays top. You know, depending on the head-to-head record, he might not even need any more points after he gets 18. But I do think we will see him top the group in the end.
Last 8 minutes in this one of the repeated fixture. Stingray did win yesterday. 3-1. This is in Group A. Darkley timed it green, big save.
even just there, the goalkeeper movement, shifted him across to make sure that he read the movement, he read the strike pattern from Darkley. I do think Stingray's, maybe because the group he's in, it's not necessarily a group of death, and he's sort of just been going about his business very quietly, but he's putting up a serious display.
Is he the sort of player that you think will be more dangerous when it gets to the two legs as well? Or do you think this suits him and his attacking sort of style?
I don't necessarily think he's suited by two legs. I don't think he improves, but I also don't think he regresses, so to say. He will continue the way that he's playing. He will continue that fine form. We'll see some closing stages here and shots of ABOMAKKAH and MIKEJ. Crowd like that one.
Well, that's round 8. That's the last game in round 8 concluded. I think that could be the last game of MIKEJ's FIFAe World Cup. He'll still play 2 more rounds, but it just won't be mathematically possible for him to get a top 4 spot in the knockout stages. Any time to follow. ABOMAKKAH, though, big 3 points on the board for him. But just back to that point you were saying about Stingray, even without this result on paper, he's got the same point tally as TEKKZ. 17 points, both of those two. Looking good for the UK FIFA scene.
Yep, it's in good hands for sure. I think he has crept under the radar a little bit this tournament, less pressure and the lower ranking. It suited him, I think. Even with no one in his corner, he can't even say he's done any worse. I mean, ironically, the player that's matching him has got his old coach.
TEKKZ pulled a goal back. What do we say about LEKS drawing too many games? It looks to be the case for the French pro player there. This also could be a 0-0. MONTAXER, this doesn't do him any favours either. He needs to go for the game.
If LEKS draws that game and Darkley finds a way to beat Stingray, that's LEKS out. So LEKS really needs to be winning this and hoping as well Darkley doesn't pick up a win.
Wow. That's why you're on the commentary.
That's maths. I'm the Rachel Riley of FIFA, really.
Reuter.
I think you've got a future in that. I think there's potential there.
Second, I thought that was going to be a penalty for MONTAXER. Into the pause we shall go. Not long left in that game. Let's go and check out LEKS against TEKKZ, because as Spencer Riley said, there's a lot riding on this.
And he will know as well, LEKS. He'll know all the permutations. I'm pretty sure his entire camp will just win outright, just try and pick up as many points as possible, but could just maybe get in his head a little bit if he knows that the tournament could be over here if you don't get a win, if results don't go your way.
The newspaper headline writer in me really wanted to see a LEKS versus TEKKZ match-up in the knockouts, but I don't think it's going to happen, chaps. I don't think it's going to happen. It's a real shame from a just purely banter standpoint, really. LEKS can do something here in the dying embers. Can he get it in? He's actually got more time than I thought. Still got 30 minutes on the clock, so it's not right off the Frenchman just yet. Darkley Stingray's about to come to a close, and that helps LEKS. The fact that Darkley's not looking like he's going to pick up 3 points there. So he's very much still in it, but he does need to score. And what I'm fascinated by with TEKKZ and his resurgence is, can he now, because we know he's a stronger two-legged player, can he now convert back to what he needs to do to become the TEKKZ of old and see those games out over 2 legs? Or could it actually hurt him in the long run?
I do seriously wonder what happened last night with his coach and team around him, because he came out like a completely different player in the 1v1s, as we said. And just looking at LEKS' his history, 4 draws he's had. This could be number 5. Full-time result between Darkley and Stingray. That will give Stingray 18 points. There's been a bigger goal in the MONTAXER BERKAYLION game.
Wow.
If MONTAXER's got this goal, it suddenly throws this group up.
It makes
because
it crazy.
MONTAXER will go to 9 points. Darkley will still remain in that conversation.
Look at the
time here,
wow.
MONTAXER has bagged a massive goal for the Italian.
Well, you know what they say, Brandon, there's 2 things that are certain in life, death and MONTAXERs. So it doesn't really work, but you can take it. He scored a goal, well done to him.
And it still keeps him in. And there's this, the headline from MONTAXER right there. He goes into that last game with a real chance of going through.
It's actually so wide open because of this LEKS game is really interesting. If he scores and beats TEKKZ, he'd go on to 10 points. MONTAXER will be on 9 points. Darkley will be on 10 points. Going into the last game, any one of those players could go through or out, which is really quite interesting.
Well, Darkley plays MONTAXER as well, as you said, in the last round of play there, which shakes things up even more. That is MONTAXER's first win of the day. Coming into that, he lost and he drew his last 3 matches.
And what's really interesting, is that obviously MONTAXER beat Darkley in that fixture yesterday. So actually, suddenly, out of nowhere, Darkley looks like he could be leaving. If it happens again. Of course, it doesn't always repeat itself, you know.
Well, as the table stand, as we said, in that bottom 3, Darkley's obviously confirmed. He's on 10 points, MONTAXER's on 9. When this game does conclude, LEKS will be on 8 points, unless LEKS can go and win the game. If he can, he'll be on 10, and suddenly we're looking at that round 5 fixture with a lot more on the line.
I think he has to win it, though, to be honest. I've done the full maths on it, but I think the draw wouldn't be enough because he can only finish on the most of 11 then, and you'd have 2 lads that could get more than that in their play each other. So unless they drew, it would then go down to head-to-head. So from LEKS' standpoint, what he needs not only is to win this game, but he really needs someone in his corner telling him
you've got to go for it.
Change the way you play, open up a bit, which is risky against TEKKZ, but the game's the game, son.
Well, LEKS, can you keep your FIFAe World Cup alive here? Mbappe into Pele, no way through. TEKKZ playing dangerously along the back line.
There's obviously Group A, so whoever goes through will be playing people from Group C. Looking like Johnny, who's leading that group right now, could win it. RVP Legend looked very dangerous until he dropped off yesterday. Oberon, there's some good players in there. If you can finish top, which TEKKZ still can, with a win here and another good result, that's going to help you.
Yeah, you set yourself up nicely, it's got to be said. I'm just... can't take my eyes off what LEKS is doing here. I mean, the pressure hasn't really been there.
It feels like this is a real kind of opportunity for LEKS. Like, we haven't covered him greatly. He's not had a lot of airtime. He's new. It's his first E-World Cup. Beat TEKKZ here. Not only do you keep the narrative alive, you kind of announce yourself on the scene a little bit when everyone's watching. So, challenge over to you, my son.
And we're just seeing a round 9 fixture underway here. This is MIKEJ and YUVAL. The changes have come in here for LEKS. It's a 3-4-2-1. He's all gone all out attack. Let's head back over there. We've only got a few minutes remaining. And it is LEKS who needs a goal.
I've just looked over my right shoulder. I can see LEKS's pod. I don't think they've got any idea of what is going on in that group. There was no communication saying you have to go and win this game. You have to go and push on for those extra 2 points on the board. 89 minutes on the clock now. TEKKZ is building for that last attack, that last chance of the game. There's Mbappe. TEKKZ scores this.
Goal kick.
Goes for a goal kick. There's a minute left of additional time. That ball needs to go forward now. Oh no. Oh no, LEKS has just given away not just possession, but also his chances of the FIFAe World Cup knockout stages. Head in hands moment for LEKS. TEKKZ's off his feet. And you got to see that again on the replay, Richard Buckley. That's basics!
He just passed it short. He went to try and build up the attack. LEKS's E-World Cup comes to a crashing halt. Mathematically, as it currently stands, he's on 7 points.
Look at the reaction.
He's out.
Heartbreak from LEKS. Sometimes you can get a little bit lazy, even the best players just giving away possession there from the goal kick. MIKEJ against YUVAL is a round 9 matchup. MIKEJ, as we know, is out of the tournament. Speaking of our commentary team, Spencer's subbed out, Mike LaBelle subbed in. Mike, you're joining us at a great time here. We're jumping in, obviously, to these round 9 matches. Round 10 is only around the corner.
There's a lot happening. I'm surprised. I don't know that I necessarily anticipated Group A and Group B kind of going into the end and it mattering so much. You see a lot of space here. ABOMAKKAH stepping into that space, kind of adding to the arsenal, adding to the results today, adding some additional emphasis.
With that result, he puts on 17 points. He's up there with TEKKZ. in terms of the performance from Group B. Your attention has to be Mark 11 and YUVAL. Both of those two players, 1 point separating them. YUVAL taking on Mark's countryman in MIKEJ.
It's crazy that we sit here and there's a world where the #1 player in Europe could be eliminated in the group stages.
This is also my point, though, where I don't always go into world rankings. I don't like online as the major indicator of where somebody places in the world, because we know it comes down to what can you get done in person, and the energy, the ambiance, the pressure, everything all inclusive, the gameplay. It's a little bit different in person. A LAN environment is different.
Well, round 9, as we said, is concluded over in Group A. It's just Group B that needs to catch up. Speaking of catching up, DFERNANDES back in the tie against ABOMAKKAH.
He's letting them know about it as well.
Boo from the fans there. ABOMAKKAH's faithful, you could argue. They're going to be spewing them on through this round 9 game. Jump back here. MIKEJ, YUVAL, last chance of the half. And that will do us a half-time. As we know, MIKEJ is out of the tournament, but he still could play his part in two people's tournament statuses, YUVAL, and then he plays fellow countryman Mark in the last game of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating end to the day, it has to be said. MIKEJ and YUVAL, that is half-time 0-0. We are 20 minutes into DFERNANDES and ABOMAKKAH. As for TEKKZ and Mark 11, just having a look over to their booth, I can see STINGRAY stood behind TEKKZ. I see Zach Marr off his feet. I see Jay Denman off his feet. I don't think that game's anywhere close to being underway as it currently stands.
You don't think they're just standing next to each other, hands on it? We've got a good day. We're in the knockouts. Top of the group as it stands.
No, I don't think they are.
If you'd allow me, I think the takeaway that none of us expected to be a possibility, if you go back over to Group A, the fact that MONTAXER has a chance to progress out of this group. Coming into day 2, based on what we saw on day 1, I kind of wrote him off. I don't know where you guys fall. He's kind of been one of those Italian players that's maybe not in the same clique when we look at the likes of Katia, or we look at Oberon, who we're going to see in action later today, or we talk about Danny Pitbull. He doesn't always get the same notice, the same exposure. We don't put him in the same category, but he's here, and it's very likely possible that he's going to progress out of Group A and find himself in the bracket stage.
Well, I hate to say it, I said he'd top the group in Group A. Clearly, I was way off of that, but he might still qualify for the knockouts.
It's also in his own hands. It's just a one-leg game shootout. Got there in the end.
Against Darkley too. Keepers off his line. 2 hands on it for ABOMAKKAH. These are the only 2 games that are currently live. DFERNANDES, ABOMAKKAH and MIKEJ against YUVAL. We are waiting to kick off round 9 of TEKKZ and Mark 11. And other than that, Group A is waiting to kick off its round 10.
I'll also say this about ABOMAKKAH, who's had fantastic results, but he's a little bit of a streaky player. If anything, he probably hopes not to go up against YUVAL. It's the only player that YUVAL's looked good against, had that consistency, had some of the intricacies. We saw some of the offense and even some of the defense, which is maybe my major surprise of these 2 groups, is the fact that YUVAL struggled so much.
Yeah, I think for YUVAL, I know you said we don't particularly look into those world rankings or the European rank. I think the one I do look into is the European rankings, because granted it is online, but it's over such a long period of time. And the consistency that he showed, making the latter stage of every single qualifier he played in. He then clutched up against Dossary at the playoffs. Speaking of Saudi Arabians, there is ABOMAKKAH. Once again, getting the crowd off their feet. But I agree with you. I've been surprised by YUVAL's lack of consistency across 10 games as well.
And I would even argue, and I like YUVAL as a person, but where's his heart? A lot of these matches, I feel like he kind of exits early if he's not in the game. If he goes down a goal or 2, there's no fight back. We're not seeing him be able to battle or put himself into one of those positions to make a run or create some sort of comeback. Give us some drama.
The crazy thing about YUVAL into that conversation is the first time we saw him at LAN this year was the playoffs. Last year we saw him at the E-Champions League. He was not at the E-Champions League this time round. Here's the goal for YUVAL. See ABOMAKKAH in that game defending well again. As we said, MIKEJ has got nothing to play for other than just to stir up the pot. YUVAL, thank you very much. Somehow finding a pocket space in that near post. But yeah, for a player that's been so dominant in Europe, the only place we saw him in LAN was at the playoffs. So don't get me wrong, he still turned up and he still got the job done there.
Well, we also just saw him in E-Nations group stage. The hype was there. They lived up to it. Israel looked unstoppable, offensively gifted and talented. However, you got into the bracket. They were potentially upset by Italy, at least with the run of form. The Italians went on to find the Final Four back-to-back years. And again, for our own personal expectation, I thought Israel would go farther. I went on record before the competition got underway. I said I expect these guys to be in that Final Four, potentially hoisting a trophy.
Well, we have officially kicked off round 10 over on Group A. MONTAXER Darkly is probably the biggest game of that round. We'll do our best to check into as many of these games as we can, because you're right to say, gentlemen, MONTAXER's chance of a knockout stage run is still very much alive.
Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the game.
Somehow snatched a 1-0 victory, didn't he, MONTAXER, in the 91st minute in that Group A. He's on 9 points, Darkly's on 10. When they played yesterday, it was a 3-2 matchup. It was MONTAXER that won that game.
So on a tie-break head-to-head goal difference, he would be going through. However, very simple, whoever wins progresses.
This is not one of those matchups where we have to go into the permutations of Ridge. Relatively straightforward, sudden death, win or go home. Both sides.
As we said, the big news, LEKS is out of the competition. He can't qualify from Group A. There will be no French representation at the FIFAe World Cup in the knockout stages.
And you might mention, well, Darkly could get a draw. But the reality is, MONTAXER is going to put so much pressure when it gets to a late game situation and scenario. You almost have to go for the win. There's going to be space for you. You're going to have to do something with it. It's going to be difficult to draw this game.
Darkly. There's Ronaldo into our 9 off the woodwork. Did so well just to combine the step overs, found the perfect exit. Another day, maybe that finds the back of the net. There's been a goal in DFERNANDES' matchup against the hometown hero as we see a goal there from Darkly. We won't leave it just yet. Big game, qualification matchup. A draw or a win is enough for Darkly to go into the knockout stages.
And for every goal that he adds into the equation, it gives him a little more confidence, a little more leeway, and a little more margin.
We spoke about DFERNANDES up against ABOMAKKAH. Lovely slip pass. Found the top corner, and with 60 minutes on the clock, DFERNANDES finds himself back in the game. There was changes being made between MONTAXER and Darkly. Don't worry, you're not missing a kick of the action. And as soon as that game does get back underway, we will be with it.
Keep in mind that matches are in different points. Group A matches are in round 10. Group B matches are in round number 9. The only storyline in Group A is who is taking that 4th spot. A win or a draw for Darkly sends the Portuguese player into the knockouts. MONTAXER has to win to go into a top 4. Big chance, back inside! Game on! MONTAXER somehow just squeezes it in, posted in.
And we're in for a cracking game of FIFA, it's got to be said. 22 minutes on the clock. All square. The winner goes through, the loser goes home. We do have another match underway in Group A. It's a tie that doesn't have too much significance on the placements of players. TEKKZ and BERKAYLION in action.
And regardless of the result, BERKAYLION will stay in third. Obviously, TEKKZ and STINGRAY could play for that top spot in the group. Both are on 18 points as it stands. You know, STINGRAY's got a +10 goal difference to TEKKZ's +1. Both in the knockout stages, though, which is the headline news. BERKAYLION only on 12 points. His first E-World Cup. Unable to convert on that occasion. The idea was there. Just couldn't find the cutback. TEKKZ defended that one well.
Let's head on back on over to MONTAXER and Darkley. That's the game with all the qualifying spots riding on it. You must have been in a situation like this, Mike, during your time. The pressure and the nerves must be so much.
And I'd actually rather be in MONTAXER's position, feeling like I didn't play my best FIFA. I've gotten myself into this position. To the luck of the draw, maybe my last game is the game that actually matters. He could be easily in a scenario where he's playing someone else, he wins, but he still needs a loss, or he needs a draw, or he needs some other result. This is as straightforward, as cut and dry as it gets. And sometimes I feel as if the FIFA gods had it in for me. It's their way of saying, we've set you up, here's the platter, go ahead and eat dinner. Or lunch, or breakfast, or whatever it is. Go ahead and get your meal.
You can argue that, yeah, he's had a pretty terrible run in the tournament, but where everyone else has not picked up win after win, there's been so many draws in the group, it's just allowed him to always have a chance into this moment here.
And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it just feels as if it's meant for you, especially when you know you haven't played your best FIFA. If we talk to MONTAXER right now, he'll tell you day one wasn't that great, day two hasn't been that great. And the fact that he's in a position to get out of the group, when you sit there and you have your internal thoughts, a little bit of reflection, and all these pros do in between every single matchup, sometimes maybe even during the game, you start saying, I think this is going to be one of those scenarios that's going to go my direction. I'm going to have the draw of all draws. I'm going to get what's needed, what's coming.
Defended well by MONTAXER. The last chance of the half, it looks to be. We'll stay with this one until the half-time interval. Still 1-1. As we said, draw is enough for Darkley to qualify for the knockouts. MONTAXER has to win to snatch that top 4 spot. We'll get the last chance. What can we see here? He loves late drama, as we saw in his last matchup. Bullet driving down this right-hand side. Trying to find the one more pass. That'll do us for the half-time break. Let's check in elsewhere. Well, there has been a goal over in TEKKZ's matchup against BERKAYLION. As we said, TEKKZ still could top the group. BERKAYLION, regardless of the result, will still finish third. But why not go and get an extra win to give you that extra ounce of confidence for tomorrow?
Also going and beating the man that has been pretty dominant in this group, it has to be said. In TEKKZ, confidence-wise, you'll be flying high. Just to give you a little bit of a roundup of what you see in here, this is a round 9 fixture on your screen. We have one more game left to play after this match has concluded between DFERNANDES and ABOMAKKAH. TEKKZ and Mark 11, 55 minutes on the clock, that's 0-0 at this current juncture. The matches in the Group A, that's MONTAXER, Darkley, TEKKZ and BERKAYLION, they are round 10 fixtures. We only play 10 rounds, so that's the last FIFA of the groups that they will be playing. As for ABOMAKKAH and DFERNANDES, they have another game left to play.
Well, that's a full-time result there for DFERNANDES ABOMAKKAH, as you're right to say, Richard. 2-2 there is the final result. Mark 11 versus TEKKZ is currently underway. That's 60 minutes on the clock in that one. They're in round 9 still. BERKAYLION somehow just pushes TEKKZ away there.
Even Group B has gotten quite mixy. Yes, MIKEJ has been eliminated, but that battle for the final position with DFERNANDES, YUVAL, Mark 11, just depending what happens here, you say TEKKZ is through, ABOMAKKAH is through. Maybe DFERNANDES has done enough now that he's on 13 points. That draw is actually crucial for him in terms of the point allocation.
Lovely goal, has to be said. BERKAYLION 2-0 to the good. Let's on over to the match with everything riding on it. MONTAXER and Darkley just got underway in the second half. The winner goes through, the loser goes out.
Corner On the way of the Portuguese player, Apogee, Portugal. A decent run with the Polish team in the club. What can we see on the individual basis? Currently ranked 11th in Europe is Darkly. Not a bad FIFA 23 season by any means. Qualified, beating Antonio Redea, the virtual Bundesliga champion. That was at the playoffs in London. Ronaldinho. De Bruyne, a big switch of play. Just about keeps it in, or doesn't, gets dispossessed. I think, to your point, Mike, I think, look, Yuval's beaten MIKEJ 1-0. MIKEJ's got a part to play, but I just don't feel like he's got anything left in the tank. What, you know, any need he wants to continue to play. If he could beat Yuval, he could do a massive favour for his countrymen in that last matchup, regardless of the result.
This could be that heroic moment for MIKEJ. Mr. Nonchalant made the statement on multiple occasions, looking forward to retirement. Plays goalkeeper in the 4th division in Australia. Get back to the actual pitch.
Also, too, I know we haven't really looked here, but TEKKZ against Mark is still 0-0. If Mark wins that game, completely changes the conversation we're having. Here, MONTAXER, big win.
He's on the front foot as well, MONTAXER.
Usman Dembele driving in the byline. Will he hold on to that possession? No, he won't. Hakimi recovers it well.
He's been playing very well, just as we sort of talking about numerous different permutations and what could be happening in the groups. MONTAXER's been on the front foot. There's been a lot of pauses, there's going to be a lot of waiting in this matchup because both players know that they simply just have to get it right.
Can we get into some permutations, especially when it comes to Group B?
Talk to me.
Oh, I'd love to talk to you. Let's take a moment. We're going to the BERKAYLION. Tuga into space. Surely get himself back on the board. Indeed he is. Has a little bit of time to work with there. But when you look into Group B and the permutations here, you got Mark and Mike facing off in the last game. It's got to be said you think Mark's going to get that result. For better or for worse, Mike doesn't have a lot to play for, and that shows. I feel like his gameplay's not as inspired. YUVAL goes up against DFERNANDES. That's likely to be a deciding game as well of who goes through between the two of them. Going in that matchup, if YUVAL finishes up, is able to beat MIKEJ, he's got just over 10 minutes remaining. He's up 1-0. He'd be on 12 points. So you have 12 points going up at 13 points with DFERNANDES. We don't know what's going to happen in the Mark 11 game. Still drawing even at the moment, 0-0 versus TEKKZ. And then he has the countryman game.
Penalty.
The rivalry game. Oh, boy.
Penalty for MIKEJ. Lovely little reverse elastico. This could be big to take the pressure off Mark 11. Does score!
Everything Mike LaBelle just said, forget it, because the points are all over the place. MIKEJ taking points away from YUVAL, and the only person he's really helping out is fellow Aussie, Mark 11.
YUVAL looks stressed. I don't think if he wants control of the group or to have any impact, at least without having helpers, he has to win that game. A draw won't do him any services in terms of his progression here.
Huge goal between MONTAXER and Darkly. It's a qualifying game. The winner goes through.
Oh, no.
And it's gone the way. It's 1-1 of MONTAXER. 2-1, the Italian lead.
17 minutes on the clock in that game. 20 minutes away from top 16.
Wow. And happy to go on record and reiterate, I just didn't see this as a possibility for MONTAXER based on the form that he's had. A lot of games haven't looked very impressive. He hasn't been able to see him out when he has been leading. He's had a few games where he's conceded a lot of goals as well. But he's got himself into the position.
If Mark was to win this game and MIKEJ draws against YUVAL, the group is done. On a head-to-head record, Mark has beaten YUVAL on the last 2 meetings. So it's done. You know, even if he gets 10 points to Mark's 13 and then YUVAL goes and wins that last game to be on 13, he can't go through. Cannot go through. If Mark 11 wins the game, it could be all done before a ball is kicked in round 10. I mean, that would be easy, but you're up against TEKKZ. When they played yesterday, TEKKZ won 3-1 in this very matchup. However, it might not matter Goal has gone in. MIKEJ, YUVAL. As soon as we've got it, we'll jump to it. We're building the storylines, we're trying to build the script, but they just keep being ripped up. Which way has it gone? It's gone the way of YUVAL, who will then put pressure back on. A win here puts him on 12 points, and he will go ahead of Mark. Mark will drop down into the bottom 2 on 11 points. If he can hold on here. Mark against TEKKZ is going to conclude first.
15 minutes left to play. Darkly, chance! Great block. Boy's on the line.
Oh no. This is going to be a stressful 15, Rich.
Let's stay with it then. Right, Mark TEKKZ is concluded. That's a 0-0. Ball into the box. Defended well. Everybody back defending for MONTAXER. Jumping across, 87 minutes on the clock here. YUVAL is winning. MIKEJ, have you got an equaliser to make things more interesting for us? Interesting skill move choice there. Still in possession. Press is there. There's so many Melbourne City shirts around. Team Makers jersey. It's a long ball forward. This should be game, set and match. Ball towards the back post if he wants it. For YUVAL, doesn't need another goal. He'll be on 12 points. He goes back into the top 4 in Group B. Let's jump back to this one now. MONTAXER Darkly. Remember, MONTAXER wins this game. He qualifies for the FIFAe World Cup knockout stages tomorrow. Darkly needs a draw, minimum.
All he needs is a goal. Darkly, but MONTAXER is keeping this ball as far away as possible.
Another goal would be very much welcome. Is he going to look for it or just try and see this one out? Game management at its finest for an underdog in this tournament that has not had a good group running. But a couple of points, couple of draws that have saved him. And this big result here.
Oh, it's gone back early.
Does well. Wow. Very well.
Yeah, really good.
88 minutes on the clock. Possession changes hands. Darkly, one last kick, you score. You were in the knockout stages.
He's offside.
Is he offside?
He's off.
No. He's off.
And breathe.
MONTAXER, slow it down, they'll be saying. Fans of JONNY Esports. Italian FIFA Esports fans. Even Obran, he'll be in the back room watching this one. Hoping there'll be another Italian in the knockout stages. Added time of 1 minute. He goes all the way back. MONTAXER, he left it late, but he is in the top 16 of the FIFAe World Cup.
Huge, huge performance. He's not looked good.
No.
But he's got through. And they often say, champions get the performances done when they're not playing well.
Just don't doubt an Italian. They've been grinding through, they get results. We talk so much about some of the household names, but all of them have that characteristic. They're never down and out.
Heartbreak on the side of Darkly, out of the tournament. He crashes out. It can be so cruel sometimes, FIFA, Richard, but this is the FIFAe World Cup when the best of the best come to play.
Certainly can be. We're just seeing the closing moments here of TEKKZ and BERKAYLION. STINGRAY and TEKKZ, STINGRAY and LEKS, should I say, from Group A. That's a round 10 matchup. We'll get for you as soon as we have it, but right now, BERKAYLION and TEKKZ with 10 minutes left to play are just seeing out this matchup.
Well, Group A is concluded, other than who's topping the group, really. We know the 4 players that are going through. STINGRAY, TEKKZ, MONTAXER, BERKAYLION will be your top 4 to go through from Group A. Darkly and LEKS out of the tournament. The first 2 names to fall on the biggest FIFA stage of all, the FIFAe World Cup Grand Final.
Heartbreak for those 2. But on the biggest stage, the smallest of mistakes, the smallest of margins separate the top 24 and a round of 16 tie.
Massive save from BERKAYLION. TEKKZ wants to top this group. And he's got 5 minutes to try and do so. Keep in mind that STINGRAY against LEKS has not kicked off yet, so if STINGRAY wins that game, he will most definitely solidify himself top of the table. Right, corner to coming from TEKKZ. Milinkovic-Savic is on the goalkeeper. Van der Sar does get 2 hands on it.
We've seen the 4 players go through. Any surprises? I think 3 out of the 4 I pretty much had. I would have gone BERKAYLION.
I mean, I think you look at that group.
STINGRAY. I also thought Darkly.
Yeah, I think you look at that group, Rich. Sorry to interrupt. You've got 4 players playing in their first ever FIFAe World Cup. I think you're always going to be surprised by a couple of names. STINGRAY and TEKKZ are always going to be a cert. TEKKZ's never not made out of the group stages. STINGRAY made out of the groups last year. He does it again. BERKAYLION, I think he's a player to watch out for. MONTAXER, no doubt, the surprise package there. But that is another match concluded here. And someone who has made it through to the knockout stages is with Spencer right now. How's he feeling?
Yes, I'm here with MONTAXER. You've left it late on both days. You waited to your 5th game to get your first win yesterday, and then you won your last 2 today, crucially, to get you out of the group. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was a crazy day. I've been so inconsistent in this group stage. I played bad. I was so unlucky sometimes, but of course I didn't play at my level. Then I had to win the last 2 games to qualify to knockout. Against BERKAY I won at the last minute, and then this game was so difficult against Darkly because he needed a draw to qualify, so he was keeping a lot the ball. And I started the game 1-0 down, and too happy to be able to come back this game and to qualify to knockout. Too happy.
We saw some great scenes when you did win, your supporters with your Italy flag, and how does it feel for you representing both your country and also Genoa?
It feels amazing. They're giving me a lot of support. My coach Van Basten was helping me a lot in these days, and of course everybody that is watching me from Italy, and I'm so happy for them too.
Congratulations, my friend. We'll see you tomorrow in the knockouts. You can't take your eyes off the games, because even if you think someone's out, they stay in. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Back here in Group A, yes, we know who's going through, but we don't know who's topped the group as it stands. LEKS is leading by a goal to 0. He's out of the tournament, but he says, you know what? This is an E-League 1 derby. It's Olympic Lyon against FC Lorient on paper, and LEKS leads by a goal to 0. I mean, as we said, Alex, Group A is concluded. Any surprises from that list? I mean, we always thought STINGRAY and TEKKZ were going to go through. MONTAXER left it late, and BERKAYLION's in that top 4.
I think I was expecting a little bit more from LEKS, in all honesty, as we see him on the screen right now up against STINGRAY. But we know the quality of STINGRAY, TEKKZ, BERKAYLION. MONTAXER, we've spoken time and time again about him, that he's been so consistent over the last 24 months that I was expecting a better performance from him, but he made it clutch. He did what he needed to do to make it through into the knockouts, and as he said, he wasn't consistent enough, but time and time again, players may not be consistent as long as they make it through the group stage and into that knockout. That's where players like MONTAXER can come to life across the 2 legs.
Well, for STINGRAY, a win here would definitely send him top of the group. Both had shared points, actually, believe it or not. TEKKZ and STINGRAY, they both took a result off each other, but STINGRAY has got the goal advantage on their head-to-head, so even a draw, I believe, would keep STINGRAY top of the table. As it stands, TEKKZ on 19, STINGRAY on 18 without this game being added on to that tally. And we'll be happy to know that round 10 is also underway over in Group B. Yuval Belly against DFERNANDES, ABOMAKKAH against TEKKZ. And then the two Aussies waiting to go to battle for the final time at the World Cup. Mark 11 against MIKEJ. Here's Stingray looking for an equaliser. Thank you very much, he'll say. 1-1.
Yeah, fantastic finish for Stingray. Again, an area where we know he comes to life time and time again. And LEKS, the story is just the same. When he does take the lead, he can't hold on to it.
Well, we said round 10 matches are underway. DFERNANDES looks to be in the top 4. He's up against Yuval, a player who is on 12 points, but not confirmed to be through yet. If DFERNANDES has got anything to do with it, he can make this quite a tricky day.
R9 showing why he's in every single team here at the FIFAe World Cup. Confident on the right foot and the left foot, you name it.
In the air. Oh, DFERNANDES! Headers and volleys at the FIFAe World Cup.
And we mention how he's good with the ball at his feet. He's also very good with the ball in the air. The knockdown to lay that off one more time to give Mbappe a clean strike at goal. DFERNANDES lighting this game up early on. 2 to the good.
Yuval. Such interesting groups he's had at the World Cup. Back in the game, has scored at 2-1. Just a question for you, Alex. Why has it been so erratic, some of his performances? He wins 3-0, he loses 4-0. He wins 2-1, he loses 2-1.
Some players struggle up against different matchups, different players. Everyone has their own play style on FIFA. Sometimes you find your match, as we see Mark 11. This is a must-win game for Mark. We know MIKEJ is out of this tournament. As it stands, DFERNANDES beating Yuval would mean if Mark 11 can pick up a victory here against his Australian counterpart, as the chance comes.
There's the goal. There is the goal for Mark 11. If he can win this game against his fellow countryman MIKEJ, Fulwiz will have a player in the round of 16, but there's been more news in another game. Yuval against DFERNANDES. There's been a goal there. We'll go there in a second. Before the ABOMAKKAH against TEKKZ, we heard the loud roar. We know both these two are going through to the knockouts, but come on, it's ABOMAKKAH against TEKKZ. It's a massive game for them. It's Sebas Desari pretty much against TEKKZ. We said there was a goal. Yuval against DFERNANDES. You were painting the picture rightly to me, Alex. If Mark wins his game and DFERNANDES beats Yuval, it shakes things up. Yuval was 2-1 down. He's back in the tie. There's only been 30 minutes played in that game, and they're all square at 2-2.
All square at 2-2, and to paint the picture for you, that would put Yuval onto 13 points, DFERNANDES 14 points, and Mark 11 also on 14. Yuval has to win if Mark 11 wins.
So a draw is not good enough?
A draw is not good enough. DFERNANDES, if he gets a draw, he's done enough. But there is still another half, Brandon, at least.
Yuval. I mean, this group can move. And move and move. So you try and tell me there's a world here that DFERNANDES can also not qualify? There is. Yeah. Yuval beats DFERNANDES. Mark wins his game. Suddenly,
DFERNANDES is on that next plane home.
You're absolutely right. And another Portuguese player could be eliminated from the tournament. There has been another goal in the game. We'll give it to you as soon as we can. Yuval against DFERNANDES. This is 1-1. LEKS against Stingray. Remember, Stingray is playing to top the group. A draw would be enough for Stingray to still top the group. But let's leave that one. And as soon as we can, there's 2 games we have to look at. Mark 11 against Mike and YUVAL against DFERNANDES. There was another goal in the game. YUVAL is taking matters into his own hands. This is all within the first half. It's the first time he's led in the game, Alex. He was 1-0 down, came back, was 2-1 down, came back, now lead 3 goals to 2. As it stands, Mark and YUVAL are going through. DFERNANDES is out of the tournament as it stands.
And we jump back over to the game between MIKEJ and Mark 11. We have a second goal there. Mark 11 putting himself into that commanding position. Here is that goal for you. The quick tempo, the moving around. Pele doesn't miss from there. Mark 11 doing everything he needs to do. His story is in his control.
As we said, as it stands in that Group B, ABOMAKKAH is through, TEKKZ is through. And if YUVAL can hold on to this and win, he goes through, and so will Mark 11. It will be DFERNANDES and MIKEJ leaving Group B. Again, both these games are in the first half. I know we're painting the picture early doors, but just to let you know at home what every goal and every result does mean. Is MIKEJ looking to shake things up. A game that might not mean as much. There was a penalty in it. STINGRAY against LEKS. The All-French League matchup. Which way did this penalty go? It looks like it went the way of STINGRAY. Had a chance for a goal. Mbappe went down to ground. LEKS goes into the book. Did he capitalise on it? STINGRAY looking to top the group with a really impressive 21 points from his group stages here. It was Pele that was over it for STINGRAY. Down the middle, thank you very much. It looks like that could be the case, Alex. STINGRAY looks to top the group.
Yeah, STINGRAY looking very strong throughout this group stage. To top the group in the process as well. He has been phenomenal, not only in the attacking department, but the defensive department as well. And for him, he's got that first place to show for it.
Half-time. Is there an equaliser from DFERNANDES? There's bodies just diving into tackles in and around the box. We'll have a breather for a split second. There's been another goal in this game. MIKEJ, he may be out of the World Cup, but he can still rustle a few feathers. 2-1 that game. There was another goal in this one. STINGRAY wanting to ensure that TEKKZ doesn't get top spot in the group. It will be STINGRAY that gets top spot. Remember, Group A will play Group C, and Group B will be playing against Group D tomorrow. We haven't kicked off the second half of Group C and Group D. That will come later on. This game, as we said, in the closing stages, hasn't got as much on the line. We know that LEKS is out of the competition. Looking for another one. He might be out, but he wouldn't mind going out with maybe a small smile if they can stop STINGRAY from winning his last game.
Just as we wrap up on this game as well, a big matchup in the arena here, which has got a lot of fans on their feet, is ABOMAKKAH versus TEKKZ. ABOMAKKAH 1-0 to the good right now, and Brandon, as that stands, there is a chance that ABOMAKKAH could take first spot off TEKKZ, which is huge when we're thinking about who that group plays up out in the knockout stages.
Well, I mean, the only indicator we've had from Group D is that VEJRGANG probably will top the group. So whoever comes fourth in this battle that we're trying to give you at the moment could be playing against the Danish wonder kid. But regardless of it, the group is stacked, full of names. And in time to come in this one, we have to talk about STINGRAY. What a group outing for him.
Unbelievable outing from STINGRAY, as he gets one more chance probably to just score goals after goals after goals. That's what he's done. He's been so good defensively as well. Congratulations to him. Great performance.
Oh my God. There is bigger news here. MIKEJ outside the box. 2-0 down. Nothing to play for other than just to try and stop his fellow Aussie companion from qualifying into the knockout stages. With that goal, we might just stop him. They were teammates last year. They were teammates in 2v2 FIFA in Dire Wolves. Now Mark might never be able to look at Mike J again.
Footwear's and Mark are saying, Mike, it's not going to plan. We need that win. And Mark has got a job on his hands. Over to the game of ABOMAKKAH versus TEKKZ. The shot cancel coming through. Gets a little bit fortunate, but either way, ABOMAKKAH could be knocking TEKKZ off that front foot.
More goals in that one. We said Mike J has just equalised. Well, there's been another goal in the game. We'll give it to you in a second. Before that, we'll give you this one. DFERNANDES equalising the tie.
That little lacro creta just to open up that space. This game has had it all. Back and forth between them. YUVAL was 2-0 down. Took that way into 3-2. Both players knowing how much is on the line right now for this matchup.
So as it stands now, YUVAL will be out. DFERNANDES would go through alongside Mark 11.
If Mark 11 can get that goal to put himself back into that winning position. Has Mark 11 done that, Brandon?
Well, I sort of just gave it away, didn't I?
you kind of did slightly, yeah.
I forgot we didn't show the goal. I've got many screens in front of me here. Mark 11 is in the lead. 3 goals to 2 he does lead. So yes, as it does stand right now, the #1 ranked player in those European rankings, it doesn't mean anything. He could be crashing out in the group stages. Oh my. Another goal.
Take that back, Brandon. Take that back, YUVAL. It's your chance.
YUVAL, you're back in the top 4. End to end between these two. Mark 11, what have you got? Chance, goal! Mark's back in the qualification spots.
What a terrible offside trap there from Mike. Just gifting the space to Mark 11. And both of these games with knockout FIFA on the cards are delivering.
Both are giving us 7 goals as well, Alex, because in YUVAL DFERNANDES, there's another goal there. Which way's this one gone? It's gone DFERNANDES' way. I mean, that's not good news at all. A draw is not good enough. And obviously a losing position is not good enough. YUVAL needs 2 goals if he wants to qualify for an E-World Cup, unless Mark will drop from a winning position once again. Right, let's give you a bit of context here. This game's in the 69th minute. Mike against Mark is in the 67th minute. There is 2 in-game minutes between the 2 matches. We'll try our best to give you the full-time results of what everything does mean here at the E-World Cup. The other story point is Stingray's top the group. TEKKZ looks to drop his top place in Group B because ABOMAKKAH is going to end his group stage as the #1 player in that Group B. Well then, DFERNANDES had another chance there. We said about this one, TEKKZ 2 goals in 3 in-game minutes. I just don't see it happening. Regardless of it, TEKKZ has broken his group curse exit in an E-World Cup. He is going through to the knockout stages at an E-World Cup for the first time in his 3rd FIFAe World Cup. But ABOMAKKAH, there was a lot of hype about him, Alex. I mean, you can understand why now. I did say he was going to get grouped yesterday. I take it back. I apologise to all the fans in here and the Saudis that are watching. ABOMAKKAH, you're in the knockout stages.
I'm very glad that your voice was not broadcasted to the arena when you made that statement, because those fans would have wanted to have a word with you, Brandon. ABOMAKKAH to seal the deal. No.
Well, let's leave that one as it stands. Red card for TEKKZ. But if we can get a reaction on these fans, ABOMAKKAH has topped the group. His first FIFAe World Cup. He stops TEKKZ from getting the top spot. He will get it himself. Top of Group B, he will take on a very difficult Group D, full of names. They are over the moon, and you can understand why. Saudi Arabia fans have got more knockout FIFA to enjoy. But Alex, there's more goals.
More goals indeed, and Footwiz fans, get on your feet. Mark 11 is firing his way into the knockouts.
And it hasn't been easy for him, has it? Mike has given him a tough game. ABOMAKKAH is through, so is TEKKZ. As it stands, it will be Mark 11 that's also going through, and DFERNANDES. MIKEJ out, YUVAL out. Unless we can see a ridiculous turnaround in these matches. Mark 11 looking for goal number 6. And they want to find a way through there. This game will finish before the YUVAL DFERNANDES game. MIKEJ, what have you got? I mean, I don't know what that was, but that went into the back of the net. It might have been the goals of the day.
Yeah, I was hoping to see that one fly in to maybe break it down ever so slightly. But no, MIKEJ.
There's a goal. There's a goal in the other game. YUVAL DFERNANDES. You'll understand why I'm getting excited. Because it's YUVAL that's got the goal. If YUVAL scores again, DFERNANDES will then be knocked out. And it will be Mark and YUVAL that would go through. This game's about to conclude now. As it stands, Mark is in that top 4. MIKEJ, as we know, is already out of the tournament. Commiserations to him and Melbourne City, added time of 2 minutes. Mark 11 has done enough, Alex.
Mark 11 has done what he needed to do against the Australian counterpart of MIKEJ. It's maybe the last time that we see Mike at a FIFA event. That could be it all done for him here. You see Denman, Mark celebrating. They might be celebrating a little bit too early if things can change.
He always makes out the groups.
He does.
He's backed up again.
He has.
Mark 11.
So now, the only option is YUVAL Fernandez. That's the last spot,
This
right,
is
Brandon?
it. This is the last spot. If it stays like this, DFERNANDES is through. YUVAL has to win to go to the knockout stages. He will have time for one more attack. Big win. Oh, goes back for a free kick. Referee pulls that one back for a free kick for DFERNANDES.
There's been too much drama for me,
5
Brandon.
minutes.
Too much.
We've got to go again for Group C and D. DFERNANDES should really just see this one out. Easier said than done when you've got YUVAL Belly pressing you from all angles. Such a good season, such a good online season from YUVAL. Is it going to end now for him? Or is he going to have one more attack to go to the knockout stages? Massive switch of play, finds R9. Here's YUVAL, looking for late drama in the FIFAe World Cup Grand Finals. Big tackle from DFERNANDES in his first E-World Cup. Found his way here for beating the Italian Virgil of Exceed. Possession won't fall back kindly. It's 2 minutes added time though. One more win now. And there could be a chance. Long ball over the top. No, game over. Corner given away. And we can pretty much confirm this group. DFERNANDES is through. YUVAL out. MIKEJ out. Mark 11 is qualified. TEKKZ comes second. And ABOMAKKAH will top the group in this Group B. Remember, Group B will play that group of death in the knockout stages tomorrow. What an ending. We always knew there'd be a little bit of drama. It's the FIFAe World Cup. There always is. Taking every second he can in the Portuguese way. Last in-game seconds. Job done. DFERNANDES is in the knockout stages. And all that hard work in no doubt the most competitive region in FIFA Esports for YUVAL Belly has not showed on LAN. He is out of the groups at the FIFAe World Cup. Diogo Jota, I'm sure he might be watching from somewhere, must have a big smile on his face because he has got players in the knockout stages. That is it done and dusted. Group A and Group B is concluded at the FIFAe World Cup.
Well, that big matchup, DFERNANDES taking on YUVAL. 38 places separated them in the standings. It was 39th in Europe, taking on the first in Europe, and it didn't go the way we'd expect it to. DFERNANDES there knocking out YUVAL, top spot in Europe.
And congratulations to DFERNANDES. Did his thing. Portugal's kind of been on the up and up. You see him popping off a little bit there. I like that type of competitive energy, and YUVAL, we said it early on, he's shown us moments that we've been super impressed and looked consistent to online play, but at other times, it wasn't what was right, and we didn't think he'd have a late run into the tournament. I still thought he'd get out of the group, but here we are, and if you can't hear me, that's okay. There's a lot happening behind us.
I guess again, Alex, is to do with Mark, just not getting grouped one more competition at a time.
He doesn't get grouped, he's finding a way out every single time, and he's got through into that knockouts, which is the more important thing. I was lost for words. We were commentating it over there. There was so much changing, so many storylines, but Mark 11 finds himself through again.
Aggie, no offence to Mark. He's one of those annoying players, though, isn't he? He just turns up and manages to find a way through.
Yeah, I mean, gotta respect the way that he's always somehow finding that extra point or 3 points that's necessary for him to go past the groups. And now he wants to take that extra step. Now he wants to go further into the competition. But regardless of that, he will enjoy himself tonight, and then he'll see what happens tomorrow.
Someone else who I'm sure will enjoy themselves tonight is the 18-year-old from Portugal, Sven.
Yes, indeed. I'm here with DFERNANDES and his coach. Epic scenes here. You've gone unbeaten today. Actually, your last 6 games. What did he change to turn that form around after the 2 losses yesterday?
I mean, we talked yesterday, and sorry, then you can talk with him, but we talked yesterday, and I told him that if he came here today and played the same games he played yesterday, already used to the booth, already used to the space, he probably come here and qualified with no doubts. And it was not that easy, of course, but finally it ends the nice way. So
yeah, it went down to the last game. Talk to me about the relationship between yourself and the other Portuguese competitors, because I saw TEKKZ and other people come in here and congratulate you. It seems like there's a real good relationship there.
yeah, I mean, it was the same on the playoffs. We were the 3 Portuguese that went to the playoffs, and we could qualify. We can qualify the 3 Portuguese to here to the World Cup, and even at London it was amazing the spirit that we had between us. Not just this year, but even the last years that when we went to the playoffs and to international competitions. But it's amazing having them supporting us, having TEKKZ, JONNY, and even the guys from Darkley cheering for us at these moments. It's really important to get out from here today and have people that is sharing the happiness with us.
And lastly, has he got a message he wants to say to people watching at home and everyone in Portugal?
In Portuguese, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna let you, podes enviar a tua mensagem que quiseres em português para as pessoas que estão a assistir em casa.
Obrigado a todos que estiveram a apoiar, malta, pá, estou...
Para a câmara.
É um dos meus momentos mais felizes. É verdade que ainda só passei os grupos, que ainda queremos mais, mas a verdade é que o trabalho foi feito até aqui e eu respondi da melhor forma, sempre a cada jogo e a cada nível, graças também ao Armando e a toda a equipa da Diogo Jota que me tem ajudado desde que eu entrei para a equipa. Um abraço a todos os portugueses, adoro-vos.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he basically said that just thank the support of everyone. I was not getting too much, but just thanks the support of everyone, and that's it. It's also my words that we want to also thanks the work of our teammate, his teammates. Sorry, also even Marcos Afonso and Dom Pablo this season. A special thanks to Diogo Jota as well, which is right now at Germany. I mean, he texted me before this game like I had to meet with the team and I probably not gonna watch the game, but he was nervous cheering for us, and it was for him as well.
Fantastic stuff. Well, Diogo Jota might be able to watch tomorrow now because DFERNANDES is going to be playing. He's made it through the groups, and that is Groups A and B done. We've still got C and D to do though, guys. Lots of FIFA still to come.
Yeah, thanks so much there, Sven. Well, DFERNANDES, possibly the next generation of FIFA players coming out of Portugal after TEKKZ, of course, leading the line there. Well, let's just sum up then the tables from A and B after 10 rounds. STINGRAY, 21 points. I mean, not bad, is it, for a player ranked 126th in Europe. TEKKZ then 19 points. BERKAYLION 13. MONTAXER scraping through Group A on 12 points. That was the storyline there, wasn't it? He had that last matchup against Darkley, and he was victorious and booked himself a spot in the round of 16. LEKS and Darkley, unfortunately, end their competition here. Group B, well, ABOMAKKAH here, top table after that late win over TEKKZ. 18 points as well, but it goes down to head-to-head. Mark then doing what he does best at big competitions, not getting grouped. And DFERNANDES as well, we heard from him, also on 14 points, goes through. We say though goodbye to the best player in Europe, YUVAL, on 13 points, and MIKEJ, possibly the last time we see him here at a FIFA event. We may see him now retiring, the man from Australia. Mike, long day, big day, a lot of storylines there. The quick one I'm going to say, BERKAYLION for me just kind of slid under the radar.
And that's okay. I don't think he'll mind. He's going forward. He's moving onward. And one of my major takeaways for everyone at home is you wonder, one of the major takeaways for all of you at home, we were talking about BERKAYLION. I think he doesn't mind, of course, going under the radar. But we always do these permutations and we calculate and we ask, well, how many points do you need? Well, today, I mean, they needed a MIKEJ that didn't perform well, but 13 points for YUVAL did not get him out of the group stage, which I think is kind of terrifying for the remaining competitors. If you're in Group C or you're in Group D, that's going to go on later, you're asking yourself, how many points do I need? 13 was not enough today.
Unless you pass it back to me. I can't speak there, Mike. Anyway, let's move the conversation on. I help you out, and then you completely take it from me as well. I was going to say, DFERNANDES, guys, we were hailing him, the fact that he gets through. Can I say he might get one of the toughest draws in the next round from Group D?
At this point,
Ouch.
at this point tonight, I don't think he'll be minding so much of saying, yeah, I'm probably going to face Anders in that first round of the knockout. For now, let's just enjoy those celebrations. Let's just, you know, have that little bit of enjoyment from that and then see what tomorrow brings. And to add on to that point as well, Mike, YUVAL, yes, 13 points and he didn't get himself through. I'd say, and this is no disrespect to MIKEJ, maybe because so far throughout all of the FIFAe World Cups that we've seen, every team has been competitive. MIKEJ picking up 3 points across 10 games, not getting a single win, that just simply isn't good enough at the end of the day.
And YUVAL as well, simply not good enough from a player ranked first in Europe.
I mean, we talked about consistency and inconsistency, and it just goes to show that if you're not ready and focused in all of these games, it can come back haunt you, and that's exactly what it did here. So, yeah, big up to DFERNANDES. He's through to tomorrow, and for YUVAL Belly, I think he'll be disappointed because he showed himself online that he has the capabilities to go forward, to be the actual best here, but it will still be a good experience, and I'm sure we'll see him again with more routine now, and then he's going to be really dangerous.
I'm sure he won't feel like it today, will he? But he can take a lot home from this World Cup experience, and hopefully next time we see him on this big stage, he can go through to the third day here of the knockouts, which obviously come to us tomorrow. But stay where you are. Well, actually come back in half an hour because we get to go again, don't we, with the second day and the second round of fixtures from Groups C and D. Remember what we've been talking about Group D? It's the group of death. We have world champions, the Libertadores champions, Danish champions, Dutch champions. We've got it all. So come back and watch that one. Come back in about 30 minutes time to enjoy that with us. Until then, goodbye. Our final session of the group stages starts now and is sure to feature a goal bonanza after Group C saw 69 go in yesterday. And, well, Group D, I have one name for you. Anders, Anders, Anders. That's what the fans have been shouting here in Riyadh, and he absolutely loves it. That's what you get from this, the FIFAe World Cup. It's been such a party vibe, guys, here if you haven't joined us all day so far. Groups A and B once again went down to the final matchup, and I'm sure it's going to be the same in Group C and D, which get started now with Brandon and Richard joining me as always on the couch to talk through the drama, which, guys, I know is going to unfold here this evening, because that's exactly what FIFA Esports has in store for us time and time again. Brandon, I'll start with you first, because the story so far for me in Group C, correct me if I'm wrong, is #Stokes. He's sitting there in the bottom half of the table. Can I read a tweet that he put out yesterday as well? He said, in part of the games, I'm the worst player ever to play the game, but I recovered and the road to the top 4 in the group is still on. Sorry for those of you watching some of the stuff I'm putting you guys through. 6 points, a new day tomorrow. Obviously, he tweeted that last night. I mean, he's apologising to the fans and the group stages aren't even finished yet.
I mean, look, he's got an incredible community as Stokes, and you can understand the passion of why it wasn't going well yesterday. We spoke to Stokes yesterday, me and Richard in the hotel. We said, look, I don't know why, but for the first 3 games yesterday, I just couldn't play FIFA. There was moments where he could ball roll around the goalkeeper, and it just wasn't clicking. Those normal sort of muscle memory moments weren't clicking for him. But then he picked up 2 wins on the bounce to conclude day 1, and I think he comes into day 2 a little bit more confident.
Being a hashtag player, Rich, he has the fans, doesn't he? And he just knows how to excite the fans, if they're fans of his or not.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I mean, for Stokes, over the last 24 months, he's cultivated an audience. He's been growing this social media platform, and he's even bringing sort of people out who might not even watch FIFA Esports that much. I think I saw former runner-up, Xbox runner-up in 2018, Kurt, having a little watch just to see Stokes in action. He's dynamite, is Stokes, and I really look forward to seeing what he does today.
If you are new to FIFA Esports, watch his matchups. He's going to score a lot of goals, and I hate to say it, he might concede a lot as well. Anyway, let's move on from Stokes and have a look at the standings, because we've teased you, haven't we, with Group C already. Johnny then. Well, he had quite the day yesterday. 10 points there. He was the top goal scorer as well, with 15 next to his name. I said 69 goals came from Group C, and obviously he scored quite a lot of them. RVP Legend then got off to a blistering start. Ended the day on 9 points. He got those 2 losses. 8 points. K1 John, the player from Egypt who plays in North America, 6 points for him, and 6 points from Stokes, the player we were just talking about. Paolo Neto, I wish Mike was 4 points, because we know how well he did as well, guys. Last year, he topped his table in the group stages. Not sure what's gone wrong for him, Rich.
Yeah, he's been disappointed. I mean, I've watched a lot of Paolo Neto. He's not played that well. Like, he's been quite disappointing, it has to say. When you look at the other side of it, a man who has not disappointed at all, 13 points in is truly remarkable. I saw a lot of people talking on social media yesterday like, this kid just is unreal. Like, the fact that you go into that group, ECL winner, E-Nations Cup winner, MANUBACHOORE, Nicholas, and you're picking 13 points out of 15, it blows the mind.
You obviously saw there as well, YILMAZ, PHZIN, and then MANUBACHOORE, and then Richard mentioned him. Nicholas is sitting in a spot possibly about to get eliminated. That is the story of Group D. We can talk about Anders until the cows come home. Let's talk about Nicholas, a runner-up here in this competition last year. At the moment, Brandon, can we talk about him going out?
I mean, it could happen, but I don't think it will happen. I mean, look, Nicholas had a very difficult run last year at the E-World Cup.
Who's he knocking out then, Brandon?
Turned it around. He's only 1 win away from getting back into the race already for me.
The big game for me is game 1. Round 1 in particular, he plays against Anders VEJRGANG. You imagine, on form, Anders VEJRGANG wins. MANUBACHOORE, who he is chasing, plays Damian. If MANUBACHOORE wins, he goes 5 points clear of Nicholas. 5 points in this group could be too big to overturn.
Nicholas yesterday as well, he kept saying he deserved to win a lot of the games he lost. He's got to change those deserving into actually winning here today, Brandon. That's not good enough. And you kind of say, yeah, Nicholas has got to go through, but all the players above him have got to go through as well.
They do, but they're not Nicholas. They're not Nicholas, trust me.
No, they're not. They're YILMAZ, PHZIN.
I say now,
MANUBACHOORE.
Damian plus MANUBACHOORE or PHZIN goes out of this group. Nicholas goes through.
What's off? Potentially 3 out of the 6.
A world champion goes out in PHZIN.
Well, obviously not Emre Yilmaz or Anders VEJRGANG.
I don't know. I think he's got a big ask, has Nico. He didn't particularly show it yesterday, and coming into today, every single fixture is a battle.
It is, and talking of fixtures, Rich, let's have a look then. We've teased you a really big one in Group D. We'll start, of course, with Group C. RVP Legend at the moment is sitting second in that group. He takes on Paolo Neto, the Brazilian, remember, who was part of that Brazilian winning team from Saturday. Bottom of the table. He topped his group last year. Oberon takes on Stokes, and K1 John takes on table topper Johnny. Let's have a look at Group D, round 6 then. PHZIN also in that Brazil squad who won just a couple of days ago. He's a newly crowned world champion, back-to-back world champion. He takes on YILMAZ, Champions League champion. So many champions coming up here. MANUBACHOORE, his teammate, takes on DAMIAN, the person who knocked out VEJRGANG when he was doing that ridiculous amount of weekend league wins there. And he takes on Nicholas. There's too many champions in one group there. I don't know where to look, what to talk about next. Brandon's lost for words once because he can't even call this. None of us can.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Like, you'll never see a group like this again. In FIFA esports history, you will never see a group this stacked again. It's just full, as you said, of so many winners, so many big name players. It's going to be ridiculously hard to work out who tops the group, who comes top 4, who plays against who in Group B.
MANUBACHOORE, like he said yesterday, he needs the win over his teammate. That was probably where he lost a couple of points there as well, getting that draw. Rich, a chance for him to kind of not lose his bottle. He looked a little bit kind of stressed out after all the stages were completed yesterday.
I had the opportunity to catch up with him actually in the hotel as well, and he was annoyed by himself. He knew there were a lot of games there that points just slipped through his fingers, and he has, with a capital H, to start today strong. If he can pick up 3 points here against Damian, it's a must-win game for him. Just puts that pressure on Nicholas below him, and potentially just keeps him at arm's length.
And this, we can't really say that in this group, but this is possibly that game to start things off in the correct way. Damian, when we spoke to him yesterday, said he didn't feel he did much wrong. Ooh! As a chance just goes missing there. Didn't really do that much wrong. He didn't really, Brandon, did he?
I mean,
just couldn't convert.
I mean, he got 1 point. I mean, the crazy thing is he got 1 point, but he drew against Anders.
That doesn't really tell the whole story,
No,
does it?
it doesn't. He was the only player that Anders did not beat. I mean, Anders won 4 games yesterday, drew 1 of them, but I mean, Damian can say that all he wants. He was grouped last year in Copenhagen. He needs a serious turn of form today if there's any chance of him even being in the conversation for a top 4.
Yeah, Damian definitely someone that's looking to turn his fortunes around. The games are starting now as we kick off the round of 16. We've had our first goal as well of this competition so far in round 6. Let's go and see which game it came from.
Well then, the goal came from this game here. It was RVP legend who won this game 4-0 yesterday. Looking to showcase that same run of form again as we jump over to MANUBACHOORE against Damian. Still 0-0 at the moment. That game yesterday, MANUBACHOORE won 3-2, and as we say that, Anders VEJRGANG against Nicholas has just kicked off. Anders VEJRGANG won that one 2-1 yesterday.
When you look at this particular matchup here with MANUBACHOORE and Damian, they both know each other so well, both Dutch FIFA players, playing the same circles a lot of the time as well. Damian can do this, Damian can do it, he can turn this around. I mean, he's shown the level, just getting here, just getting to the FIFAe World Cup shows that he has the level to perform. Just done himself no favours on day one, picking up 1 point and everybody above you seemingly picking up their stride. We often talk about Nicholas and his performances. The reason he is the Iceman is pretty self-explanatory. He keeps cool under pressure and he does perform to the very highest of levels. And even when he's not playing well, he seems to win those 50-50 games. I just don't know if he's going to be able to win enough 50-50 games in this group.
Yeah, he'll have the confidence, of course he will, because he's been to so many of these massive tournaments. But as we've discussed over the course of the last couple of weeks, the level of player has increased this year, especially.
There's no easy win in this
and
group.
especially because the amount of players has gone down to 24 as well.
I think in this group in particular, sometimes it might be Damian, and that feels really harsh for me to say that, but typically in a group you'd have 1, maybe 2 players that you fancy yourself against. And Nicholas will fancy himself against anybody in this group, but on paper, you're probably looking at a lot of draws in this particular matchup between YILMAZ. VEJRGANG might take 3 points against you. And then you've only got maybe 2 games left to play for. You've only got 6 points on the line. I think it's going to come down to the wire, and I said it yesterday, sat on this exec couch. I think day one is, out of any of the groups, out of any of the tournaments we've seen here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, is more important in this particular group than any other.
Rich, you know what I'd like? I'd like Brandon to predict who's going out, because he predicted ABOMAKKAH going out, and where did he finish, Brandon?
Predicted MIKEJ going through as well. How did that go?
What happened? Do I just tell everyone?
ABOMAKKAH top of the group, and MIKEJ is on the plane home back to
So
Australia.
maybe you say something about Damian here and it might go through.
Maybe.
Maybe.
He also predicted Nicholas to win the tournament.
Hence why I'm on the Nicholas agenda.
Sorry, Brandon, we love you, really. Anyway, Oberon Stokes has started. I told you to keep an eye on Stokes as well, didn't I? It's going to be entertaining FIFA.
I'll tell you what, Rachel, Damien might have heard you. Damien up against MANUBACHOORE. There's been a goal in that one. 35 minutes on the clock. What has happened over in that game? He had 1 point all day yesterday. And I tell you what, he may have ended DFERNANDES' streak. He might be able to end his group run streak with a performance like this, leading by a goal still against MANUBACHOORE.
Do we have a Brandon Smith curse? Or a cure, shall we say, that started to go around?
Should we send him home early, Rich?
Yeah, 1-0. Dame Sheet leading against MANUBACHOORE. As for Oberon and Stokes, this was a cracker yesterday. 0-0 so far, but we're only 10 minutes into the game. Let's see if creating here anything. Just going to clear his lines and make sure you keep an eye on Stokes throughout this tournament. He is guaranteed box office FIFA.
We said another massive matchup as well. We said PHZIN, didn't we? YILMAZ, obviously it's two. Oh, this is another world champion here against Nicholas. This is our massive matchup. We've been teasing everyone with this, and it was pretty exciting as well yesterday. VEJRGANG did get that win in the end.
This is the box office one, isn't it? VEJRGANG against Nicholas. What a game. I looked in the FIFA archives on land this year. VEJRGANG has only lost 2 games of FIFA. One was against Oberon in the Champions League, and YILMAZ was the other one in the CL final. He's never lost to Nicholas on land in a 1v1 tournament. They matched yesterday, and they matched in the Champions League.
Beaten twice has VEJRGANG, and he was trailing yesterday. Nico went 1-0 up, and then Anders got 2 goals to turn the tie around. If Nicholas needs to get a win, he needs to get it right now. And what a win it would be, starting the tournament with a win against the top player in your group, picking up 3 points, and starting to just squeeze the players ahead of you.
How do you think, Brandon, Anders?
Probably thinks he's a bit annoying from some of the games he's had to play against him. I mean, I guess he looks at him as this new wave of FIFA talent that, you know, TEKKZ was describing, that's come through, that's so dominant, so sort of careless in some ways. Doesn't really care if you're a big name, you've done this, you've been to X amount of World Cups. You know, there's so much money on the line nowadays, Rachel, that it's going to attract these younger players that come through that have naturally got more time on their hands, and they're just more hungry, you could argue, to go and win these big tournaments. And to see that performance that we saw from VEJRGANG yesterday in this group is just ridiculous. You know, brushing past household names in FIFA, in the FIFA scene, was ridiculous.
I think you summed that up perfectly. Yeah, most players think Anders is annoying.
I also, not necessarily, it's just the reaction as well. It feels like he's not taking you seriously. Like when he's celebrating, when he's clapping you scoring, it's like, I'm trying my absolute best, and this 17-year-old is playing at like 50%. He's looking around, he's turning around to his coach, he's playing up to the fans. He's doing anything but concentrate on the game, and he's still beating me.
I'd say he's a little bit cheeky as well, which we kind of secretly love, because he just plays up to it. He's enjoying it so much. He's enjoying the journey which he's on, and he's on a pretty good journey so far.
0-0 in this one, 20 minutes in. VEJRGANG against Nicholas. You were right to say yesterday, Richard, it was Anders. They went 1-0 down in the tie, ended up turning it around 2-1. As we said, was the most convincing play yesterday across all the groups. 13 points from 15 in total. Unbeaten, 4 wins, 1 draw. Here is Nicholas, who goes from a shot from quite far out. Always was asking a lot of the goalie.
I would love to have a little look as well at PHZIN YILMAZ. It's approaching half-time, but I feel that's a pretty big matchup as well, and we were talking about it being a get your own back yesterday for YILMAZ over PHZIN. PHZIN, obviously the world champion from a couple of days ago in the E-Nations, but his first time here, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's sort of just gone quite quietly in this group. He's mid-table. He's not been super impressive, but he's also picked up points on this journey throughout. And I think, obviously, in the 2v2, he's been mightily impressive. 1v1, he were at the playoffs last year. Everyone expected him to be what we see today, but pressure, nerves did play a factor. He's won everything he can in South America, so I'm not surprised that I think he could very well be the next export over into Europe. He's obviously already with Ajax, but he still plays from South America, but I wouldn't be surprised, especially if he was to have a good performance here at the E-World Cup, if he starts to think about what European life could look like. We did have a second goal, just to keep you up to date with everything that's happening, especially in Group D. DAMIAN 2-0 up versus MANUBACHOORE. We counted him out, but he's not going down without a fight.
Might just be on for his first win as we catch the highlights of that game now. DAMIAN, as he was mostly known for after taking down Anders VEJRGANG's unbeaten streak, leading 2-0 against MANUBACHOORE, who we have to say scored 14 goals yesterday, I believe, but conceded 15 of them. Was scoring plenty, but also leaking so many goals. Here's Nicholas. Big save. Anders VEJRGANG's goalkeeper. So far, Nicholas has actually been pretty decent these first 40 minutes, Rich.
He was good yesterday, though, as well, and just couldn't quite convert the result in his favour.
Well, this one is, as we expected it to be, a little bit cagey here. 5 minutes left. Nicholas needs to find something. Good save there from Nicholas. Was a little bit tame, but a chance all the same from Anders. PHZIN YILMAZ then. This was the one that I was excited to see.
Yeah, Emre Yilmaz finding his feet to try and win this game again. He won it 2-1 yesterday in the first round of play. He does sit in second place as it stands in this group. 10 points yesterday. Only lost one game. That was to Anders VEJRGANG. Remember that they did play also in the Champions League final, where Emre Yilmaz went on to win that tournament, beating Anders VEJRGANG on his way through.
Well, this one then looks like we're about to get the whistle blown on half-time in our feature matchup. Anders nil, not happy with that. Of course he's not, he loves to win. He's just having a couple of heated words with Daniel, his coach, and Nicholas then maybe quite happy about keeping that one at the moment without letting Anders score. Then this one, Johnny was, or is I should say, topping that group heading into the second day, and K1 John in a good position as it stands.
That's the battle of the Johns over here yesterday when they played. We saw Johnny really announce himself onto the FIFA World stage. He's had quite an interesting end to his FIFA career. Cuts the ball back across, finds a breakthrough. But back to his storyline, he pretty much peaked at the right time. Virtual Bundesliga, where he knocked out the current world champion in Umar, who isn't even at this FIFAe World Cup. Then went into the play-ins, where 4 players from 64 booked a spot for the playoffs. Then went into the playoffs and became one of the 24 who are in the FIFAe World Cup. So to get to this stage, he was basically battling against the odds constantly. And the fact he's put in this performance, Rachel, just speaks volumes of how good this German player really is.
We were talking a little bit about that one as well, weren't we? Paolo Neto, their RVP legend. Paolo Neto, Mike today is going to turn up at round 3 yesterday. He needs to turn up on day 2 of these to get through as well. The Romanian, though, has been quite the standout player so far. Well, Oberon Stokes. I kind of teased you guys with fireworks from this one, and it's a little bit boring, to say the least, guys.
Yeah, it's not exploded into life as of yet. However, this could be a chance for Oberon if he gets there in front of the goalkeeper. He's come a long way, and I think for Stokes, obviously yesterday he started quite poorly, picked up a couple of wins towards the end of the day. He'd be relatively happy with a draw to start the day. I would imagine if he can get a winner, obviously he would take it, but you start with 1 point, goes on to 7. When I spoke to him earlier today, he said 2 wins and a draw pretty much would be enough to go through. That would be 13 points, and he'd be happy to take that.
Yobron yesterday caught with him late last night and just said, look, it wasn't the most polished day in the office in the group stages. 8 points he did get. I mean, it's more than half the points he needed. He got top 4 last year in an E-World Cup, but there were 6 goals in this game yesterday. So it looks like it's not going to be a 6-goal thriller this time round.
I'm taking this as a positive from Stokes, right? The fact that he is a little bit more defensive now, because we saw him scoring the goals, but he could not save many, and that's kind of where he came unstuck as we go back to this one, which is also 0-0.
Very interesting there. You see Anders not in a typical 4-4-2, running the 5-back, 5-4-1, the formation of choice. I know he was testing a 5-back here and there. He played it against Emre Yilmaz in their matchup. Very rarely we ever see him out of a back 4 in that 4-4-2 formation, but just showing a little bit more defensive work.
I think that's maybe why you're shouting at Daniel there. Daniel was saying,
Well,
why?
Daniel might have told him to play in the 5 as well.
Yeah, possibly.
It could be the fact of Anders going, look what's happening when I play in a back 5. I'm not playing very well.
We'll have to get Spen to ask that question, won't we, from Daniel. Did Daniel make the tactical changes, or was it Anders?
I think Anders is very much one of those players, like if he's just sitting around him when he's playing, you're probably getting the blame for someone that isn't currently going his way. Had a great chance there. Big save from Nicholas. Still 0-0 in our blockbuster fixture. Got to keep in mind, it makes things very interesting if Damian can see out a lead that he did have. He was leading 2-0 against MANUBACHOORE. That game is in the closing stages. If we can go and see how it's ending, because if Damian wins this game, he'll be on 4 points. If Nicholas stays in a drawing position, he'll be on 5 points. If VEJRGANG was to go and win the game, they'll both be on 4 points. This is in added time now, 90 minutes on the clock. And we are looking at Damian picking up his first win in the tournament. I mean, what a way to start day 2 against MANUBACHOORE.
Brandon, I told you to say something about Damian, and it might actually just work out. As we see, RVP legend as well gets another goal against Paulo Neto.
RVP, when you looked at the group yesterday, obviously that wasn't taken into consideration Paulo Neto's poor start. He arguably won the 3 hardest games in the group and then lost the games versus K1, John and Stokes, who were 5th and 6th. So he could be one of those players that when he feels as though he's playing against real tough opposition, not saying that K1, John or Stokes aren't, but in his mind, a much harder game, he plays up. And when he maybe, similar to what TEKKZ was saying a couple of days ago, when he's playing against someone that maybe he thinks he should be beating, he comes down. And if you're coming down to Stokes and Stokes is going up, Stokes is beating you. So it is a very interesting debate. When I spoke to RVP as well this morning, before we set off from the hotel, he said, Richard, I should have got 15 yesterday. I'm getting 15 today. Very confident young man.
Well, he would be the only person to get 15 points. Obviously, that would mean he's unbeaten. He wins them all in one day of FIFA here.
Back to this one, our main featured matchup here. VEJRGANG against Nicholas. VEJRGANG still unbeaten in his first ever FIFAe World Cup. And he's had a long time, such as all of these players, a long time to wait to get going today. I'm sure he's played relentless games of ping pong on the build-up. He beat me early today, shushed me. Every celebration under the sun came my way. I won't be playing him again in a hurry.
We heard that, didn't we? The players are loving the ping pong here in the players' warm-up area, and that maybe just keeps their competitive edge going when these technical problems have been happening as well, Rich.
Big goal there for Oberon. 10 minutes left to play against Stokes. You talk about sort of waiting. It is scheduled, 8 p.m. local time, this kickoff, so you've got a couple of hours there where you're having to time the practice to the right time. You don't want it to peak too early. If you play too many practice games, you might get worn out towards the end of the group standings as well. So there's a real sort of knack to making sure you get the right amount of practice, that you're not cold, but you're not overplaying as well, that you're eating at the right time, that you're making sure that you're prepared coming into this 5 rounds of fixtures. And you probably didn't even think of this, but you might be playing pretty late here in Riyadh as well. You could be playing 11:30, 12 midnight local time. Tiredness, fatigue, all these factors could play into this Group C and D final results.
Well, this is a good result for Nicholas. I know we don't really want him to get a draw. Anders isn't going to be happy if it stays like this.
No, by any means. He just strives for perfection in all ways in his FIFA matches. But a point could be huge if we look at the end of it today. Last 3 in-game minutes for Anders VEJRGANG or Nicholas to try and snatch all 3 points from this game. Looks as if Anders VEJRGANG will be working into the final chance. Nicholas. Not enough to just see this one out. A big point on the board it would be for him after a slow start to play yesterday. Losing in this very matchup. Anders will get the last chance of the game. Any time to come in any second now, just 1 minute. The ball has to move. Anders still looking for a way through, unable to do so. Big point on the board for Nicholas.
I love just watching these reactions. Anders, where is he going?
He's doing the 100-metre dash. Just sprinted out of the venue.
I mean, that says a lot, doesn't it? If he was happy, he would have stayed. He would have chatted. Nicholas is going probably to find Anders, and he maybe doesn't know that he's raced off. I'm sure he will go and have a quick word with Daniel there. He does. He congratulates him all the time, doesn't he?
He might just have to handshake the controller or something. He's not there at the moment.
Daniel, pass on my regards.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. But anyway, that is a little bit of an insight into Anders there. He is unpredictable, to say the least. A draw is never good enough for the guy who really, really asks a lot from him every single time he plays. Well, that was Group D, the group of death, the most competitive group we've ever had assembled here at a World Cup. Anders gets 1 point and puts himself on 14. Very disappointed he will be with that game.
He will be. I think when you look at the other results in this group, I think YILMAZ was still underway and a couple of technical difficulties. That game will be concluded very shortly. He could start to creep up on Anders VEJRGANG as well. YILMAZ is the closest competitor. At the bottom end of the table, massive 3 points for Damesheep against MANUBACHOORE. That puts him on to 4. Nicholas is around there. MANUBACHOORE's around there. PHZIN's around there as well. So I would say, genuinely, from 3rd to 6th, anyone can go through.
Rich, it's 7, 6, 5, 4. They've all been drawn in to that battle, haven't they?
I said one win or maybe 2 in a row could change the game. Back to your point about Anders, look, I know he's annoyed because he just strives for perfection, but Nicholas hasn't beaten this year still on paper. I know it's a draw, and I'll be thinking, oh, I've dropped a game there, but it's only a draw. He's still unbeaten in the group stages, and look, that group is getting very, very tight now.
And talking about, I guess, groups that are getting a bit cagey, it's very cagey at the top as well of Group C. RVP Legend, he's got 12 points. Johnny and Oberon both on 11. And again, it's making it really, really tight at the bottom of that group as well. Palinetto is on 4, but he's not completely out of it because players around him haven't picked up particularly any points. Stokes didn't there, still on 6. And then K1 John on 7.
I just think for Palinetto, I would be more worried that the performances aren't there. It's not necessarily the results, he's just not playing well. He's not scoring goals, he's conceding a lot. What we saw in the E-Nations Cup was he's coming off the bench and he's changing the game. He's free-flowing, he's scoring goals, he's playing well. This tournament right now, I've watched a lot of Palinetto this year. I've watched him all over, from Argentina to the Here East Arena. He has not played well. This is the worst he has played this tournament through the entire calendar year.
12 points still remaining today, though. If you look at what happened earlier, that's all I'm saying. MONTAXER would probably written him off at the beginning of the day, and he goes through in dramatic fashion. Stranger things have happened, Brandon.
I mean, look at Palinetto's next game. You know, nothing against K1 John, but on paper, he won it yesterday. He should win that. Again, he beat him 5-2. But you're right, I don't know what it is. Palinetto isn't clicking in the 1v1 environment, which is weird for someone who's played this tournament so much. Does get to the knockout so often and has such good success in 1v1.
Topped his group last year. It's not happening this year. Sorry, Paolo.
I think players will take kind of heart from what they saw a little bit earlier on. The likes of massive names like YUVAL going out does really give them kind of hope that anything is possible here. They go, oh yeah, he was ranked #1 in Europe, he's going through. And then he just drops out of the competition in the group stages.
It's a great example, isn't it? You can be dominant for months upon months in the global series, and then you come to a 2-day, or it could be a 3, or it could be a 4-day FIFA tournament. If you're not clicking and it's not working well, then it's game over.
Well, Paolo Neto is going to start clicking, hasn't it? Very soon. Obviously, we had a couple of problems we just saw there. He's up against, like Brandon said, K1 John, the free agent. If he gets through tomorrow, will he not be a free agent anymore? Will teams start knocking at his door?
You probably imagine so. I think we talked about YUVAL going out, giving people sort of like confidence that anything can happen, that you can go through. I also think for Paolo Neto, it worries him a little bit more that, well, if YUVAL can't go through, #1 seed in Europe, the guy that everyone has been talking about this year, he's been unbelievable online, he's won a qualifier. Paolo Neto, he was lifting a trophy 3 days ago. Anyone can go out. If you don't play well, people will take points off you, and the performance level, unfortunately, for Paolo Neto just hasn't quite been there.
Right, well, the games have started. This is the final game, isn't it, that we didn't get to see. This is Group D. PHZIN YILMAZ here. 15 minutes still left to play on this one. YILMAZ yesterday finished with 10 points there, and he did keep the scoreline like this, didn't he, Brandon, as well?
He did, and this is a good result for Nicholas, or anyone in that sort of bottom 4 rat race, you can say, because look, PHZIN will stay on the same points. Emre Yilmaz and Anders, will smooth out the conversation. They will move out the conversation naturally. Yilmaz, Anders, for me, they're certs. They're on their way through as that too. It's the bottom 2 spots that are going to be, as you said, up for grabs. What, 4, 5, 6, 7 points is how 6th, 5th, 4th and 3rd does look in the group of death, as we've called it. 10 minutes left to be played here. It's the Champions League winner still in the driving seat.
Yeah, and PHZIN as well. We had a little bit of a conversation about it. Maybe he's just, not that he's not good at this, but he's so good at 2v2 as well, isn't he?
He is. I mean, look at the resume. It's 2 back-to-back E-Nations Cup victories that will never see consistency like that in that tournament from him, who was the catalyst in the team. PHZIN in the box, looking for a way back into the tie. Will give a goal kick and nothing more. But yeah, absolutely. Had a disappointing E-World Cup. Last time we saw him in the playoffs, it was actually last year, sorry, was in the playoffs, didn't qualify for the E-World Cup, I beg my pardon. Did qualify for the E-World Cup in the year that it didn't take place, so for him, this is a chance to really show what he can do on the world stage. And as Richard said, many have regarded him as the next big thing, the next top FIFA player. He is not starting here, as he needs to go on if there's any way of him getting out this group.
I think the only thing you have to look at in terms of what PHZIN, how good he is and the quality he has, a title-winning side in 2022, he was the only sole survivor in that sort of decision process coming into 2023. And he kept Paolo Neto, who has won everything in North America, out of the team, and it's for reasons just quite like that. Just sublime FIFA in the final third, passing the ball into an empty net, and he makes the game, when he is on form, not only look beautiful to watch, but look really, really straightforward.
Only a couple of minutes left in this, and we go to this quick pause in the game. 2-2, PHZIN and YILMAZ. Well, the next round then has already kicked off. This is the game that's underway. It's RVP Legend. He's been excellent so far in Group C. He tops that one. And he's now up against Oberon, who is sitting in 3rd position. But this, though, is the final moments then in the first round of Group D between these 2 players. PHZIN just got an equaliser to peg back Emre Yilmaz. And that is it. 2-2. 1 point apiece there. PHZIN will be delighted with that result in his first fixture, which he lost this same fixture yesterday. Right, well, this is the 7th round of fixtures then that has kicked off in Group C. I just teased this one, didn't I? RVP Legend, your table topper at the moment, taking on 3rd place, the Italian Oberon. Let's hand over then to Alex B and Aggie to take you through these fixtures.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rachel. We are here for RVP Legend Oberon up in Group C. You join myself, Alex, and Aggie to bring you all of that action. RVP Legend starting the day off as he did yesterday, Aggie, with that victory in the previous game and goals galore, which has been doing so much throughout this group stage.
Yeah, both players had a perfect start to day 2 here and are basically playing, or they are looking after that first place in the group, just fighting for that place together with Johnny as well. So a vital match here in Group C, as well in Group D, where we saw drama, late drama, and Damian responding. So everything is open so far, Alex.
Everything is open indeed. And RVP Legend came out today saying he wants 15 points. That was his goal yesterday. He just fell short of that after picking up back-to-back losses for the last 2 games. But he has looked confident throughout. Oberon, on the other hand, though, it's kind of, so far, just tickled along, sitting in that 3rd position in that group. You would argue, if he can get a result in this next game against RVP Legend, or in that 3rd game, he'd also be looking very, very confident. Oberon, have you made his performances so far throughout the group stage?
Slow and steady wins the race. Just follow this, see if RVP Legend can do something, but Oberon just gets back there, and I think Oberon has been doing great. I mean, not perfect, but great. Don't have to peak yet in this competition, but he's always in those top 4 spots, never questioning him. With just a point here, or even free would definitely secure him. Even 1 point, I think both players would be pretty satisfied with that.
That they would. RVP Legend just building up into this last attack on the stroke of half-time. RVP Legend let go of Team Hullet this time last year at the end of the season. He was a free agent and then picked up by Zeal. To see him at the World Cup, he's a player which we've known has had that quality. He's a player which I've been very impressed with so far as well. If you didn't know, what does he like to do? He likes to go forward, he likes to score goals, and he puts attack after attack. He is the 2nd highest goal scorer throughout this tournament so far, just closely behind Johnny in Group C, with them 2 looking to battle that out for that top spot to give themselves the best possible seeding as we move up into the knockout stages. Oberon, on the other hand, though, will have something to say about it as he looks to build up. He drives that one into the 18-yard box. Van Dijk stands strong, and that is going to be all square in at half-time. Just so we can see how round 6 finished up for you. Group C, RVP Legend sat in that top position with 12 points. Johnny and Oberon all square there with 11 points and goal difference, just separating that. K1 John, the only free agent in this tournament, as it stands, makes it into that top 4. Stokes and Paolo Neto with a lot of work to do to find themselves into that. Paolo Neto topped the group last year. This time he finds himself at the opposite end of the table. Moving over to Group D, we see Anders VEJRGANG, a player which Aggie knows so well, who put in arguably throughout a stage at the World Cup, and YILMAZ has also as well putting in a show for us. PHZIN takes that 3rd spot, MANUBACHOORE, and then Nicholas, who picked up that vital point against Anders VEJRGANG to keep himself in the race. And then Damian. Dame Sheet was sat on 1 point when he came in today. That victory against Manu changes things massively in Group D.
I believe he had to win that in order to keep his hopes alive of making it through from the group of that, and he did. In a fancy manner as well. I mean, he played well, and he's been playing well also on day 1, where he didn't have the margins that you need to have against 5 world-class players. So a vital one for him, and he is playing against Nicholas now, which is a 6-pointer once again. If he wins that, he could potentially go straight into top 4.
That he could indeed. As we jump over to the game that you are talking about, Damian and Nicholas up against each other. Nicholas picking up that 0-0 draw against Anders. Anders very, very emotional after that, letting everybody know he was not happy with the points squared. For Dame Sheet,
Is this better for him? Obviously, yes, he picked up that victory against Manu, which is going to give him all the confidence as well. Do you think for Nicholas that draw against Anders is almost equal as a win, knowing the class of Anders?
Knowing Nico, I think he would have liked the 3 points, but looking at the game, both players were pretty even, as we just see this. Nice goalkeeper movement right there from Nicholas, but a great start again from Damian, and I think Nicholas would want to follow this again. Just knocking on the door there, but Nicholas will not be 100% satisfied because he needs more than 1 point per game right now.
Yeah, he needs 3 points on the board for sure. Both of these players fighting to make their way into that top 4 position in Group D. This time last year, Damian found himself grouped at the FIFAe World Cup. He will not want a repeat of that, but standing in his way is the Iceman himself, the runner-up of the FIFAe World Cup as chance comes through, but good enough defending from Damian. We saw a little bit of footwork in those previous attacks as well, Damian, showcasing why. Like, yes, yesterday he didn't get the points on the board, but he was happy with how he was performing. That attack just showcasing all of the skills and tools he has in the arsenal.
Maybe that was just exactly what he needed, that first win that gives him, that makes him believe when he's getting those points. So super vital for him and very necessary in order to make the miracle today.
As we jump over to the game between #Stokes and Johnny. Johnny, how did he get here? He came through play-ins, which is 4 out of 64 players, to then make it to the playoffs, to then be one of the 24 players. He's a player which I've kept my close eye on throughout the season. He was top 4 in the virtual Bundesliga. As we see Stokes looking to build up on that attack. Johnny, though, equal to it. And in this group, we have goals galore. We know RVP legend scores goals. Johnny tops the goal scoring record so far as well. But then the player that he is up against, Stokes. Stokes' mentality at times throughout this tournament has been, I'm going to score 1 more goal than you. Whether that's I win 3-2, 4-3, he doesn't mind. However, conceding a little bit more on that end. We actually spoke to Stokes, and he said how after that break from round 3, he went outside, he had some words with himself, and he came back out a changed man in round 4, and that showcased with those victories that he picked up. And it is going to be a penalty over to Johnny. Stokes with a reckless challenge. Johnny with a chance to strike first. It is going to be Pele that steps up, and Pele that delivers.
Yeah, it's a very important game here, and Johnny is almost through from the groups here, just with an important one, just as we see Nicholas as well getting that lead right here. And I mean, a 6-pointer for both of them. Nicholas with first strike here, and it could end up being absolutely vital for him, as he would suddenly have the advantage when starting to play those head-to-head matches against MANUBACHOORE and PHZIN.
He would indeed, and we know with Nicholas, he comes to life in the knockout stages when 2 legs of FIFA is introduced. Now it's all about Stokes. How can he answer back against the German of Johnny, who's trying to hunt down RVP in Group C for that first spot, and Stokes at the opposite end looking to secure top 4 qualification with lots of work to do. Stokes fans around the world will be rooting for him, I'm sure. And let's not forget, this is a player that won the EPL with Leeds and Olivito. Yes, a bit of a different format in that 2-player tournament. It is going to be Johnny looking to put that pressure on again. Stokes does a good enough job of getting that one clear as we go in at half-time, and it is going to be 1-0 for Johnny. PHZIN, MANUBACHOORE, though, is a game that's kicked off, and we want to see how that one is underway. It is going to be PHZIN knocking on that door early doors. He has that chance to possibly look for that shot. Does keeper equal to it.
An important one there, and PHZIN made that comeback before against YILMAZ, which could end up again being the game changer. So many margins here, so many last-minute chances, which has resulted in goals. So it's so hard to separate these 4 players who are fighting for the last 2 spots in Group D.
Yeah, and we saw MANUBACHOORE there, Team Hullet representation, and we see his teammate over on the other side, Emre Yilmaz, up against
the front-running Anders VEJRGANG. This is first v second in Group D, the group of death on both of these players. They've got accolades, trophies, moments throughout their seasons that just showcase the quality that they have. And I think Emre went a little bit quietly about his business yesterday, where we were sat there, we were talking about Anders, and what he did was absolutely phenomenal. Emre, on the other hand, though, also put in a hell of a shift.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the competition, I would say these two guys were the biggest favorites. Obviously, both of them, or YILMAZ, went here last year, finished top 4, which was very impressive, and his breakthrough on the global scene. Now he's here as one of the main favorites, and really looking forward to see how he does today against Anders.
Well, well, well. Paulo Neto finding himself 1-0 down to K1 John. And you have to say, if you're a Paulo Neto fan, it is not looking great. Paulo Neto, he has the ability, right, to turn this around.
He's an amazing player, and we saw that as well last year. We saw it last week, winning that trophy once again for Brazil. Yeah, definitely would be a shock if he were to leave the competition this early, and also in that manner. As we switch back here to the two wonder kids, yeah, playing against each other. So many tools to break down the opponent's defense and the pace of the game, Alex. That is truly remarkable.
Yeah, both of these players make it look like they're playing a different video game to everyone else at times. The way they move the ball, their quality on the ball, they deliver on the biggest stage, in the biggest moments. And right, we know both of these players have pretty much secured qualification, but it's about who is going to take that top spot. Anders, we know first is the only goal. Anything less than first for Anders is pretty much a failure. We have had moments and goals across the board. Let's jump on over to a huge goal in this matchup between Stokes and Johnny. Johnny, first time pass through, the lovely footwork, reverse elastico, green time, low driven, just to do it. You asked me before this tournament, Alex, why have you picked Johnny to go top of the group? Well, we're showcasing exactly why he is doing that.
And that was the answer that I was looking to hear as we switch over here to Group D, because we have another goal. It is PHZIN against MANUBACHOORE, and just that driven pass, we've seen it a lot, into a tap-in, and MANUBACHOORE had a shaky start, while PHZIN is looking like someone who's carrying that victory from last week with him in that group.
He is indeed. It's fancy footwork from our line. Van der Sar, though, easy as you like. Looking at this Group D, we had those conversations going into day 2 here, where we will find out what players will be joining. 8 players that are already confirmed. And looking at Group D, Nicholas wants to find that way into the top 4. Manu and PHZIN are the ones that find themselves there as it stands. However, Damian also won't go down without a fight. We said, who is the person that's going to drop out? It was Manu. He's not delivering right now on the stage that he needs to. Do you think he has that ability to pull them back?
Gotta say, I saw his face cam after that loss to Damian, and I think that loss could be very defining, because he looked very frustrated and upset. And you gotta keep your feelings cool when you're playing, as we see. Chance here.
Jump on over to K1 John, Paulo Neto. This is in Group C. This is bottom of the group versus 4th. K1 John, we keep mentioning it, the only free agent in this tournament, and possibly on a way through to the last 16. PHZIN and MANUBACHOORE in Group D. Sat 1-0 just on the stroke of half-time. A loss of possession, though. It is going to be Manu that looks to drive. Some good enough defending from Manu, who just couldn't break past PHZIN's defence. It's going to take that time and composure, and really
If PHZIN can get 3 points here, Aggie, it's just going to slowly start to edge him up and further away from that 4th spot.
Yeah, I think a win here will put him in such a favorable spot that it would require huge mistakes for him to not go through. Because he still have some games to play, and I really doubt that he will not get any points in his remaining games as well. So Group D and C is still rocking.
It is indeed, and Stokes is carrying on from yesterday's story. Goals conceded. Johnny, 3 to the good. Emre Yilmaz and Anders VEJRGANG will go in at half-time at 0-0. And we do have goals from elsewhere. We're going to see RVP legends. The man, the one, Pogba, drives into the box, and just the confidence on that left foot. It's one of the reasons why we see so many players happy to run that item. Stokes, though, it ended so well yesterday, picking up 2 vital wins. Today, similar story to what we saw at the start of yesterday's group.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he is going to respond to this start here, because it looks like a deja vu. And I mean, Stokes is here, most experienced player. He's been on for, I think Mike said, a decade. I even played against him many times, and we would expect him to have the experience to kind of rework his games. So we see another one there, which is pretty much deja vu.
Yeah, that is game, set, match 1 as we jump on over to Damesheet and Nicholas. And it is going to be Damesheet that wins that penalty. Nicholas giving that one away. You saw that throughout the FIFA Nations. It's Damian that steps up with R9, saved from Nicholas. A huge, huge save. As we just see that highlight again from Johnny. The step overs coming through, the confidence, the goalkeeper in no man's land. And Johnny blows Stokes out the water. And there's a reason why he has scored so many goals. Back to the game now in Group C. RVP legend wants to keep hold of that top spot, and to do so, he needs to match the results of Johnny. And he's doing it with this 1-0 against Oberon, which would give him another vital 3 points in Group C. As we wrap this one up, Oberon will be very disappointed to not pick up a result, but he is on that attack. It is going to be the chance. One more. Take back the words. He won't be disappointed because he's found that equaliser.
Just in the last second, that's all he needs. Oberon there just getting a crucial point, as we have seen. The long shot, Trivella there from Green. And Damian, I mean, he's not out of this conversation. He's still in it.
He is still in that conversation. It is a vital game for one of those players to take 3 points if they can. Back over to this game of Emre Yilmaz and Anders VEJRGANG. 54 minutes gone in this. If you are just joining us, this is game number 7 in Group C and D. We have 10 games in total to play for these competitors, and only 4 of them will advance out of their group. 2 will be sent home. And we are currently sat watching the group of death with players that really are giving us, on paper, final-worthy games in group stage football.
It's been amazing, and I can't wait to watch the remaining games here. We'll see so many emotions, feelings, sad players, but also over-the-moon happy players. That's what this is about. It's feelings, it's passion. It's virtual football on the highest level.
It is indeed. But let's jump over to another matchup which is tightly contested, and it is PHZIN and MANUBACHOORE, as PHZIN looks to extend that lead on that edge of the box. First time passing, good defending though from Manu. And sees his way out to build up into another attack, another opportunity. What can he deliver though?
Just that one goal would be so good for him.
Well, you said 1 goal, and he's got a vital chance with it. Defender comes across, stands tall, stands strong. And for Manu right now, it's just not dropping at the times where he needs it most.
I thought that maybe he could have just went for that shot at the forward post, but decided to try to take that extra touch, do that extra skill move that could increase his chances, going from 25% chance to almost 100.
Well, let's stick on this one. Damshi versus Nicholas. This is 5th versus 6th, and it is going to be Nicholas who's knocking on that door, but Damian with some fantastic defending. For both of these players, a point, yes, because of the result as it stands right now for Manu. Still keeps them very much within that shout. Manu, obviously that player in that 4th position. He's sat on 6 points. Nicholas is on 5 and Damian is on 4. That's before this round kicked off. Let's see if Damshi can find a way to take all 3 points against the Iceman. Bit ropey there, goes one back, and that is going to be game in that matchup. 1-1, all points shared between the two players. Damian of this Esports and Nicholas 99 heads on over to shake their hands. Now let's move over to a different story, a different moment in Group C, where Paulo Neto sits bottom of that group and K1 John has the chance, reverse elastico. Van der Sar palms it behind.
I gotta say, if Paulo Neto loses this, can he still make it mathematically? Then it's going to look very, very tough for him, I think.
K1 John would move on to 10 points here, which would keep him in that 4th position, because Oberon sits in 3rd on 12, and Paulo Neto would be on 4. With a total of 9 points remaining, it certainly becomes a Mount Everest challenge for Paulo Neto. But he has got one more chance here to try and give himself a lifeline in Group C here at the FIFAe World Cup. Paulo Neto, what have you got in your locker? And the answer to that is not a lot.
No, that was the hiking boots, Alex. Instead, K1 John can secure this, and it's a vital one for him as well, as we can see on the reactions here. K1 John, he's making a name for himself once again.
He is, as we move on over into this matchup. PHZIN and Manu. It's going to be PHZIN with a chance of dreams. And you are not going to miss from there if you get that shot off across your body. Green time finish. Manu just couldn't clear his lines, Aggie.
Yeah, can't get the ball away. And instead, we could just see or the E-Nations double world champion celebrates with big passion.
And another chance as well. Goalkeeper stands tall though, puts that one behind. It would have just put it out of reach for Manu, even though there is minutes remaining. With fancy footwork inside that box, it's Pogba with the step overs, and Manu is going to clear those lines. Unfortunately for Manu though, that is going to be back-to-back losses, and he is dragging himself into the conversation of who is going to finish 5th and 6th in the group of death, as we saw Nicholas and Damian pick up that draw in their matchup. PHZIN though, pushing himself further and further away onto 11 points, and in that all-important 3rd spot, just edging further and further away, Aggie.
Yeah, definitely. It's looking like a tough one there for some of the players. As we also seen Emre, Yilmaz and Anders. And Anders haven't scored today. That's pretty big, considering still that he's playing against 2 of the best players. It's still a big upset, isn't it?
For Anders, I think for most players, when you go up against Nicholas and Emre Yilmaz, you probably say to yourself, hey, look, this is going to be a tough game. Yeah, if we can get 3 points, we'll obviously be over the moon. But the fact that Anders has drawn both of those games and not scored a single goal, that's not good for him. What conversations does he have there with his coach, Daniel?
I think it's a lot of frustrations. I think Daniel's just trying to calm him down a bit, because at the end of the day, he's also aware of the fact that he is through. He is through to tomorrow. He just have so high ambitions with every aspect of the game. Every single second in game matters to him. So I think they're just discussing a few things, maybe some things he needs to adjust once he'll get ready for the 8th round of Group C and D.
Yeah, as we see him walk off there and have some more conversations and chats with the team. But let's have a look at how the group stages are looking as it stands. Group C, Johnny and RVP Leshen. That battle between well, jumped out on 14 points with a 10-goal difference, and then RVP Legend 13. Oberon sat in 3rd with 12. K1 John, again, just pushing himself further and further away. And for Stokes and Paolo Neto that find themselves out of that all-important top 4, with a goal difference of -10 for each of them, you can see where they're not rising. Group D, though, sees a different story for Anders VEJRGANG, who hasn't picked up a victory so far today, but is still sat in that top spot. YILMAZ in 2nd, and PHZIN, again, edging further and further away, but Nicholas just takes that 4th spot as he is level with MANUBACHOORE. And really, both of these kind of stories that we're seeing is that, yes, Group A, possibly that chance for Stokes to come through as well, but then in Group B, it's very, very different in the case of that 4th, 5th and 6th have all got a chance.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the upcoming match here we're seeing with K1 John and Stokes. I mean, if K1 John wins that match, I believe we already have a top 4 settled in that group. So a massive one for both of them. Stokes want to keep his dream alive, and K1 John wants to eliminate Stokes.
Yeah, and we saw Paolo Neto bottom of the table there as we jump into the game that he has against Oberon. Paolo Neto is a back-to-back-to-back EMLS champion. He has just won the FIFA E-Nations Cup with Brazil. He won his group this time last year at the FIFAe World Cup, and he now sits bottom. Why?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, Ali, because he's a top quality player, and here we just see again, when you get into a bad mood, or you get a few results that doesn't go your way, you can very easy get into this bad spirit where you just feel like nothing is clicking for you and you can't seem to turn it around no matter what you do. And I think that's what may happen to Paolo Neto, but you would have thought otherwise he would be coming into the competition with so much confidence and self-belief. But again, it just goes to show that 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2 is 2 different disciplines.
It is, and for Paolo Neto, as each game goes by now, I think he will just be wanting to get this tournament over and done with, but we'll see if he can put up a fight against the Italian of Oberon. Oberon having a top 4 E-Nations finish with Italy. Was here as well at the FIFAe World Cup last season, finishing top 4. He has got accolades go on time and time again. Paolo Neto inside that 18-yard box. Oberon having numbers there. It's one thing we know about his defensive capabilities. He's very difficult to break down. Paolo Neto, he's got the ability inside that 18-yard box. Goalkeeper movement coming through. And again, another corner.
Yeah, he needs to defend this well. Can he do that? That's the question.
Paolo Neto moving the ball around quickly and efficiently, but Oberon says, thank you very much, I'll take that one. It's time for me to look for time and space and work away into that attack. Games across the other groups will be kicking off very shortly. As soon as we have news from them, we will bring them to you as we close up Group C and D. Paolo Neto, fancy footwork, but he's going to get that little lucky bounce, but he does not mind, takes the shot. Henri, a little bit tame.
A great response, though, from Paolo Neto there. Just doing a lot of things right and showing his offensive repertoire, which maybe has been one of the issues, that just haven't been able to convert the chances that he created, and on the other end haven't been structured enough in the defense. So we just see it. It's just about scoring those goals when you're in the positions, and sometimes you just feel like it doesn't go your way, and I think that's the feeling Paulo Neto is sitting with. And usually I say it's not over until the fat lady has sung, but she's starting to warm up, I think.
She's starting to sing indeed. Let's head on over though to K1 John versus Stokes, which is a huge matchup in Group C. For #Stokes, we know the capability that he has, but it's about, can he deliver on it? Can he claw back to what he had yesterday? Stokes starts off strong. Fernandez is going to get through, and the finish at the near post. I thought that just went wide, but either way, Stokes fires himself into the lead.
And I mean, like, I can't be smarter than Stokes. It's like, you never know what you get. He was off to a horrible start in the first match, but now got the perfect start. And I mean, such a likable guy with a last-minute kind of coach coming in as well. I mean, you gotta love that.
Talking about Mikel Darien there, who is sat in that booth with Stokes. Probably the smartest coach we have seen at this event. He brings the vibes, he brings the moments, but can he deliver the moments on the pitch for Stokes as well? This is such a huge game in Group C for the simple fact of, if Stokes wins this, he goes within 1 point of K1 John, who is sat in that 4th position. However, there has been goals elsewhere. And that is going to be Paulo Neto looking to bounce back against Oberon. And he does that with one little turn. Henri, a fighting chance for the Brazilian. As we come over to Manu versus Yilmaz. This is teammate versus teammate for Team Hullet. And it's a penalty that Yilmaz is going to give away to Manu. Pele steps up, save from Van der Sar.
And it could look like it's one of those days for Manu where he feels like it just doesn't go his way. And he talked about it yesterday as well, that he was a bit annoyed because he felt like he should have converted him playing so well a bit better, getting some more points to the board, and maybe it will come down to haunt him today, as he said. And it certainly looks like that's what's happening now.
It does look like that might be happening indeed for MANUBACHOORE, but we see Nicholas on that attack against PHZIN, the player lock coming through. Brilliant defending. And you mentioned it, Aggie, that things just weren't going the way for Manu. But fortune has changed. And Kevin De Bruyne inside that 18-yard box, low driven. Van der Sar, keep them legs closed because the nutmeg comes through. We're back with the Italian versus the Brazilian. Oberon up against Paulo Neto, which is a different story. Paulo Neto sat bottom of Group C. Oberon just doing what he does, which is win football matches and get himself out of the groups and into the moment where he shines best. Knockouts. Chance now for Oberon. Reverse elastico. Paulo Neto stands strong in that defensive department. As we close up into half-time, it is going to be one more chance, but Davies, one of the quickest fullbacks on FIFA 23, very difficult to get past. We mentioned the game that has so much riding on it for Stokes. It's 28 minutes in, and I think for Stokes, when we're talking about opportunities and wanting to relish this moment that he has, yesterday he started off poorly. The last 2 games, he came into his element. He defended well, he scored goals, and he was mature in those performances. He can look back on that yesterday and go, yes, so far, game 1, game 2, not gone the way that I want. However, we did it yesterday. Why can't we do it again? And he's doing it right now.
Yeah, and once when Stokes starts to get things clicking, he is arguably one of the best offensive players in the game. I mean, he's having his own very unique direct style, and if he gets it going, things are looking great for him.
And talk of getting it going, this is one player that can do that as well. Emre Yilmaz, just on the stroke of half-time, fires that one into Hullet, who does not miss from those angles. Nicholas and PHZIN now
A game which Nicholas needs to start picking up victories, especially if Manu can find a result against Emre. The step over's come through, and what a challenge that is.
That's a proper tackle.
Proper challenge.
And yeah, just a South American derby here. I believe it ended as a draw yesterday, and PHZIN is in a very favorable position coming into this game. In theory, a draw would do him great as well. So he's not in a rush. But
Chance coming through. It is going to be R9 Van der Sar with that big save. PHZIN looking to knock on that door just on the stroke of half-time once again as we round up the first half in games number 8 in these group stages. Let's check up though with elsewhere with K1 John and Stokes. Stokes being smart in that play, looking to build up for this last attack. The referee will blow that whistle. Big switch of play coming through from Stokes. Lovely footwork from Davis to evade that challenge. Centre-back goes on walkies. Stokes has put himself into a bit of a sticky situation here. We'll need to just pull that one out, and does that, thankfully, with the referee blowing that whistle. The pressure was on there.
yeah, we often see when you are going for that last attack of the match, just trying to hold and keep that position until the clock is almost done. You'll see your opponent just applying that team pressure and trying to make you make those mistakes that can cost you. Stokes just keeping his head cold.
Yeah, he did that in ice-like fashion as we close up again for Manu and Emre. It is going to be last attack for Manu. Ball into the middle to R9. He's got a man at the top of the screen, which he does try to feed through. But a brilliant slide tackle from the defender. All evens in at half-time. And we did see that goal go in there as well in the game between Oberon and Paulo Neto as we come back over to see it. It is Paulo Neto that knocks on that door. Lovely footwork. And that right there for Paulo is, yes, we know he's got the quality in the attacking area. He can move the ball. He's got the skill moves. But he just hasn't done it consistently enough while keeping the ball out at the other end.
Yeah, that's the thing that, as you say, Alex, we know what he's capable of in terms of offensive skills, but the defensive part hasn't been on point, and you need to be on point in both ends at the FIFAe World Cup, otherwise you're not going to have that success.
Talking of a player that can be defensively sound, it is this man on the screen, Nicholas, who so far today has picked up a draw in both of his games against Dameschi and Anders VEJRGANG, which, if you want to grow with any sort of confidence of keeping the ball out of your own net, getting a clean sheet against Anders VEJRGANG to start the day off certainly puts you in that positive outcome. Nicholas just trying to force that one through down the line. PHZIN equal to it. It is Pele. Big switch of the ball. It is going to fall into the feet of Mbappe. And he does not miss from there.
PHZIN, I mean, what a performance today from him. He's really looking like someone who knows what it takes. And for Nicholas and Manu and Damian, I mean, surely they're isolated if the result stands as they are.
That they will, and we know that Manu is in that matchup against YILMAZ right now. That is 1-1 as we jump into this game with Anders VEJRGANG up against Damian, which you are going to hear this right. In 2 games of FIFA, Anders has yet to score on day 2. I know you've been bigging him up time and time again, Aggie. How much will that play on his mind? Do you think it will? Or do you think he'll just say, let's do what I do here, which is get in the box with R9, keep him with a huge save?
And I think that's the first time in a while where I thought, or where I think that he should have done something differently. I mean, he had that driven pass opportunity, but decided to try to go for a shot like we just saw here with MANUBACHOORE getting a crucial goal in that Team Hullet derby. And Anders will still be looking for his first goal of the day. But we did see the face cam, and usually it doesn't really give you any hints, but he did look frustrated. Didn't look too happy, and it might going to play a small part here for Anders.
Well, Aggie, as you were talking there was a massive goal between the two Team Hullet sides, and it went the way of MANUBACHOORE, which means if you are a fan of the Iceman Nicholas from Argentina, Manu will be edging away from him in Group D. A player which we know has delivered on the biggest stages time and time again. We could possibly see Nicholas 99 not make it through the groups. If this stays this way and he loses to PHZIN, he has got a lot to do in those remaining 2 games.
And then it's getting closer than we ever thought it would. We did speak about the potential chance of him not getting past the group of death, but now it's coming very close. Not only to us, but also to him.
Yeah, there is just a technical pause in that game between Nicholas and PHZIN. So as soon as we get any information when that game's underway, we will bring it to you. Right now, though, we're taking a look at second in the group of YILMAZ and Manu, who started off slow today, but so far in this game is looking on top. Clear the lines, that you do, YILMAZ. A chance that goes begging for Manu. We spoke about the current FIFA E Nations champion, Paulo Neto. PHZIN on the other side is doing very well in Group D. Paulo finds himself bottom of the group, and Oberon, from this game, if my math serves me right, is pretty much going to secure qualification, Andy.
Yeah, impressive from Oberon, just that consistency. I mean, he's always there in the fun stages of the competition. And he's looking like he's going to do that once again here. Just securing a top 4 finish last year. You want to go a step or 2 further.
Yeah, Will, and that means for Paulo Neto and Stokes in Group C, they have it all to do, as K1 Johnny is the only player left that they can chase in that group. Right now, though, back with Anders VEJRGANG and DAMIAN.
Just looking for those opportunities. Doesn't seem to be able to find them, man.
It's just looking a bit forceful at times.
So trying to cross us, and he misses that. And that was a huge chance for Anders, and we often just seen him go for the short passing, but he went for the German cross, the early one, and it was a huge chance. And
did you get a glimpse of the player cam there, Aggie?
Yeah, I'm watching.
He's out of his seat.
I mean, I hope they paused the game.
Oh, anyway, we move back to the game between YILMAZ and MANUBACHOORE. It is Manu with a chance to seal the deal. Time and composure when he needed it most. He delivers on the biggest stage. 3-1 against the E-Champions League winner, his teammate, YILMAZ.
A crucial one for Manu, and just applying that pressure now, and Nicholas and Damian, for that sake, must be feeling the pressure right now, because it is it follows, I'm going to say it, but could look like he's going out, the Iceman.
Possibly, as it is going to be RVP legend up against Johnny. This is tabletop of Johnny up against second place RVP legend. RVP came in with the goal of winning 5 out of 5 today. Johnny stands in the way, though. who will say, no, I am here to have myself in that top spot as well. Back to the game between Manu and Emre. We saw Manu put himself into a commanding position against a player that so far in the group stage has looked pretty much unstoppable. But Manu getting the better of his teammate. And this is something that Emre said yesterday. Manu always beats me.
Yeah, and sometimes you just have that nemesis when you're playing against your teammates, as you might get a fourth here.
It is just going to be a goal that means not all too much in the standings, but either way for Manu, a convincing win against his teammate of Emre Yilmaz. But this game, this is a game that means a lot in Group C. K1 John with Hullet, can you deliver? I can't believe that's gone in.
Yeah, he even went the right side with the goalkeeper movement there, but somehow it still goes in. And that's the margins you don't want to have against you. It was a guessing game and he guessed right. But unfortunately, still not enough. Just 1 point would just make it even harder for Stokes. You need that 3 points, I think.
To add on to that, that Stokes needs 3 points. Stokes does indeed need 3 points against John. There'll be 2 games remaining with a total of 6 points left. Stokes sits in 5th place on 6 points before this game kicked off. Should K1 John manage to beat Stokes here, he will knock out the EPL winner. Still plenty of time to be played in that matchup though. 1-1 with 30 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we're just looking at RBP legend Johnny now, which we must consider as two of the true dark horses to win this competition. Group stage has been on a very high level.
One thing we've noticed in the group stage here, compared to the previous tournaments that we've had in 2v2, there's been more goals scored. What is the difference between 1v1 and 2v2 in your opinion? Why are we seeing more goals?
I think in general, when you are 2 players playing on the same team, you just have more manual control, which it does to do. It's easier to close gaps. It's easier to eliminate some of those small margins that can go against you. I think that's the major difference. It is the control of being 2 players. And also you need to be in sync with another teammate. Well, here you, in theory, when the referee blows the whistle, you only have yourself.
Right, you do. It's 20 minutes remaining. It is Stokes looking to find his way past the defence of K1 John. I keep saying it time and time again. This is the only free agent out of the 24 players here in this tournament. He said he's not bothered about not having a team right now. His mission is purely about winning the World Cup. A surprise package maybe, but a package that is looking to make its way into the top 4.
I don't think should just follow this.
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. K1 John has pushed himself in to the commanding position of knockout football.
Wow. And I mean, Stoke were definitely not happy with that one. And it also means that you have to risk everything now. A draw would mathematically still give him hope, but it's just very unlikely.
And there we have it. Anders VEJRGANG finds his first goal of the day, Aggie. First goal of the day in his 3rd game. I don't think you'll ever probably hear that again in FIFA.
Doesn't look too thrilled, to be honest.
To be honest, at times I was thinking there, did I catch that right? Was it DAMIAN that picked up that goal? But we went to it very quickly. Either way, though, I'm sure we'll find out, just to be sure. Conversations going on in all of the booths right now. K1 John and Stokes. Stokes needs to draw this game to keep the tournament alive. He has got Paulo Neto, who we know will be out of the tournament. Stokes has to deliver in this game at least to take it through to the remaining 2. But John, if you can score this 3rd goal, you can start the celebrations nice and early, as knockout FIFA will be awaiting you.
Yeah, he's in a very favorable position right now. K1 John just need to defend this one out. And even if he were to only get that draw, still very, very good position. But let's follow Stokes here.
Stay with this game, which is a huge matchup for #Stokes. There'll be so many fans supporting the Englishman, wanting him to do well. Stokes on the edge, looking to drive that one through. Corner and a chance, maybe, inside that box. Ronaldinho puts that one into the back post. Varane knocks that one back. A huge save, and Van der Sar claims at the feet of Milinkovic-Savic. And K1 John is a minute away from knocking out #Stokes. Stokes applies that pressure, 20 seconds, and that's it. That is it. K1 John, celebrations in that booth. Congratulations to him. Already, Group C is settled. Stokes, Paulo Neto depart this tournament.
Yeah, and arguably the 2 biggest names there, if you look at achievements, reputation, amount of years on the scene. A huge surprise in some ways that both of them will go out. As we just see here, did the Iceman get one back?
By a lot coming through, the cut back off a cross, and the Iceman delivering in that moment. Anders out in the crowd as he comes back into his pods with that matchup against Damian. I think there's some technical pauses going in there as we come back into this game in Group D. We'll carry on with some words about Group C just after these matchups have finished. Right now, PHZIN looking to take 3 points. Lovely footwork from the attacker, but Nicholas gets that one clear. And all shared there. Back on over to Group C in just a second. As RVP, Legend and Johnny, the players that have been scoring goal after goal. And both of these have 15 minutes remaining, and they might be scoring loads of goals against other players. You can't break the deadlock here.
Yeah, they just certainly been cancelling each other out very well. But maybe we could have something here, just trying with the player lock here, finding R9. But again, seems like goalless affair in a draw. Just trying to counter each other all the time. Johnny here.
Mbappe opens up that space in the middle. Popper on that first time shot at the near post. Johnny fires himself into first position, and RVP Legend, as it stands, would go down into 4th position. At the start of this game, it was about RVP Johnny. You're going to go first. Which one? Who's going to take it? Well, after those results from K1 John and Oberon, he's now going to reverse and go into 4th.
So we still got to have a lot of excitement in this group, because they're playing for the 4 spots, and depending on each result, they can go from 1 to 4th, I think, all of them. But Johnny is, I gotta say, I've been really impressed with Johnny. He just seems so consistent. It just seems like everything is clicking for him right now. And again, a smart and wise finish there on the first touch at the near post. Impressive from the very tall German.
Yeah, very impressive. And as we finish up these matchups, Group C has been concluded in the sense of we know who is departing from this tournament, finishing 5th and 6th. Unfortunately for the English fans, #Stokes is out of this tournament. Still has 2 games left to maybe showcase some top level ability as well. But then Paulo Neto, both of these players, Stokes and Paulo Neto, I don't think we expected them to be out after this stage already.
No, I mean, we heard Mike say that he thought that Paulo Neto would win the entire thing, so it's a big surprise. Didn't expect both of them either to go out. You always expect one of the more experienced players to potentially make a run because they've been here before, but that just wasn't the case for them this time, and they can still be proud of an amazing season, but today is definitely going to hurt for them.
That it is indeed. If you jump back into the game in Group C between RVP legend and Johnny. Anders VEJRGANG up against Dame Sheet right now. I think there's a technical pause there as those players look to finish up their matchup. That is first in Group D, up against 6th. But with this one, Johnny, some fancy footwork. just making that look easy.
Yeah, the majority of the stuff looks pretty easy when these players are showing all their skills. So we're seeing Johnny here just trying to make the clock tick. Certainly working right now.
Something about Johnny in the way that he plays, the travellas, the through balls, the ability in the box. I want to know what he has for dinner. Does he have some noodles? Does he just eat loads to be this good at FIFA? I want some.
Well, I'm curious to hear that as well.
Is RVP legend with that big switch. Davis equal to it. Corner for the Romanian man. Ball all the way back. And the last kick of the game, the last chance of the 90 minutes falling to RVP legend. This is a game to try and cement your place at the top of the table in Group C. Forcing that one through though, and Johnny takes it out. And that is going to be all she wrote. Johnny with a 1-0 victory. Both of those players topping the leaderboards for goals scored, and just 1 goal to separate them, Maggie.
Yeah, impressive stuff there from Johnny once again. And I have a feeling about this player. He's destined for something great at this competition. Not necessarily winning it, but I think he will make a deep run.
Oh, he did make a deep run, and he's done that so far many times throughout this season. If you don't know who Johnny is, he finished top 4 in the virtual Bundesliga. He knocked out the world champion in Umit. Then, because of finishing top 4, he had to make his way through the play-ins, where he was one of 4 players out of 64 that bring you into the playoffs. And then he was one of the players in the top 24 that have made their way into the World Cup. He's got a crowd with him, he's got his family, his friends with him, and right now he's just delivering game after game after game and just winning football matches.
Yeah, and he brought some of the experienced guys with him, with Dr. Ahano and Marv, who both played at this stage before. And it means a lot, I think, that he has some mentors who knows what this is about, who's experienced it on their own body, and so far it's been working so well for him.
Do you think when we see from Group A and Group B, there's BERKAYLION, who he doesn't have anyone in that booth with him necessarily, yes, has a team here as well. Do you think for a lot of these youngsters that are coming through, leaning on players that maybe have been there, they're retired now, just to say, look, I've got this game coming up, how would you approach it?
Yeah, I definitely think that they can get a lot of help from some of the more experienced ones who's been there, who's been trying it. I think it goes to show that both Berkay and Johnny actually has Ahano and Marv as mentors slash coaches, analysts, kind of, and both of them are through to the last 16. So I mean, something is going in the right direction for them.
And talking of the right direction, for Group C, there are 4 players that have made their way in the right direction, and that is Knockout FIFA. Who are they, you ask? Top in the group so far, with 2 games remaining, it is Johnny
with 21 goals scored and 10 conceded in 17 points. Oberon, though, with 4 victories, 3 draws and 1 loss, sat in second. K1 John, the free agent, books himself a ticket into the knockouts with 2 games remaining as well. An RVP legend, one of the players that went into this day scoring so many goals, finds himself now sat in 4th, but 2 games remaining. And we do say goodbye to #Stokes and Paulo Neto, 2 fantastic FIFA players who just haven't found their way in this tournament.
As well. No, it doesn't mean a lot for them today, but I'm sure both of them will be extremely proud of them just reaching this stage, because it's so hard, requires so much, and it's really inspirational to see a player such as Stokes, when we see this new young wave coming forward, that he's still taking part. He's been on the scene for such a long time, and he's still managing to play with the best of the best. So from an old fox like me to him, applause.
Applause to Stokes indeed. And it's not only just what he's been doing on the pitch with his performances and what he's won this season, it's also what he is doing in that community where he has a big Twitch following that I'm sure will be very disappointed to not see him advance through, but they will be happy enough to see him here all that way. And it is over to this matchup of Anders VEJRGANG up against Damesheet of Assist Esports. This for Damesheet, we know he's been there before and he's beat Anders. He's the one that stopped Anders on that record that he had in FUT Champions, 535-0, if my memory serves me correctly. He was the one that beat him. Can you do it again? You got a draw yesterday.
Probably not beat him since Anders is leading, but a draw. It's definitely not impossible. He did it yesterday. Now, difference is that he has to chase. That usually leaves gaps on the counters, and I don't think you'll find a better player at counter-attacks than Anders VEJRGANG.
That you will not. Let's see how this one finishes up with 20 minutes remaining. This is Group D, the group of death. There was a technical pause in this game, so it's just a little bit behind on the other 2 matches that we have seen round up. But now it's time for Damesheet, who got grouped at the FIFAe World Cup this time last year. He currently sits rock bottom, but he's still in with a fighting chance. Find himself 1-0 down to Anders though.
Just went over to 3 at the back here, and it looks like a 3-4-2-1. Constant pressure. He knows he needs minimum 1 goal, but to get 2 would be massive for him as well. He would definitely jump into that conversation. And he also knows that Nicolas and Manuel is playing each other. They still have each other to play. So if he could get a point here and they would draw and he could get those 3 points, I mean, he could somehow sneak into that top 4 still.
That he could. That he could. Right then, let's get the action back underway. As it is going to be Damian. It's looking with Ronaldo. Block comes through though. Fernandes takes that one away. We've had pauses in the game, technical problems for these players. It can be very difficult to find that rhythm. And Anders, this is his first goal that he has scored in 3 games of FIFA today. Can he double that right now? Finds that driven pass in the middle, but Delit with a vital interception.
The impressive thing about it is that it's a big surprise that he didn't score more than 1 goal so far, but he still didn't concede any, which just goes to show how good his pressure play are, how good his defense are. It's just like he's anticipating everything.
No, looking for that shot, and there was a late challenge there. The referee says you are not allowed to do that. Anders, chance to double the lead. Ronaldo down the middle. He rallies up them fans, and it's 2 goals in 1 game.
just going down the middle there. Maybe a small mistake from Damian by making that penalty there. Could have avoided it. But I mean, he's still not out, but it would require a draw in the next game between Nicholas and Manu, and 2 wins on the board for Damian. So he put himself into a position where he can't really decide it himself.
Look, you have to feel for Damian here. Grouped at the World Cup last year and then makes it again, which in itself is such a difficult task. So there's full props and credit to every player that is here. And rewarded for it, he gets put up against Emre YILMAZ, Anders VEJRGANG, MANUBACHOORE, PHZIN, and then Nicholas 99. Right now he sits bottom of that group as the game's getting underway. Elsewhere, Oberon and Johnny, the players that know, you know what, we're through. We're now playing for seeding. Can we see maybe just some more free-flowing FIFA? We know goals have been coming through regardless, but can the players relax a little bit more now?
I think so. We'll definitely see. We already saw a lot of goals in that group, but I think the players are just going to roll out a bit more, especially the players. Well, I mean, we have a game between Paulo Neto and Stokes coming up. Could be one of the most high-scoring goals.
Yeah, as both of those players know that their tournament is over, but can they just showcase what they can do on the bigger stages? We know both of those players have so much quality. We are rounding up this matchup though between Anders VEJRGANG and Damian. We saw that penalty go in. Oh, 9 lays that one across to Bellingham. A fancy step over, it's coming through. Aim sheet though, equal enough to it. Gives that one away, looking to force that one through. But Anders, he reads, he intercepts, he knows what you're wanting to do. He's almost in your mind. And that's what a defensive display from Anders, where yes, he's not conceded a goal. So he's only scored 2 so far today in this game. He's also, as it stands, going to keep back-to-back-to-back clean sheets. That's unheard of in group stage FIFA.
It's impressive, really, but curse of the commentator? No. Oh. Just a great save there once again. You got nervous there, Alex. Yeah, just again, just showing why Anders is such an impressive player in every aspect of the game. His reactions on different level, and at the same time, that's with and without the ball. Even when you try to put him into those pressure traps, he just finds another solution.
As we look to round up this matchup between Anders and Damian, substitutions coming through. Damian, who needs results to go his way if he doesn't pick up any sort of points in this matchup. 4 minutes on the clock. Can he find a lifeline of something, anything, to possibly apply that pressure out on that right wing? Anders just doing enough defensively, making it difficult for Damian. Ronaldinho looks at Trivela, the goalkeeper movement, and that is going to be Anders picking up his first victory of the day. A clean sheet again to show for it and to keep himself at the top of the group. Congratulations to him. I'm sure he will be, I say happy, but maybe not so much in that position. And Mike LaBelle is joining for these next few rounds. Anders does what he does best, win games.
He's solidified himself in the group. We knew this, we expected it, we have that expectation. Late night swaps here. Myself, we're going to be joined shortly by Spencer as well. It feels good to share the commentary booth, to see how this is kind of finishing out in Group D. Group C's already been routed. There's not a lot in terms of any movement that's going to have there. Maybe some of the top 4, who gets placed, who gets seated in what places and what areas. You got Johnny and Ubrin on screen at the moment. Johnny up 1-0. One of the more impressive, if not the most impressive stories of an under-the-radar player that no one expected, and he's currently topping the group in Group C.
Yeah, incredible. He's not just a physical giant, he's a FIFA giant as well. And he's absolutely reigning tall over this competition right now. And listen, he could make a deep run in this. I've been really impressed by him, to be honest.
I was asked after day 1, could he do it again? So far, he's lived up to that hype. He's definitely been able to do it again. How tall would you say he is? I remember seeing the interview. Spencer stood up next to Johnny, and we were all humble.
He's got to be at least 6'6", but I think it could be anything up to 6'8". We're talking Peter Crouch territory. I think he'd beat him in the air. And he's beating everyone in the air here, including Obran. This is basically first versus second. It's kind of, not definitely, but you could say a battle for who's going to win the group. Obviously, seeding is key. You know, we're looking at Group A is who the Group C players will take on in the next round. So, for example, finishing first or second could define whether you play MONTAXER or BERKAYLION.
Transparently, this has been the group that I've been most surprised by.
We've got a goal to show you now. This is actually Paolo Neto versus Stokes. It's a dead rubber. Both these players are out playing for pride. Stokes was 1-0 up, but this is Neto on the attack here, working into the box and putting it, goalkeepers all over the shop. He's at the wrong post, made it 1-1. They may well share the points. This is how Group D is looking after 8 rounds of FIFA. This group very much still open. Even Damian, if he gets 2 wins, the points may just do it. More importantly, perhaps, Nicholas, the Iceman, Mike, could be crashing out. Only 1 win from 8 games.
And we said this early on, we somewhat teased it yesterday when Nicholas got underway, is that we know that he's known for the draws, and he's had quite a few of those.
Another goal here in this game. It's a great one, perhaps because they're playing with freedom. Stokes gets his second of the match. If only he'd been doing this a little bit more often, a little bit earlier. Unfortunately, we won't see much more of these 2 players. But this game is another big one. MANUBACHOORE against Nicholas. We just said it, Nicholas, 1 win in 8. He pretty much has to win this game to have a chance. Manu's not safe and dry just yet. He's only 2 points ahead of Nicholas on 9. You could say if this is a win and a loss here, the losing team is out. Losing player could be going home.
Yeah, I was going to give you the lay of the land. I was going to paint the picture. I was going to give you some of that FIFA artistry, but it's pretty simple. If MANUBACHOORE is able to get this result, as you were saying, or maybe slightly getting ahead of ourselves here, but it does create that degree of separation. I don't think there's enough points available, actually. That would wrap it up.
So many of Manu's games have been close. I felt really sorry for him. In another world, he could be topping this group right now. And I feel like he's one of these players that if he gets out of the group, we could see a different beast tomorrow where he comes alive. I wouldn't count him out as long as he gets top 4.
And again, part of that Renzo training camp, the boot camp, and the Team Holit collective.
Another goal to look at here between YILMAZ and Damian. We said Damian has to win it. Well, he's got a bit of work to do because it's YILMAZ who's taken the lead with a fantastic left-footed strike to the top corner here. YILMAZ is going to go through, it looks like, but he could technically still finish top. It would require a collapse from VEJRGANG, which I think is very unlikely. He's still unbeaten. But YILMAZ getting those points in the bag.
I can't believe it, Spence. We looked at Group D. We've talked about it being the group of death. That I'm not straying away from. But I did expect for the final game to make a drastic difference. And in theory here, as you kind of got the conversation started, if MANUBACHOORE sees out this game against Nicholas, still a big task in hand, he'd do enough. 12 points is enough.
Yeah, and a draw would leave Nicholas on 8, meaning the most he could finish on 11, which is looking like it wouldn't be enough, but could still technically be. Let's face it, Nicholas needs to win. If not for the points, for his own sense of pride. Because the Iceman has not been winning anywhere near enough. He's melting in the heat of the Saudi Arabian desert. We finally found what degree he can take. It's about 40 degrees. Once he gets to 40, it gets too hot. Or am I wrong? Is he going to score here? No. He's defended once again by MANUBACHOORE, who looks to go up the other end and break the deadlock.
And to give you an idea of some of these future matchups, and this is looking past this round.
Great ball in, Manu. Oh, he's offside.
He's offsides. No, all good. We got Nicholas versus YILMAZ. We got Damian versus PHZIN. But then we have VEJRGANG versus MANUBACHOORE. So you could say if MANUBACHOORE doesn't get this job done here, you don't want that task, as you see the goal there, the opener for RVP Legend scoring for fun. Again, that's a seeding matchup if you're looking at Group C.
Yeah, the group's done, but anywhere from 1st to 4th is still available. So you could see massive seeding implications in that group still. But we're going to jump back with the MANUBACHOORE-Nicholas game here. This is a huge game in the group of death.
And I just want to reiterate, the final game here for MANUBACHOORE is against VEJRGANG. So you have to get the result here against Nicholas.
It's true.
Quite the finish for the day, Nicholas. And then you get rewarded by Anders VEJRGANG. But just the fact that he's been so untouchable, people are not getting wins off of him. Best case, maybe you get a draw. And I don't know if that's enough for MANUBACHOORE. That's why he needs this result versus Nicholas. He knows that. Nicholas knows that. VEJRGANG knows that. Everyone in the group knows what's happening, the situation.
Can he get a goal here? Because I think you're right, Mike. I think a loss here pretty much puts Manu out, unless he pulls off the unthinkable and beats Anders.
And he would also need Nicholas to drop points, because if Nicholas wins, he'd be on 13. MANUBACHOORE based on the tie. I guess it depends what happens in the last game. They could both be on 13, and now we got to get into the calculations and permutations. I'm not ready for that at midnight.
Well, this group's going to go the distance. We know that. Group C is done and dusted, but Group D is alive and well, even though it's the group of death. We'll see what happens here as we approach half-time in MANUBACHOORE-Nicholas game. Obviously, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere as well, because there's plenty of teams that can still make it out of this group. It's Manu on the ball here in the darker kit.
Wow.
Great ball in, great header! Huge goal for the Dutchman of Team Hullet. Has he just knocked the Iceman out?
And that is something special, just spectacular. You see the vision, back post, converts, header, not stopping it.
We've got another goal in this dead rubber here between Paranetto and Stokes. It's back and forth very much. 2-2, plenty of goals. Just one for the neutrals, that one, because we won't be seeing them progress. Back with MANUBACHOORE-Nicholas as we approach half-time. I mean, let's be honest. Say all the great things you can say about Nicholas. We're all big fans of him, and he's been unbelievable. But he's just not been good enough here so far. If he was to make it out of the group, it would be really quite lucky, because he's just not blowing people away in the way we're used to seeing.
And we saw him have to battle last year as well, and he got himself into the finals, but his group stage wasn't that impressive. He had to come on big into that second day in order to make a run, and he just hasn't been good enough this time around. He hasn't disrupted enough, he hasn't gone for it offensively enough. He's generating, again, those draws, and we just talk about the deadly draws. It does not work in these one-off games in the group stage.
Yeah, I think he really does prefer the two-legged matches, but we might not see him in any. We have had a highlight to show you, though. There's been a penalty, I believe, in this game. It's fallen to K1 John. The question is, did he score it against RVP Legend? Let's take a look. Does the free agent convert this one to make it 1-1? He does. Both players through, we know, but they're playing for seeding. And it could really be the difference between going out in the last 16 and making a run to the final. Who you play in the next round is crucial.
And I don't care how much FIFA I play, I can't get used to Henry being a left footer. Of course, with that new foot item.
Oh, no, did you see that?
Oh, you hate to see that.
Horrendous goal, and YILMAZ is fuming with that one.
I think he gave the monitor a head nod. I wasn't ready for that. I saw a little shake.
He might need a new one there. It was an own goal. It was an absolutely horrendous goal to concede. He'll be fuming with that. Back to RVP Legend here at 1-1. RVP Legend looking to reinstate his lead here. As we mentioned, this is Group C. We know who's going through, we just don't know in what position. So the game's still very much important. MANUBACHOORE-Nicholas is back underway in the second half. So we will try and join that one as soon as possible, because that is a huge, huge game.
Well, that's the game that impacts the group. A lot of the remaining matchups in that group don't technically matter if we're just looking at progression, depending what happens there. We might have our final four, or this might be wide open going into the last set of fixtures.
Joined it here with MANUBACHOORE, making strides into Nicholas's box. He loses the ball on this occasion. If he can get a second goal, and if he can get it now, he'll be looking very good to progress and potentially leave the Iceman in his wake. It's very much possession football for Manu here. Nicholas needs to show us something. He needs to just change gear, shift into an offensive strategy, because I'm seeing him almost passively potentially head out of this tournament right now, and I don't like it. MANUBACHOORE back on the ball to double his lead maybe with Ronaldo.
Oh.
Good defending in the end.
Thought it was a ball roll away there. I will say this from MANUBACHOORE, he commits a lot of bodies, and he does have a high press, so there will be space for the Iceman, Nicholas, to work with. If he can get in behind, if he can speed up the tempo a little bit.
Can he get a goal here? Nicholas needs something. He needs to call on all that experience he has at the very highest of levels. Is it now? Is it a goal? And it is! And Nicholas is still in this. It's 1-1.
I feel like we spoke that one into existence. You see the step over, a little bit of hesitation from MANUBACHOORE. Opens up the opportunity. Goalkeeper movement done right, near post. 1-1.
And there's been a goal, and guess what? It's Anders. Took a while to get going today, but now he's very much scoring on all fronts. 1-0 up against PHZIN. He could be closing out the group stage unbeaten with a potential 21-point haul, which is not bad at all. Same as Stingray, incidentally, or Stingray did it with a loss.
Nicholas might be leaving it late, but if he's able to draw this game, 8 points, he's got to cause, I guess, an upset at this point going up against YILMAZ in his final game. But if he does the deed, he does the job, and MANUBACHOORE can't get points off VEJRGANG, Nico's slipped right in there.
I feel like this has been a real test, not just today, but yesterday as well, of Manu's sort of patience and his just strength of character, because he's had to really struggle in games. He's had a couple of 90th minute goals go against him, which have caused him to draw instead of win matches. He's thrown away leads, like, you know, this is going to really take it out of him and test if he's got the resolve to progress. Another goal here, RVP legend against K1 John, and he's flip reversed it from 1-0 down to 2-1 up, and that could see him finish as high as second in the group.
I'm surprised it hits the back of the net, but he's had quite the tournament this far. Another player underrated, under the radar, not talked about a lot. Got himself into the tournament, and he's made the most of it as well.
Representing Egypt, as he's not assigned to a club, as Mike mentions, but I don't think that will be the case for much longer. Going to get out of the group of the World Cup. That puts you in a pretty high bracket of FIFA player by anyone's measurements. And it is Damian here trying to keep himself alive. He has to win this game to have any chance of progressing, but he's going up against a very talented YILMAZ, who incidentally has not won today, despite winning 3 group games yesterday and 1 draw. 2 draws and a loss of his 3 games today.
Definitely hasn't been as good as yesterday. That's why we talk about accumulating those points. Yesterday he gathered 10. Currently on 12. Clearly not a day to brag about, not holding your chest high, but he's done enough to get himself out of the group.
Yeah, we're going to see him tomorrow, but hopefully we'll see a better version of the YILMAZ we've seen today. If he's going to live up to his tag, obviously E-Champions League winner, that's no small feat, make no mistake. This is still the biggest game for me. It's going to pause though, so we're going to jump over to another match. Here we are in YILMAZ, Damian again. Damian's got to score. It's a great result, a draw against YILMAZ, but it's not good enough to keep yourself in the competition, my friend.
He's got 20 minutes here, but you're right, Spencer. If Damian's able to get this upset, comes out of this, he's got 8 points. He needs some help, but he definitely puts himself back into the discussions depending what happens.
The crazy thing about Group D that we know is that whoever goes out is going to be a shock. We kind of thought it was going to be Damian, no disrespect to him, but he's actually maybe proved us wrong. He might still stay alive. But even if he goes out, whoever goes out with him is going to be big news. Doesn't matter who it is. If it's Nicholas, if it's MANUBACHOORE, it's going to be headline-grabbing stuff. Speaking of which, MANUBACHOORE versus Nicholas here, they are pretty much playing for a place in the knockouts here. If you win the game, you're knocking the other one out, I would say. And either way, it's a huge loss to the competition. There's a goal, and it's Nicholas, and that is why you can never count him out. MANUBACHOORE is fuming with that one, and that kind of describes his tournament thus far. In games, until he's not in them. And Nicholas is very much in this.
And it's about those small margins. Time and time again, we talked about it yesterday, MANUBACHOORE. Multiple games that he was leading, gave up 90th minute goals, was turned into draws. Today, he started out the day losing to Damian. That's a game that he needs to resolve with. Sitting on 9 points, now he's trailing against Nicholas. One of the best closeout players of all time.
Huge save there for K1 John's goalkeeper against RVP legend, looking to equalise this one. MANUBACHOORE's leaving himself with an absolutely unenvious task of having to beat Anders.
And he's going to need a loss. And he's going to need a loss from Nicholas.
True.
Nicholas has to get beat by YILMAZ, and then he also has to beat Anders.
I mean, that's what it depends, because he'll be level on points with PHZIN and YILMAZ potentially. On 12 points, so it could go head-to-head. It's a lot of stuff to think about there.
Nicholas, if he wins this game, will be on 10.
No, forget Nicholas.
Okay.
If MANUBACHOORE wins against Anders, he'll go on to 12, and he'll be level with YILMAZ and PHZIN, depending on what happens in their game. So there's a load of permutations. Anyway, 15 minutes left in this game. RVP Legend versus K1 John. Again, the group is done, the seeding is very much not, and I can't stress enough how important seeding is. We're talking about, this is a $10,000 game right now. Everyone that's in the group is getting a minimum of 10 grand if they get knocked out. If they progress, that goes up to 20. If they can get themselves a nice seed and a decent run in the brackets, that then goes to 45, which then goes to 80, sorry. It goes to 150, then it goes to 300. As you know, that's what the winner gets. Every game is worth a significant amount because they have life-changing moolah. Oh, what a save that is. Oh. 10 minutes left. As things stand, MANUBACHOORE is not looking good to progress because he has to get a result either here or against Anders VEJRGANG. If you haven't heard, he's pretty good at FIFA.
I don't know if he's going to get a better chance than that. First shot blocked, green time, falls back to a favorable position, right place, right time, right location, right player. Van der Sar with a beautiful, beautiful save.
And Nicholas is not the man you want to be playing against in this situation. He's bringing the keeper out, Manu. Nicholas, oh, what an intervention that is from Courtois. Huge chance. Nearly gives it away straight away. Right, this could be your last chance, Manu, and it could be your last gasp in the tournament. Are you going to do it when it matters? When you need to step up, have you got someone?
No. Never.
To do the job, no, and you've given the ball away to a man who's been in this position so many times before, knows exactly how to shut games out, and he could score here. Courtois again with a Superman punch. This is insane. But as long as Nicholas has the ball, Manu is in real trouble. What can he muster up now? It's the last attack of the game. Don't lose the ball, Manu. Take your time. A draw's not a great result for either of them, really, but it's better than a loss, obviously. Thanks, Michael Owen. Here we go, back into the middle. Play it through the middle, yes. Chance, 1-2 maybe. Can he complete it? He could do! He's off the post! But the rebound's in! The rebound's in! And there could be one more chance
What
of
have we
kickoff.
just seen?
Insane scenes,
Talk about
Michael,
the build-up. Penetrating passes, quick movement, tiki-taka, hits the post, comes off the post, taps it home on the rebound.
There's some confusion here, though. There's something's happened here, because Manu looks very confused. Is that the full-time whistle on the goal?
I think he's happy about it. That was like a positive reaction.
The goal must have gone in and the whistle must have gone. We don't actually know right now. We're looking to confirm this for you guys. But Manu celebrating in that manner tells me he's got something he likes out of it, which a draw isn't actually great for him, to be honest, but it means Nicholas stays behind him.
I'd have to look at the head-to-head, but I think what this leaves him is a little leeway. If MANUBACHOORE was to draw against VEJRGANG, be on 11 points, let's say Nicholas wins 11-11, I just don't know what the next permutation steps are in terms of the head-to-head.
And when the previously played yesterday, Manu beat Nicholas, I believe.
If that's the case, then
no, they drew both times.
So then we have to go to another step down.
We'll go to goal difference, and he gets all very, you know, that's the sort of job for people with better math qualifications than us.
Don't let me do live math on stream. We're gonna be in trouble.
But we will find out what happened there. In the meantime, we're here, RVP Legend versus
Damian
John.
beat YILMAZ.
Damian beat YILMAZ. That's massive.
Wow.
Honestly,
that actually
Ricky,
changes the whole group again.
Do not
Damian
go
might
to
be
bed.
coming up. He might be doing it. Damian might do it, Spence.
Guys, in the words of David Gold, do not go to bed.
I would have never guessed it out of this group.
RVP Legend as well has turned this round, by the way. We should talk about that. He was 2-1 down. He's turned it back round to 3-2, and I think it's going to end in this scoreline, which isn't great for John, but this is just a seeding match ultimately, unless he can get one here and make it level. He could do, you know. He just might. Oh, it's beautiful. What a game. Huge draw there. Is there such thing as a huge draw? So that leaves them level, 14 points each in that group. So again, anyone can still finish first or fourth in this group. It's crazy, Group C.
What a spicy finish there as well. Extra pass. We're giving you some drama. Lastico finish, open up the pitch.
We're going to relive this insane moment here between MANUBACHOORE. Look at the time, guys.
So 1-2.
Literally the last second of the game. Off the post, rebound goes in, and then the final whistle goes.
If he doesn't get that rebound, he's got to feel so hard done in that game.
If you actually watch the animation they saw and the way the actual graphics went then, the whistle literally went as the goal went in, which is why we saw that Manu confusion. But we do believe it was a draw, which means Manu goes to 10 points. It means Nicholas goes to at 8, which means the most Nicholas can finish on is 11. If Manu draws with Anders in the last game, he would also be on 11. It's all to play for still in Group D, and that's why they call it the Group of Death. No one wants to die easy, though.
I just can't believe that Damian has somehow got himself back into the mix.
This is another goal here. You'll see VEJRGANG against PHZIN. VEJRGANG doubling his lead there. And he's obviously through. He's going to have 21 points. And he could make it 24 if he wins his last game. Paolo Neto gets a late goal against Stokes. Again, that game is between two people that are leaving the tournament, but it is playing for pride, it's playing for placement in the group, and it's playing for no prize money, but you're going to look back on a tournament and think about where you finished, aren't you? And how many wins you got, things like that.
It might be all a consolation at the end of the day, but this is the pinnacle of competitive FIFA. You want to go out full swinging, saying, I left it at least all on the virtual pitch.
And Paolo Neto's lost all 3 games he's played today, as has Stokes, so neither of them are going to want to go out with no wins today on day 2.
And you know what kind of fan I am of Paolo Neto. I took him to go deep in this tournament. I took him to win this tournament. He was my choice. I didn't want to go with the BERKAYLION roller coaster. I knew all of you on the desk would be there. I think a couple guys might have, on our desk, also took Nicholas. And Nicholas is in a position right now where he's on the outside looking in.
So it's worth stressing this now. One thing we do know now about Group D is that YILMAZ and PHZIN are through. Okay, we know that to be true. They've got 12 points. Nicholas and Damian are both on 8. So the most they can finish on is 11. Chance here for Anders to make it 3-0. Of course he does. Look at him. He absolutely loves it here in Saudi Arabia. He's already got himself a major trophy in the E-Club World Cup. And imagine the scenes if he made it a little bit of a double and picked up an E-World Cup as well.
But I would like to add, because it's so important, especially considering in Group B, we've got the likes of ABOMAKKAH, which you don't want to go up against, got the hometown crowd. You got TEKKZ as well leading that group. Those are the top 2 finishers. And now you got a lot of movement that could happen between YILMAZ, between PHZIN, and between potentially MANUBACHOORE, Nicholas, or Damian.
Yeah, someone's going out, and whoever it is, well, 2 people are going out, and whoever they are, they're going to be gutted, and they're going to be big losses to the competition, because that group is stacked, as we've mentioned before. This game is over. Goal difference could factor in for PHZIN, or it can't because he's already through. Against the question of where he finishes, though, because he could finish 3rd or 2nd in that group. We've seen one man really run away with this group, and I know we talk about him a lot, but it's a huge statement, because for Anders to be unbeaten in probably the most competitive group we've ever seen and have almost 10 points on 2nd place, if that's not a statement of intent, I don't know what is.
As it's got to be said, he's got merit. We're talking about the guy a lot, but he's earned it. He's already won 1 world title. E-Club, we saw that at the beginning of the campaign. Denmark got himself out of the group stage. Wasn't the most impressive performance. And then over the last couple of days, talk about doing the business, being focused, being dialed. I've heard your interviews. I've never seen somebody so upset winning games.
Look at the scenes here, because he looks almost exhausted, what he's been going through, and you can't blame him, you know. The amount of energy mentally, physically he puts into these performances is sensational, and, you know, he looks the one to beat, along maybe with TEKKZ, who's strong. STINGRAY impressed me in the earlier session. You know, even Johnny, actually, should be in the conversation based on what he's done. Maybe in a less tipped for success group, but you can only beat who's in front of you, Mike. And here we go. This is how Group D looks, so bear with us here. As I mentioned,
wow.
VEJRGANG is loving life, 9 points clear of 2nd place. We know he's won the group, and he's done it in real style, unbeaten thus far. Now, YILMAZ and PHZIN, both level on 12 points. They've won 3, drawn 3, lost 3. There's only one who can be caught, currently sitting in 4th with 10 points. He's lost the same amount of games as PHZIN and YILMAZ, it's worth mentioning. The same amount of games lost as Nicholas as well. Nicholas has drawn too many. But him and Damian are both on. If they were to win their last game, they'd go up to 11. MANUBACHOORE plays the man who hasn't lost, VEJRGANG, in the last match. So he could lose that and stay on 10, which would mean he would lose his place if Nicholas and Damian win. So Manu's not safe.
We talked about this many times earlier throughout the last couple of days with all the permutations and matchups and possibilities. So the bottom 4, 5, and 6 play against 1, 2, and 3. So none of them have direct.
What I would say against Damian, though, is not only his goal difference, it goes to head-to-head before that. He's lost 5 games. So the likelihood of him getting through a head-to-head
He needs help.
is very low.
Help.
I think Damian needs to win, and he needs Nicholas not to win, and he needs Manu to lose. He can still go through though. There's a lot of things to think about, guys. But all you need to know is Group D is not
Damian's
over.
got a chance. That's what you need to know. He's got a chance.
Fourth spot is open, and second and third are also open, meaning that only Anders is decided in top spot. We know he's going to play. I can actually tell you he's going to play. So he's going to finish top of Group D, which means he's going to play against fourth of Group B, which is DFERNANDES. He's got the unenviable task of going up against Anders VEJRGANG.
We haven't had a group like this. From second to sixth place can all move. They're that close.
Yeah.
They can all move. I know some of them already solidified their position, but they can still move with seeding.
And we've still got seeding up for grabs in Group C as well. We're going to obviously think about what that means and who's playing who tomorrow. We're going to have some unbelievable matchups tomorrow. Hopefully you've been with us and you stayed with us today through the technical difficulties. Hopefully tomorrow will be smoother, but I tell you one thing's definitely going to happen is there's going to be some ridiculous games of FIFA and there's going to be some huge names leaving the tournament. I don't know who. I'll say one thing though, I'd be surprised if Anders leaves the tournament tomorrow. I'd be surprised if TEKKZ leaves the tournament tomorrow. Maybe that's the only two.
TEKKZ has to play Group D.
It's true.
He's looked more consistent or more reliable than the players in Group D outside of Anders, who he will not be matching up with tomorrow. There's no possible...
No. I think they can't play each other to the final now, I believe.
Ooh.
I believe that is set in stone because Anders is finishing first now. I'll have to double check that. But either way, they're definitely not playing each other in the first knockout round. And obviously it goes to 2 legs. That's a huge factor. Who's going to benefit from that the most? The people that we know are through. Who's going to really enjoy that? Because TEKKZ has struggled traditionally with one-legged FIFA.
TEKKZ.
Not here.
I think TEKKZ's got to be on your main list. I think he's probably the biggest beneficiary of someone that's switching into 2 legs, especially with how he outlasts you, how he adjusts game plans, how he pivots, how he pauses. The guy will pause the game maximum amount of times, talk to the coach, tactical adjustments, formation, substitutions. He does it all.
Well, obviously, we've got Group C to finish as well as Group D. There's a few things happening there that are more about seeding than placement in the group in terms of qualification. Johnny's taking on Palanetto. Palanetto is out, so Johnny's top of the group. You think Johnny's going to win that. He's going to win the group whatever happens, by the way. Johnny's 5 points clear of second. Stokes plays RVP Legend. RVP Legend could still finish as high as second or as low as fourth. Big game for RVP Legend, not a big game for Stokes. He's already out. K1 John and Oberon is the only game of 2 people that are still going to progress in the tournament. K1 John's on 14 points, Oberon's on 15. Winner of that will finish higher than the other one. So who they play, potentially their future journey in this competition. The Group D fixtures. Now, all of these are relevant. Every single game here is massive. Nicholas has to win. Okay, YILMAZ doesn't need to win, but he wants to finish second, I imagine, because he's going to get a better draw. So I don't expect him to lie down for Nicholas. DAMIAN versus PHZIN. DAMIAN has to win. No other way about it. He has to win that game. The scenario is YILMAZ needs to win if he wants to finish second. VEJRGANG against Manu. VEJRGANG needs nothing. All this game can do is send out a message by getting the highest points total of any groups. He can be unbeaten, which is very, very rare. No one's done it actually in the FIFAe World Cup thus far. But he can also ruin MANUBACHOORE's life and take him out the tournament, at least for the next few. What do you expect in that game? Do you think he's going to
He's not going to let up.
Some fun with
no,
it?
He's not going to let up. That's not an Anders character whatsoever. And if you allow it, I'd like to revisit your question of 2-legged players. Who's left in the competition that I really feel that benefits, if you allow
of course.
it. So I've already mentioned TEKKZ. I think you're right with TEKKZ that's going to be a situation that he's going to like. Oberon, the Italian.
Yes, definitely.
I definitely think that he backs himself in a 2-leg versus playing through these group stages. I also am marking down YILMAZ, and then if Nicholas is able to get out, those are 2 players that are so difficult to beat over the course of 2 legs. We've already seen the success from YILMAZ. When he went down in that lower bracket in ECL, he hammered through that, including beating Anders in that competition. Over the course of 2 legs, YILMAZ is something to deal with. He's got so much going on, and again, another player that can adjust. I also think he's played a little more nervy because he knows it's a single game.
Of the players you've mentioned there, a lot of them actually doing quite well already. The likes of TEKKZ, the likes of TEKKZ. Nicholas is the one for me. If he can find a way, and it's not only in Nicholas's hands, ultimately if Manu beats VEJRGANG, big if, I know, but if he does, Nicholas is out and Damian's out. But if the stars align and Nicholas finds a way, I'm going to say sneaking out of his group, because I don't think he's really done enough, he could then turn up tomorrow and just blow everyone away. It wouldn't be unlikely. It wouldn't be unheard of. He's got previous. He's literally done it before.
He's also grinded his way out of a lot of groups. We've talked about day one's not looking good for Nicholas, or day two's not looking that good for Nicholas, but he typically will get himself out of the group, and then you don't want to see him in two legs. It's again, similar to TEKKZ. He's one of those players that adjusts, switches the pitch, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, very risk-adverse in many ways, and he's always going to be clinical.
Well, the stage is set for an unbelievable final game. Do not take your eyes off it. Stay with us till the end, guys, because Group D is up for grabs. There's a fourth spot, and right now there's 3 people's names on it. Those names need to be reduced to just one. Will it be Nicholas? Will it be Damian? Or will it be MANUBACHOORE, who for me should be on more points? I think he's played better than his points total suggests, but at some point you've got to do it, haven't you? You've got to do it, and he's got the hardest game he could possibly have.
It's wild. You've got first place versus fourth place. You've got second place going up against fifth place, and then you've got third place going up against sixth place in this group.
We're underway here with Nicholas versus YILMAZ. YILMAZ on the ball, playing for seeding, and playing to really knock out Nicholas from the competition. And ultimately, what a strike that is, hitting the woodwork there. Early doors from YILMAZ.
And maybe most important for YILMAZ is you move yourself up a notch. If you finish third, you got to play TEKKZ.
But also, if you think long-term for YILMAZ, he is someone that people have said could win this competition. And he could knock out Nicholas. And Nicholas is someone who should be scared of in the latter stages of this event. So there is real motivation for both teams here.
I would actually argue, and there's a lot of hypotheticals here, TEKKZ would be relieved if Nicholas gets fourth and that he's sitting in that second position where he doesn't have to match up against him first round.
Here is Nicholas. Can he break the deadlock with a strike there against the heels, I believe, of the defender? Obviously, once the other games get kicked off, we'll keep you updated on the action. But right now, this is the only game happening here in Riyadh. So we'll stay with it. It's YILMAZ on the ball. Oh, that's a dangerous pass there. Crossed his own goal. YILMAZ working the ball down this right side. Plays it infield. Nicholas seems fairly comfortable in letting YILMAZ have the possession here. Good defensive header back to Van der Sar.
Good idea. We saw that work as well for his partner in crime, MANUBACHOORE, before, trying to beat that Nicholas back line, timing the steps. It's so difficult to penetrate Nicholas with a lot of the quick passing or trying to pull players out of position. Sometimes it's good to lob those in for the knockdowns. Maybe even the secondary pass or the secondary bounce is sometimes important when you're going up with someone who's so structured defensively.
Can Nicholas make something happen here on this left flank? Cut out by his opposition defender. YILMAZ back on the ball now. Huge game. And it's very interesting, Mike, actually, that the games aren't kicking off at the same time, because it does mean that there's a little bit of chance of some rubbernecking. I can even see MANUBACHOORE watching this game intently from his booth right now, because it does impact him. You know, if he goes into his game knowing that Nicholas hasn't won, it takes a bit of pressure off the lad.
I'm not sure that I've heard the terminology rubbernecking, but I'm going to adapt and use it. It's coming into, it's joining the vocabulary. I understand what it means. I wouldn't be surprised, though, like you said, there might be some pauses cued that are unnecessary just to see how games are playing out. Maybe a coach tapping you on the shoulder.
It's all part of the gamesmanship, really, isn't it? It's part of the options available to you.
There's nothing wrong with it. You might not make friends doing it. It's a little bit of a gray area.
Nicholas looking to make that grey area less grey by getting his job done and getting 3 points in the bag. And even though he's up against one of the best players in the world, YILMAZ, you'd probably say he's got a slightly easier task than MANUBACHOORE does, who has to play Anders VEJRGANG. Here is YILMAZ, shot from a difficult angle. Van der Sar's not going to get beaten by that one.
Clever approach there. He was expecting Van der Sar to move for the cross, so he tried to challenge him on that near post.
I do wonder if at half-time someone gives Nicholas a little pat on the shoulder and says, look, your game's started, none of the other games have started yet. Maybe just take your time here, because I know you can only take so long, but the only game happening right now.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. I understand.
We have got one other match actually still going on from the previous round, which is Johnny versus Oberon. Johnny's 1-0 up in that one, but it's not over. They're having some connectivity issues, I believe, so we'll keep you updated on that one. With Nicholas YILMAZ Huge game for both people, because there's a good chance YILMAZ could be facing TEKKZ right now. I don't think he wants to do that. What a game it would be, though, for us to watch. Here he is, YILMAZ, and it's in! And that's big. And that could be the goal that sends Nicholas back to Argentina with his tail very much in between his legs.
And that also opens up, if results were to stay this way, it's helpful for MANUBACHOORE. And it opens up the equation again for DAMIAN. If he gets a win, if he upset PHZIN 11 points, MANUBACHOORE doesn't get anything off of Anders. He's gonna hop, skip, jump, leap, and get himself in 4th place.
And we're taking a look at that game right now. It has kicked off. DAMIAN, PHZIN, 0-0 as things stand. Maybe an opening here for PHZIN if he can find someone in the box. Good tackle from DAMIAN. Fair play to him, by the way, because a lot of people wrote him off before this group started. He came in with 1 point today. Exactly, came in with 1 point, but he never gave up. He picked up 2 big wins today. He drew against Anders yesterday, which not many people have done, and it's ironic because he was the man to end his infamous weekend league streak at 535 to nothing. There's definitely history between those two, but we're going to jump back into the big one. Nicholas versus YILMAZ. I'll say that, they're all big at this stage in Group D. Nicholas is in real trouble, though. Let's be honest, guys, in the chat, if you're watching this, did any of you have Nicholas to get grouped? Because if you did, you're either Mystic Meg or you're a liar. You're one of the two. Because I didn't have him. I did not have him down to get grouped. I'll tell you that for free. But then again, in a group of death, someone has to go. And whoever was going to go was going to be a big upset. Ooh. Still didn't think it would be Nicholas, though.
You see Nicholas probing. Again, offensively, he's not going to be as fluid. He's not someone who makes an overload of opportunities or chances, but he's someone that is efficient, known for the defensive pressure play, micromanaging, just an array of different defensive looks. The problem is he's already given up a goal to YILMAZ.
He needs 2, minimum. He needs to win this game. A draw would not be enough. And he's running out of time. That's half-time already. We're going to jump back into the DAMIAN PHZIN game, which is slightly earlier, just 20 minutes gone so far, still 0-0. DAMIAN wins off this game as he attacks down the right-hand side. PHZIN is in a very similar position to YILMAZ. As things stand, YILMAZ's result would mean PHZIN finishes 3rd, which means he would play a young man called Donovan Hunt, aka TEKKZ.
I don't think we can get a bad matchup for TEKKZ, first one out.
Chance here for PHZIN to score! Down the throat of the goalkeeper, easy save in the end.
Whew. Top tier goalkeeper movement there. Kind of baits him, steps out, brings him back, covers the middle. You have to be absolutely perfect there for PHZIN to convert from that opportunity. You just did enough with to buy time for the defenders to get into a position to offset PHZIN.
We're back underway in the Nicholas YILMAZ game. We'll join that as soon as this attack dies down, because that's 1-0 to YILMAZ in the second half, but further on than this game, so we can come back to this later. As PHZIN tries to get a goal, puts it into the box, dealt with by DAMIAN. So we're going to jump over to Nicholas YILMAZ. Nicholas, I mean, this is a big... Oh, hang on, we joined at the right time. There's been another goal, and I think it's fallen for YILMAZ.
It has indeed, inside the box. Bit of a strange turn. It only seems fitting that Team Hullet, Ruud Hullet, converting, scoring, taking up space, galloping, long hair, always.
We're going to see that goal again because we kind of missed it, didn't we, as we came over.
I'd love to rewatch it.
This was YILMAZ getting into the box.
Just an extra pass.
Oh, a little bit of a fortuitous deflection. Nicholas not clearing his lines properly. He'll hate that one. Keeper beat it at the near post.
It's uncharacteristic, Spence.
It
Big
really
mistake, bad place to lose the ball in the virtual pitch, middle of the pitch, a lot of options, and again, taking up space, taking names, Ruud Hullet doing what he does best.
PHZIN to take the lead here, and he does! And DAMIAN is in a problem area. And MANUBACHOORE VEJRGANG still has not kicked off. And it could be...
It might not matter at the rate that we're going.
Yeah, as it stands.
He's going to go and play it with house money at this point. Nicholas is losing, Damian's losing. They have to get points, otherwise MANUBACHOORE can go through with 10.
It's true. It's very true. And Nicholas, I don't know if you're listening to me, But this is where you have to step up. If you're going to win this FIFAe World Cup, who knows? This could be your last chance. You need to score. You need to score 3 goals in 30 minutes. If he does it, I think he's going to win the World Cup. If he does it. Because it takes such a comeback against such a good player. It will fill me with the confidence, and I'm sure it will fill him with the confidence that he's got enough to win the whole thing. But I don't know if he will, Mike. He needs a goal soon. Puts it back in the box. Looking for a header there. I just don't know if it's Nicholas's year. And I do wonder whether we'll see him come back again, because I feel like every year he comes so close. He's got to take it out of him, Mike. He's not getting any younger.
Can't retire. Not on a result getting grouped in the World Cup. I don't believe it.
YILMAZ looking to make it 3!
Oh,
well, I think
that's done. It's dusted.
We might have just said goodbye to Nicholas, guys.
Because Nicholas would need 4 goals as well. A draw doesn't do him anything. It doesn't do him a service.
He's got to score 4, which is unthinkable against a man of YILMAZ's quality. Who, by the way, hasn't won a game today.
And this is the YILMAZ we haven't been seeing.
Exactly.
We haven't been seeing this YILMAZ. This is the YILMAZ that won E-Champions League. Unstoppable, flourishing attack. A lot of momentum.
Nicholas doesn't score. Oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, that tells me a lot. He's trying that speculative effort from there. I'm not sure we're going to see Nicholas progress, guys. Huge, huge upset. And MANUBACHOORE is licking his lips right now, because I think he's realised, unless DAMIAN has a comeback against PHZIN as well, he's 1-0 down.
It's similar for DAMIAN. A draw does nothing for him, Spence. He has to have a win versus PHZIN. Halftime 1-0, PHZIN leading.
A little bit more of a achievable task for DAMIAN, though, at 1-0 down. We will rejoin that game when their second half gets underway. They're still at a break right now. But this is the stage. This is where we've been for the last few weeks. FIFAe Club World Cup, where we saw RB Leipzig lift it, Anders obviously part of that team with them. After that, we had the E-Nations, where Brazil made history, back-to-back winners. Unbelievable scenes, an amazing comeback against the Netherlands that included MANUBACHOORE. And the Brazil team, of course, included PHZIN, who's in action right now.
And what moments we're witnessing? The comeback for E-Nations, back-to-back wins for PHZIN with Brazil. We've already seen Anders with Umit, E-Club, a week and a half ago. Anders, if he's able to carry that momentum here in a 1v1, if he goes double world champion 1 year.
We've certainly been gifted with some unbelievable moments here. I think we should probably jump into the DAMIAN PHZIN game, because obviously we can jump back into this one if Nicholas starts doing a madness and scoring some goals, but the likelihood is it's DAMIAN who's actually got a chance to progress in this group, which, by the way, would be one of the biggest stories we've had out of Riyadh so far. If DAMIAN gets out of this group and knocks MANUBACHOORE out in the process, if I had my hat on, I'd eat it.
Whoa, what a challenge.
That was a massive interception there. MANUBACHOORE VEJRGANG still not kicked off. Take from that what you will.
What are you trying to say? Is this some gamemanship, Spence?
I would never say such a thing. My lawyer would never allow me. DAMIAN on the ball. He needs a goal, and he needs it quick.
I think you said that he loves a grey area. He's keeping it grey.
I've got a grey area or two. Right, PHZIN trying to get us up the pitch here. He's 1-0 up. He's loving life right now. And this result is really important for him, because YILMAZ is going to almost certainly beat Nicholas. If PHZIN matches him, they'll be level on points. It will go to head-to-head. And that will define who plays TEKKZ, which is mad. PHZIN, every goal will help his goal difference, but it goes to head-to-head first. What we need to do, Mike, is we need to find out the results between PHZIN and Nicholas. Can you do that for me?
Say less.
Thank you.
I'm on it. Assignment understood.
Good lad. Gold star coming from Mike LaBelle. 30 minutes left between DAMIAN and PHZIN. If DAMIAN can get 2 goals, he knocks MANUBACHOORE out of the competition, unless he beats VEJRGANG. Chance here! Oh, massive chance for DAMIAN, and he might look back on that one day and think, what if I'd scored that one? My life could have turned out so different, mother.
Spen, I got the calculations for you.
What were the results in their 2 games?
So, YILMAZ beat PHZIN yesterday 2-1, and then he drew with him today.
So YILMAZ wins the head-to-head.
YILMAZ would win the head-to-head.
Oh, off the post there from DAMIAN. He's knocking on the door, Mike. Twice.
And he
in
needs
short
that.
succession.
He has to have it.
He's showing signs, though. He's showing signs. And I think Johnny has finally finished the game against Oban, or at least scored again, and win that game, which will mean he wins the group with 20 points and he's got another game to spare.
What? How does he save that?
Damian's still in this though. Don't count him out. He could score a couple goals here, Mike. I think he's got the credentials. If you beat Anders, you've got the credentials as far as I'm concerned. And here he is, on the ball. Can he score? Need to do it soon, my boy. Is it now? No, gives the ball away to PHZIN. But as we now know the head-to-head record, we know this win won't be enough to avoid finishing third for PHZIN, because we're expecting YILMAZ to win, Nicholas. 83rd minute, that is, 3-0. YILMAZ will finish second, and PHZIN will play TEKKZ in the next round, which is a great matchup.
Seeing PHZIN a little more possession play here, looking to see this matchup. I don't know that he knows that head-to-head. He probably does coming into this match.
He also probably doesn't know the YILMAZ score. He's got to just win his game and just see what happens.
Fair,
Can we
fair.
jump back into the Nicholas YILMAZ game just to see the dying embers of that? Because we're about to say goodbye to a legend here. Nicholas is going to leave the tournament. It's going to be grouped. No, you do not need to adjust your Twitch or television sets. That's what I said. Nicholas, 99FC, is leaving the competition with only 1 win out of 10 games. He might score here, but it won't be enough. Let's be honest, Mike. I don't care who you are. 1 win out of 10 games. You don't deserve to go through.
It's on you.
The game's the game, folks.
I've said this from early doors. If you can't finish in the top 4 out of a 6-player group,
and there it is. There's the scenes.
There's no excuses.
Guild's Nicholas does not progress. David Beckham's Guild, no less. But it is Ruud Hullit's Emre Yilmaz is going to finish second in that group. And it's also going to mean that he's going to play Mark 11 in the next round, if you're wondering. So Emre progresses pretty convincingly, even though he's had not the best day today. This is a Johnny Oban winner from Johnny. Look at the time, Mike. 4 seconds left on the clock, I think. And that made Johnny win 20 points. Oban 15, still in second. There's still 1 more game to play for them. That group's been held up a little bit. But Group D is getting closer to the finish. Damian needs 2 goals in 12 minutes, Mike. Is he going to do it?
I don't think so. I don't see it happening, but I love some drama if you can shake it up.
Get one now and just make it interesting. Oh, the keeper's done well.
He's just had that feeling that he's not going to make the pusher. He's had the chances, he's had the opportunities. The post went against him. Rebounds haven't been there. Great goalkeeper movement in a couple of instances from PHZIN.
5 draws for Nicholas. 5 draws and 1 loss.
We told you,
draws
will kill you in this tournament structure. It stayed true, year in and year out.
PHZIN could double his lead here and knock out Damian in the process and essentially qualify MANUBACHOORE. 7 minutes left here. Damian needs 2 goals. VEJRGANG MANUBACHOORE still not kicked off. I feel like at this
I hope
point
we get a camera of MANUBACHOORE at this point, because he's going to be celebrating.
See
Nicholas celebrating.
See Nicholas in the bottom right here, Mike. Devastated. You've got to feel for the lad. He's come so close. He's lost finals before. He didn't get to the final this time. He's been grouped. And we do feel sorry for him. No one likes to see those scenes, of course. Legend of the scene. Unbelievable FIFA player. He's just in such a hard group, ultimately, is what cost him.
And similar to what Tex was saying earlier when he spoke to you, is he's not getting any younger. And the question is, how many more FIFAe World Cups are you going to have? How many more opportunities to become a world champion? And I'll happily go on record. I don't think anyone will disagree, but Nicholas is going to be in the FIFA Hall of Fame. They're joining the likes of August Rosemeyer, who's been on the broadcast with us. He's won multiple huge major events. We talked about the ECL. We've talked about some of the early days with E-Club.
And this game's over as well as Damian kicks it out in frustration. He loses to PHZIN. He exits the competition. MANUBACHOORE qualifies. Not necessarily. No, he's in 4th because the most points he can finish on is 13. And PHZIN and YILMAZ have both won. They've both gone up to 15. So he will be 4th
points in the
whatever
group.
happens.
10 points got you through.
He doesn't need to win against VEJRGANG. This game is now irrelevant. The only thing that's interesting about this game now is Anders could finish on 24 points, which, by the way, would be the most points of anyone at any of the 3 finals here in Saudi Arabia. Of course, it's Anders that does
Gotta
it.
give a shout out to Johnny as well. If Johnny wins his last game, sitting on 23.
No, he's got another game to play.
That's what I'm saying. If he wins his last game.
If he wins it, yeah. 23 is the second best.
Yeah, but it's still an impressive mark nonetheless. We haven't really spoken about Johnny nearly as much yesterday. We said we had more questions, and today he's had all the answers.
No, Johnny is probably the player of the tournament so far in terms of expectation, I would suggest. He's come out of nowhere to an extent. Not nowhere, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
We're talking about big,
especially with notoriety, names, accomplishments, accolades, because that's really important. We're not just saying this based on popularity or social media. We're talking about actual results. He doesn't have the same results as an Oburn. He doesn't have the same results as a Stokes or a Palinetto. And we should mention Stokes and Palinetto not going through in that group.
Do you think the fact that Johnny is so large means that it takes his brain longer to get the messages to his hands?
I think he's still growing. I don't think we've hit his maximum height.
I feel like
Johnny's what, 17 years old? 17 years young?
17 foot tall. In an industry where reactions are everything, I feel like that extra foot length of his arm is going to slow him down, you know? So
I think he needs a new controller. I think he has a special controller, actually. His hands are too big.
Doing it for the tall guys out there. He plays Paolo Neto in his last game, and Paolo Neto's out. So if he wins that, 23 points is no joke. He would have only lost one game, by the way, entire group stage, which is unreal, really, from the big man from Germany, coming in 27th in Europe, playing for Paderborn. Very, very impressive stuff. We're watching VEJRGANG MANUBACHOORE here. If you just tuned in, we've seen a masterclass from the Dane, Anders VEJRGANG of RB Leipzig, unbeaten in 9 games. If he wins this, he'll be unbeaten in the entire group stage. No one's done it in Riyadh over the last 3 weeks. He'll have 24 points, and he'll have a lot of people backing him to win the FIFAe World Cup. Incidentally, as he's going to win the group, we know who he will be playing in the next round, and it is the Portuguese DFERNANDES. He has to play Anders. Mark 11 will be playing YILMAZ, TEKKZ will be playing PHZIN, and ABOMAKKAH will be playing MANUBACHOORE. They are confirmed, locked in, 100%. Chance here for Manu.
And I don't know if it's fair, but I do question. I'd love to know the hypothetical. What would have happened if Anders VEJRGANG was old enough to compete? I would argue he's better a couple years ago than what we're even seeing now.
Johnny's continued where he left off with another goal. And this player is something special, I tell you. Johnny could go deep in this tournament. He's going to win the group. He's going to be playing MONTAXER in the next round, if you're wondering. Oh, that's a lovely bit of play for MANUBACHOORE. Could he stop the VEJRGANG train from going unbeaten the whole way through Riyadh Station?
Silky smooth step over, across the body. Did you have that one prepped? Is that off the dome? You writing stuff down over here, Spence?
He is a trainer, isn't he? He's an absolute force of nature. But he's losing to MANUBACHOORE. And I would argue, even though the result won't change anything for Manu, it could change something in terms of his confidence, in terms of his mindset. He can be, I'm the guy who beat Anders. Did you see that? Remember me.
I would say general happiness, maybe outlook. It hasn't been a fantastic day.
He's going to progress only winning 2 games. Yeah. Unless he wins this one. 2 games he's won. Chance to go 2 up against Anders though, and he does. Ooh. And Anders is not at the races right now. You forgive him if that's the case, because he's absolutely flying, doesn't need to win this game. But what's happening here? Look at him. Is he trying to give himself a bit of a pep talk here and say, go unbeaten, Anders, finish the job?
What I love so much about Anders, he takes every goal so personal. If he concedes, it's a problem. It's a personal problem. He's got an agenda.
But he's conceded 2 here. And MANUBACHOORE looking like the player that we thought he was right now. And he's in the ascendancy here, looking to get a 3rd. Johnny's 1-0 up against Paolo Neto. RVP Legends 1-0 up against Stokes. And MANUBACHOORE, as we know, is 2-0 up against VEJRGANG. We've still got Oburn and K1 John to get underway as well. But obviously PHZIN, Damian and Nicholas YILMAZ have finished. Anders trying to make something happen here. Still going. Good defending from Manu. Let's take a look at one of the goals from the other games, and it is a goal in the Stokes RVP Legend game, and it fell to RVP Legend from Romania. Stokes 1-0 down. Already out the tournament though. That game is only going to potentially affect where RVP Legend finishes and who he plays in the next round. Because actually, interestingly, in that group, second, third and fourth are all still up for grabs. And those oppositions waiting for them range from Stingray, Tuga to BERKAYLION. I don't think you want to be playing Stingray or Tuga right now if you can avoid it. So you want to finish second in that group if you can.
First or second. I mean, you're not going to top Johnny, I suppose, but
no.
Battle it out for that second spot. By all means, avoid Tuga. Avoid, avoid, avoid. Put the caution stamp, send over the emoji, text message, phone home, text a friend, email someone.
Who would you want to play less, Stingray or Tuga?
I think it depends who you talk to. For me, I would prefer to play Stingray over playing Tuga.
Another goal for us to take a little look at here. RVP Legend, I think, is going to double his lead, and it's not great reading for Stokes. Keeper's let him down, though, there, if we're honest. We've got to have a little word with the keeper about that one after the game.
Keepers have been much more inconsistent today, comparatively, or maybe today and yesterday, comparatively to the previous event with the 2v2s. All we did is give out superlatives and compliments and build them up and talk about fantastic saves. It's just been a little bit different when we got into the 1v1 action. And to build off of what you said before, I would prefer to play against Stingray, because even though Stingray's a much better attacker than Tuga, I know what I'm going to get in a Tuga game. Stingray, there might be some variety.
Yeah,
a little more of that versatility.
It might open up a few times, give you an opportunity.
Yeah, there's a chance for me to disrupt something. That's how I feel, at least.
I was thinking about the fact that goalkeepers have been a little bit worse in the 1v1. Do you think there's anything in it that in the 2v2, because you've got two people, the person controlling the keeper has a little bit more time to do the keeper movement?
I actually have a separate theory where I think with some of the chase back, you can do simultaneously defending and moving of the goalkeeper with two actual people.
Yeah, exactly.
And that allows you to offset some of the shot-taking capabilities and the angles, and there's a little more of a double back, discount double check as the goalkeeper moves, scoots, and you're getting the slide tackle or the micromanaging or the double team or the trap, as you see Palonetto versus Johnny, Johnny adding to it. Why not? It's just been the story of the day.
It's another game against a player who is out, Palonetto.
Palonetto does have a reply.
Johnny doing well. Palonetto getting one back. And we talked about the fact we've seen more goals in 1v1. We definitely have in every game. He's been going in left, right and centre. The goalkeeper movement could be partly responsible for that. MANUBACHOORE, surely not. Cheeky effort there against a keeper off his line.
If he times that green, Spence, a little bit more movement, maybe that Travella angle, he could have passed, got that past the goalkeeper, would have been on cue. With us building the problems or the mishaps, or the goalkeepers being just a lot more inconsistent. And I'm surprised by this. We haven't really seen Anders get into this game. Fantastic defending thus far from MANUBACHOORE.
As things stand, RVP Legend is second in that group, meaning he'll not have to play Tuga or Stingray. But K1 John and Oberon hasn't started yet. I think they might be rubbernecking themselves, because Oberon wants to know what he needs to do in order to finish second in this group.
And this is no disrespect to BERKAYLION or MONTAXER, but I would happily take those matchups. Just two players that don't have the same amount of experience. And MONTAXER really gave you a lot of those hot and cold moments where he looks good, looked a little bit offsetting. If you talk to him, he's not going to tell you he played his best FIFA on day one or day two. And I'm someone who always values and measures and looks at the metrics of consistency.
Chance here for Manu to make it 3 offside. Got another goal for you here, I believe, in the Johnny Paolo Neto game. Johnny
doesn't stop,
making it 3-1. He's a player. He's a top-notch FIFA robot sent back in time from the future to take people down. That's why he's so tall, because in the year 2050, everyone's 6'8".
Is that confirmed?
That's what I heard, yeah. RVP Legend is going to win this one against Stokes. Stokes exiting the competition after the 8th round, unfortunately, for hashtag fans watching, but he's had a great year. He's won the EPL. He qualified in a year where he had to do it all on his own, to be fair to him. So, super proud of what he's done, and he's a legend in the scene, isn't he, Stokesy?
Yeah, I talked to Stokes before things got underway, and he's one of those players that has a decade of playing Tier 1 FIFA. So few competitors can say that. I think that he'll make a case when it's all said and done, but potentially also challenging for one of those Hall of Fame or some sort of... I think he needs one more big win, but the amount of years that he's put into the game and the sheer competition he's qualified for from all sorts of different variants as well. There's so much versatility there. He's even in an era before Ultimate Team.
Yes, exactly. And he's won the playoffs in Amsterdam, he's won EPL, as you mentioned. You know, he's had some big wins under him.
That's what I'm saying. He's one away, whether it's an E-Club or an E-Nations or an E-World Cup. You add that into the arsenal, add that as some trophy collections or some building or into the cabinet, shall we say?
There's something to be said for longevity in this game, because there's a lot of players that have called it quits or lost the hunger 4, 5, 6 years younger than Stokes is right now. And there is something to be said for that, because I know him well, obviously I've worked with him closely, and his grind is unrivaled, I have to tell you. His work ethic is unmatched. That's why he's so popular as a streamer. And he just loves the game. I think there's something to be said for that.
I just think there's so few players that have been around for the...
Hello.
The FIFA Interactive World Cups. Of course, now the FIFAe World Cups. You've seen him in the E-Prem, as you mentioned. You've seen him competing in the ECL, World Cyber Games, ESWC. I could just keep naming some of the tournaments that some of the viewers at home have no idea that they even existed.
I think he
Stokes
played in
was
the
competing then.
I think he played in the Penny Farthing Cup, if I remember correctly, back in the day.
No, even if you date back to the Virgin Gaming, these massive events.
Yes. Yeah, over a decade ago, you're right. But he leaves the tournament, and we crack on with those people still in it. And MANUBACHOORE and VEJRGANG are two players that will be progressing. And VEJRGANG was so close to going unbeaten in the group stage. But it looks like that won't be the case. He's still going to win the group, though. Can he get one back here? Big save from Thibaut Courtois.
This has to be a huge confidence boost for MANUBACHOORE. He's been better than VEJRGANG.
He really has. And it's free. And he's going to win it. And questions will be asked at the RB Leipzig camp as to what exactly happened here. But it doesn't matter. It's still been amazing. 21 points is no joke. Anders is the real deal for sure. But Manu needed this, I think, just to lift him, because he's had some really tough games. And now he can go in a little bit more confident
I think
tomorrow.
this sets him up for a potential upset as well. ABOMAKKAH's got to beat the hometown fans, the crowd, the ambiance, but I don't think he's going to be too upset with that matchup.
Johnny, by the way, is 5-1 up against Paolo Neto.
He doesn't stop.
23 points he's going to finish on,
Ruthless.
which is the most of anyone in the 4 group stages. Johnny. Fair play to him. Paolo Neto obviously out of the competition, so this game particularly you can't take too much from. But here's a couple of goals from Johnny. Composure coming out of his neck.
Heel-to-heel ball roll, new introduction, walks around the goalkeeper, a lot of space to work with. Should be said, I think the biggest disappointment in the tournament, look at the cancellation, wow, and the extra pass. Paolo Neto, this is my guy to watch, somebody I built up. He looked fantastic last year, top 8, and
I think we've realised is
he
that
didn't play good FIFA at any point.
That is the curse though, isn't it? If Mike LaBelle says you're one to watch, you might as well just pack it in, go home.
Root against
start
them,
playing
right? Root against, Paolo Neto might send me a text.
You said USA. You just go, you're just too domestic biased, Mike. That's your problem, mate. Too much. You've got to start looking outside of the United States. Get yourself a passport and start
Here we
looking
go. Here
around.
we go.
Trust me, there's some other players out there. Just because you've got Messi now. Right. And just trying to get one back here.
Yeah, Paolo Neto, I'm looking back. Most disappointing performance, not just for him, but in general, I think, of all the competitors, the expectation. He wasn't good offensively, which is something we always compliment. He conceded a bunch of goals defensively. It didn't click at all. Never got into a rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 48 hours ago, or 72 hours ago now, he won the E-Nations. And that game's over here. MANUBACHOORE has done the unthinkable. Anders VEJRGANG is human. He can lose. He has lost to MANUBACHOORE, although it was a game that didn't matter for Anders, so I'm not sure we can really count it as a loss, Mike.
Usually I'd agree with you. I think Anders might have lost a little motivation there, but Anders is also one of those guys that dissects his gameplay with such levels of integrity, and he's such a critic of how he plays and how he performs. that I don't think he'd be happy about that. It's not how he wanted to send off or close out his day, but at least he's topping the group. I think he looked a little bit mentally exhausted. I'm not looking for excuses here, but even after the previous round, we saw him taking these breaks in between each of the fixtures.
Yeah, there is his mum, Layla, who we talked to recently. Serious contributor to Anders' success. And I'm sure that's the case for a lot of FIFA parents. Had to sacrifice an awful lot to give Anders the opportunity he's had. She recognised his talent early. You've got to give her a lot of credit for Anders being here, really, haven't you?
It's incredible how good he is at FIFA. Again, we've never had a competitor coming into the competitive scene with this much momentum, this much a hype, this much build. We had the undefeated streaks that we always talk about, but we said that he'd be the best player in the world 2 years ago, and then the following year, but we just couldn't see it in action. And the fact that he's been able to take that little chip on his shoulder and perform in a LAN environment immediately, you have to give him so much credit. Just a hand clap all the way around. Also, shout out to RB Leipzig, obviously picking him up, working with Daniel. I think all of that works. Being around the world champion, and somehow he's getting more looks, more exposure, and probably higher expectations than even Omen, who we're not going to see at the E-World Cup. Didn't qualify.
Anders could really steal the headlines here with a double win. Now, that is over, that group now. The group of death is finished. No more.
Finito.
Kaput. Finito. And that's how it looks. Anders wins it with a loss, but a very convincing performance. 21 points, 6 points clear of second place, which is YILMAZ. And that is important because by not finishing third, he avoided TEKKZ. PHZIN has to play TEKKZ, who finished on the same amount of points as YILMAZ, but had an inferior head-to-head record. MANUBACHOORE ends actually on 13 points, which is a good total in the end. Nicholas and DAMIAN do not make it through a very difficult group. Nicholas actually winning less games than DAMIAN at this tournament in that group, so I don't think he can have too many complaints. But that group is done and dusted, which are both words that begin with D. That is Group D done. Group C, though, is still very much alive because I don't think K1 John and Oberon has even kicked off yet. So it's pretty much like we're going to have one game left to present to you guys to finish things off. It can still have impact because I'll read you some matches I know are happening, Mike, and you can give me one word to describe each matchup, okay? We know that ABOMAKKAH, local hero, is playing MANUBACHOORE.
Offensive.
That is an offensive matchup.
MANUBACHOORE, just to give you a little more of a metric to measure with this, leading goal scorer in Group D, in the group of death.
It's going to be a great match. We know that TEKKZ is playing PHZIN, the man who won E-Nations a couple of days ago.
Championship. I really rate PHZIN. I think he's fantastic. TEKKZ is due to make a run. Never got out of the group stage.
He's done very well indeed. Mark 11, the Aussie, who's still alive and well, is playing YILMAZ, YILMAZ.
Optimistic. Mark's never really been able to push. He gets out of the group, but he's never made one of those deep pushes.
There he is on screen right there, giving a little cuddle to his teammate, MANUBACHOORE, who was in the same group as him, of course. And then DFERNANDES of Portugal has to play Anders. Has he got any chance? What percentage chance would you give DFERNANDES out of 100 to win that game?
12.5%.
That's not bad, to be fair. I'll take those odds if I was DFERNANDES and run with them. So that's games we know are happening. We also know that the winner of Group C will be Johnny. You can see it here. This group's still open. There's one more game to play, but only so much can change. Johnny's won this group, 23 points. But what a player, what a man.
29 goals for Johnny.
Well,
I just told you that MANUBACHOORE was able to lead Group D with 24.
Unreal for Johnny.
29 goals.
And we know who he's playing. He's playing MONTAXER from Italy. Okay, it's a German versus an Italian. Big game there. We don't know who's second, third, and fourth yet, because if you see, Oberon and K1 John have got to play each other. If K1 John wins that, he definitely goes above Oberon, and he may even go above RVP Legend. We have to check the head-to-head for that one. If Oberon wins it, he definitely finishes second. Second place will play BERKAYLION instead of TEKKZ.
That's a big difference. That's a huge difference. If you're Oberon, you need to come full focused here, fully dialed into that match. If you can move up a little notch, it just gives you such a better run, at least on paper. Again, at the end of the day, all of this is still what it looks like on paper. We never know how someone's going to come tomorrow. They have another reset. Are they going to perform? Is it going to be a good day in the office? Are the FIFA gods on their side? Are you blessing those sticks? Do you have the special sauce in the hands?
I had some of the special sauce at lunch, and it was too spicy for me, I'll tell you.
That was some curry sauce.
Stokes is out. Paolo Neto is out. Weren't quite able to compete with the top four names actually 7-point margin between 4th and 5th place there, and that could still go higher as well with the final game. So just one game remains. I can tell you Johnny beat Palonetto 6-2. Mad. K1 John versus Oberon is our final game. What's been a mammoth day. Let us know if you've been watching us the whole time, guys. Is there anyone out there that's been with us? Because we did have some technical difficulties, nothing we could do about them, of course. But if you stayed with us, fair play to you, because it's past midnight here in Riyadh. But we have been treated to some unbelievable FIFA, and it's all setting up the storyline nicely. Tomorrow there's going to be fireworks, I'm telling you. There's going to be some big surprises. There always is at this level of FIFA. These were the round 10 results from Group D. Nicholas, in the game he had to win, unfortunately, lost it fairly convincingly to YILMAZ. Damian also had to win. He was beaten, although a slightly smaller scoreline against PHZIN. And then Anders, weirdly, lost 3-0 to MANUBACHOORE, but we're not sure about that one because I think Anders was maybe already on the beach, as they say, thinking about the next round.
I don't want to take away from MANUBACHOORE's success there in that game, though, that result. It's the only loss that Anders took, but MANUBACHOORE was clean, crisp, offense, smooth, silky, over the top, through balls, whipped in crosses, great defending, big interceptions, counterattack was on point. I definitely think it makes someone like ABOMAKKAH maybe have to do a little more research in that game.
And that's going to be a great game.
The room's going to be out of control, absolutely out of control. How is MANUBACHOORE going to handle that? We haven't seen that happen. It's not been part of his competitive career.
Well, that's something that you just can't allow for. The Saudi Arabian crowd, when ABOMAKKAH's been playing, the roof has been lifted off this place. It's been absolutely unreal. Yeah, literally.
I can't hear myself talk.
And Manu's got to deal with that tomorrow. And if ABOMAKKAH gets through that one, someone else has got to deal with it. And they could be the difference. They could be the 12th man. They could get him through to the final, because I really think that is a huge difference maker and intangible here in Riyadh. But we've got one game left, guys. That is the stage. There, the booths, as you can see, most of them empty now. Just K1 John, the free agent from Egypt, who needs to play Oberon, who's not in his seat right now, so I don't think it's going to start straight away, but we're going to have a look at the top goal scorers in the tournament. Interestingly, MANUBACHOORE only just got out the tournament, out the group stage, sorry. Second top goal scorer in the whole thing.
And also interesting, Johnny and RMVP Legend are in the same group. Going on in Group C.
Johnny, really the story of the show for me so far. He plays MONTAXER in the next round. For me, if I look back on MANUBACHOORE's games, I watched him intently. He had a win in his first match yesterday, then he drew 3 in a row. The first 2 of those draws, he conceded in the 90th minute. So he could have been on 10 points after 4 games. Instead, he finished on only 13 points total. So if he can just find a way, and over 2 legs, that could be the thing that does it. The thing that makes him turn those draws into wins. He's still one to look out for. I wouldn't write him off just yet.
I don't think I've ever written him off. And to build off of your point, or to echo your point, a couple of those results go differently. He would have finished second in Group D. Clear.
There's only 2 points between it. In the end, it's just Anders who had the big lead.
And with both those games you're talking about as well, one of them was against PHZIN, the other one was against YILMAZ. So not only would he have increased his point tally, he would have knocked down theirs.
We saw in the E-Nations, didn't we? A lot of the teams coming out of, I think it was Group B, ran deep into the tournament. I think they had 2 in the final 4. We could well see that with Group D here, couldn't we? We could see, obviously, Anders go deep. We could see Manu go deep. YILMAZ could go deep. PHZIN certainly capable, although he has to play TEKKZ. So there's no reason to suggest that quite a few Group D players could end up in the latter stages of this tournament. K1 John and Oberon is very nearly kicked off, so we'll get you that action very soon. Don't leave us yet, because that game has huge ramifications of who plays who in the next round, and that all links to every single matchup and who's ultimately going to win the event. Now, we're talking about TEKKZ. He was 3rd in terms of goals conceded, top defenders, or joint 2nd, actually, you could say, with VEJRGANG. Interestingly, there's 2 players that we talk about their attack so much, but so good defensively. But STINGRAY, top defender.
That's the surprise here. It makes sense of how he got his 21 points. We always build up STINGRAY as being a little more sporadic. Doesn't have a coach back there as well. Maybe carrying that with him. He didn't like that Zach Moore went to TEKKZ.
All
switched
3
up some
of those
alliances.
known for their attacking, but smashing it defensively.
Yeah. Three players we would describe as attacking players, but I would say that TEKKZ has always been known as someone who can play defense. We just appreciate, and he's had so many moments, especially coming into the scene, FIFA 19, blowing up, destroying, dominating, impacting, giving you meta, giving you these special key sequences of skill move variation that we talk about those. But defensively, he's always been solid. Game management's always been there. And again, you won't win titles, you won't win events, you won't get that extra hardware without being able to slow up a game, change the tempo, control rhythm, make big defensive stops.
Oberon picking up a loose ball here in our final game of the day. We are underway. K1 John versus Oberon. Oberon in the red, K1 John in the black strip. We're not going to be going from game to game now, folks. This is it. It's the final one. And it does mean something. It will impact the round of 16 fixtures.
Well, if you're a fan of the Italian,
here we go.
Oberon.
Is that onside?
I think he's offside. He's coming back.
I was going to say, if that's onside, then
maybe
my auntie's a bicycle.
Can we watch this back? Okay, we got to reset. If you're a fan of the Italian Oberon, this shifts his potential matchups dramatically, because you don't want to go up against TEKKZ or STINGRAY. I think all day you take BERKAYLION, same with MONTAXER, make a handshake deal.
The big thing about this game, because it's kicked off late, Oberon knows what he needs. Oberon knows to avoid TEKKZ, well, he has to win the game. A draw's not enough. RVP Legend currently has second spot, 17 points. That's locked in. He's not moving. Oberon's on 15. Win it, you go to 18, you finish second. You avoid TEKKZ.
That's got to be the game plan. It's got to be in this headspace. And you go back to, again, two-legged FIFA, which he's one of the players I marked. I gave you 5 names that I believe that are not only in the competition, but left in the competition, that format suits them a little bit better, caters to them, if you will.
Chance here for Oberon, looking to get through the box, or maybe a free kick on the edge of the box here. Decent area. What's he going to try here against K1 John? 20 minutes gone, hits it! Saved over the bar there. Don't see a lot of them hit direct these days. Nice to see, refreshing. Oberon working it. He is currently a point above K1 John. K1 John can go above him with a win. Potentially, depending on the head-to-head record of RVP Legend, K1 John could go from 4th to 2nd.
What's interesting about that is that K1 John actually has the head-to-head. He beat RVP Legend on day 1, and then they drew today.
So if K1 John wins this game, he will go 2nd, and actually Oberon will end up 4th. And that's what's mad about this.
What a shift.
The only thing we know for sure is that RVP Legend is not finishing 4th.
Oh, I was going to say, the only thing we know for sure is Johnny is first in the group.
Johnny's first, and RVP Legend can only finish 2nd or 3rd. He can't finish 4th.
Correct.
So RVP Legend will not play STINGRAY. He's either playing TEKKZ or BERKAYLION, guaranteed. 0-0 in this game. As things stand, RVP Legend will play BERKAYLION. TEKKZ will play K1 John. Still a bit of movement on that. Half an hour gone. Oberon seems to have the lion's share of possession here. Haven't seen K1 John really get into Oberon's half just yet. A draw doesn't do anything for K1 John. He has to win the game. A draw doesn't move him any higher. Doesn't really do anything for Oberon either.
I was going to say, draw doesn't help anyone in this equation. Surely they're going for it. Might wait till the second half. If it stays 0-0, 50th, 60th minute, start taking a little more gambles, some risks, some substitutions.
We're seeing quite a lot of carelessness from K1 John for me. He's struggling to deal with Oberon at the minute. Oberon once again gets the ball back here. Oberon, one of the 6 players that qualified for all 3 World Cups here in Riyadh. pretty unbelievable.
I'm sure he'd love to build on the results, exceed in the E Club. They did okay. They didn't go above expectation. Group stage was a little bit sloppy. E Nations, Italy looked good, top 4. Now, if he can build onto that, maybe take home another trophy, get himself into a finale.
Here's a question for you. How many of the 6 guys that qualified for all 3 got out the groups in all 3? Anders did, Oberon has, Mark 11 has. I need to remind myself who the other 3 are. And that's
Tuga, who has not.
Tuga did not get out of groups, no, 2 of them, of course.
I don't think Palinetto wasn't in an E Club. TEKKZ did not.
ABOMAKKAH?
Well, TEKKZ didn't make actually the E Nations.
No, TEKKZ wasn't in all 6.
ABOMAKKAH, yeah, he got out. He got out. E Club, he looked good. E Nations, he looked good, even though he wasn't the main rotation player there.
PHZIN?
They all got out.
PHZIN did.
All 6 got out of everything. No groups.
No, Tuga didn't.
Oh, outside of Tuga.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Right, half-time in the final game.
Not a lot to talk about in that first half.
It'd be nice of them to send us off with some action, wouldn't it, rather than a 0-0.
That looked like a late-night game. These 2 were sleeping in that one. A lot of possession play, but no opportunities.
Both these guys have made it out the groups, but they are playing for placement here. And even though a draw doesn't really suit either of them, we don't know what they're thinking in terms of who they want to play.
Surely they know that a draw is not.
But maybe they want to play Stingray.
Nah, I doubt it.
Maybe there's something about the matchups they like. Maybe they've done their homework. Maybe Oberon thinks they don't know what I'm like over 2 legs. I'm a different animal. You know?
But neither of these guys would be. Well, actually, I was going to say Stingray wouldn't be the matchup. Tuga's more the rotational in this.
Well, for K1 John it is right
now.
Right now, K1 John is playing Stingray. It's not something he wants, I'm sure.
I don't know. Maybe there's something we don't have on the paperwork. But again, for me, coming from a pro perspective, I would much rather play someone in a big stage matchup that does not have experience. I can lean into that.
Oberon trying to break the deadlock here. Taking his time though. I'm not going to lie. Neither lads look too desperate to attack.
Passive,
Which is interesting.
Especially compared to how they played earlier. Especially even more so with K1 John. Oberon has a reputation of sometimes being a rush player, sometimes being a little more slow and methodical. He varies his gameplay, but I don't think that many people would describe him as offensive. Maybe balanced would be the best way to talk about Oberon. And he doesn't pedestal players. Does a really good job of mixing it up versus a variety of oppositions.
Looking at the tournament as a whole, Mike, because this game so far has been pretty awful. Who
Tell
do
me
you
how
think?
you really feel,
So,
Spence.
I mean, obviously we did our predictions before it all started, but now we've seen the group stage. Give me 2 names you think will win this based on what you've seen.
Anders looks terrifying. I think if you watch any FIFA, maybe outside of his last game versus MANUBACHOORE, you do not want to see Anders. And I actually think TEKKZ is back into that conversation. And unfortunately for TEKKZ, he's got to play out of Group D.
Chauncey, big save there for the goalkeeper of Oberon to stop K1 John from taking the lead. Yeah, I think a better idea would probably say, give me 2 names, or 1 name that isn't Anders or TEKKZ.
I was going to say Anders and YILMAZ are the 2 guys that I probably would have taken, actually, as maybe the favorites coming out of the same group.
Not Johnny.
Johnny's the biggest surprise of the tournament. He's made me a believer, but I'm looking forward to now. I haven't seen him in the 2 legs. We're going to have a shift of the format.
He finished on more points than Anders. He lost 1 game, drew 2, won 7. He won his last 4 in a row.
He's the top goal scorer.
He's top goal scorer. I think it's an insult to not put Johnny up as a favourite. You could argue his group wasn't the toughest group, of sure. Okay, I hear you, I do. But you can only beat who's in front of you.
This might sound strange, but I don't have enough track record of seeing him face adversity. Not even at this tournament, just in general as a competitive or a pro FIFA player. I like to see that battle back. It's so important. It's why we give a lot of credit to the likes of Nicholas, who of course did get eliminated, or the likes of Tuga. We've seen what they display. The likes of TEKKZ. We've got a lot to measure. I'm a guy that goes with logistics and percentages. I like to take an objective viewpoint while I add my subjective viewpoint.
It's basically you're sitting on the fence is what you're saying.
It's 1 a.m.
It's
It's what you get at 1 a.m.
You can tell. We're nearly done, guys. Right now, these guys are giving us the worst game we've seen in Riyadh to finish things off. They made us wait for it.
We got one shot, Spence. We got one shot.
They didn't kick it off. And now they're just sending us to sleep here. Goalkeeper, though, with a big save. Come on.
I'm happy about the pause being cute. Someone go for it. I'm telling you, a draw, as we keep saying, we're going to reiterate, we'll be a broken record. It's fine.
If anyone's going to go for it, surely it's K1 John. He can, you know what he can do here? With one goal, he can go from 4th to 2nd. Yeah, that's massive. He can go from playing, I mean, no disrespect here, but he can go from playing Stingray to BERKAYLION in one goal. Because Oberon hasn't scored.
But you can make the same argument for Oberon. Again, I know he's in 3rd, but you can get yourself into 2nd. There's a lot of value there in terms of who you're avoiding. I'd much rather play, again, MONTAXER or BERKAYLION. Give me one of those games.
Yeah, right now he's playing TEKKZ. If you finish the
K1
second.
John, no, K1 John is 2. No, you're right. You're right. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
Oberon at 3rd would have TEKKZ in 2nd.
Exactly.
You don't want that. You can't want that. It won't be an entertaining game.
No disrespect to BERKAYLION, because he can obviously win this matchup, but if it's between TEKKZ, Stingray and BERKAYLION, I know who I want to play. And he's a lion called Berkay.
And TEKKZ's poised to make a run. He wasn't good in the E-Club. He wasn't good in the E-Nations. He can't be happy this far with these events. And now he's into the 1v1.
It's worth stressing, BERKAYLION finished on 13 points, right? TEKKZ was on 19. Stingray 21. 6 and 8 points more than 3rd place BERKAYLION. So it's not we're not just saying, oh, because TEKKZ's been around the block and we know Stingray, etc., that BERKAYLION's. We're looking at the numbers here, guys. There's 8 points between them.
Oh.
Nearly a goal there from Oberon, which would have got him that matchup against BERKAYLION instead of TEKKZ.
He's still sitting far back. Give us a press. Any sort of press.
I think K1 John is almost playing for last attack. Keep it in 0-0 and then just go for it. Because he's got to. If he lets this game just sort of whimper out a 0-0, it's a real shame because he can change from 4th to 2nd with one goal. I want to see you push for it. I want to see you work, baby. Come on, Oberon. Give us something. I'm not cheering on Oberon, by the way. I'm just cheering on whoever's got the ball at this point. If he loses it, I'll cheer on K1 John.
I don't know if Oberon's had a shot. Seen a couple opportunities.
He had the
from
wide
K1
shot,
John.
didn't he? He hit it wide earlier.
Okay.
But yeah, K1 John's
Not
come
a good
closer.
shot.
He's had less of the ball, K1 John, but he's used it better. 13 minutes left on the clock. Late tackle, advantage play. It's going to come back for the free kick for Oberon. Can he turn this into something?
Surely going short with a recycle.
Thing is, a goal for Oberon is so big for K1 John because it means he has to score 2. And there's no time for that, really. So this is the time to do it, Oberon. Get yourself 2nd spot. Or can K1 John go and do it? Whoever wins this game finishes 2nd. If it stays like this, neither of them finish 2nd. And it stays with RVP Legend, who, if you actually looked at the group stage, you'd probably say deserves it the most.
If you're watching this, you think it doesn't mean anything to either of them. There's a lot of movement that could happen. It's valuable movement if you look at these matchups. A lot of space to work with, though. Okay, never mind.
Just constant ball interceptions and tackles. Nothing really getting to the business end of the pitch. Could this be the moment? K1 John bursting through.
Oh.
Big tackle from Oberon. Saving himself from a matchup with Stingray, potentially. Oh, could it be? Ref had something to think about there. No decision from the ref. K1 John stays on the ball. 5 minutes left now. Oberon will be the happier of the two with this draw, but he'll still be playing TEKKZ. He's got a numerical advantage here. Back post is open. Cross it in and win the game. There it is. Oberon may have just secured himself 2nd position, and BERKAYLION will be his matchup. K1 John will have to play Stingray, and RVP Legend will be playing TEKKZ.
I think RVP Legend is the big loser in this one. I mean that respectively, but to have that movement, to drop down and get that TEKKZ matchup, I'm telling you, you don't want to see TEKKZ. Not in a two-legged affair. And TEKKZ's got to be so unhappy based on his 2v2 performances that he takes a lot of pride being a leader on those teams, not getting those results. I think he's more dialed, more focused, more flexible than he's probably ever been. We talked about it a lot.
I've seen him in the gym. He is flexible, trust me. He can move, that lad.
You would also think, with watching the way that TEKKZ plays on the virtual pitch, that on the actual pitch, he would also be extremely simple, structured, but he's good at the skill moves to give you a little bit of that razzle-dazzle, something that makes it sparkle.
He lost his first 2 games, Tuga. We thought it was over for him. Then he went on, only lost 1 of his next 8, 19 points. It's a decent finish. Oh, hello. We've finally got some action.
Offsides.
Don't be offside.
I think it's coming back, Spen.
Don't be. Oh, that's a shame. That would have been good for the neutral, but alas, it's over. Oberon clinches second. K1 John finishes 4th. But let's be honest, he'll probably be happy to get out of the group after losing his opening 2 games. So it is a win for Oberon, a loss for K1 John, 18 points for Oberon. So I can finish off the games here. We know that K1 John plays Stingray. We know that RVP Legend, plays Tuga. And we know that BERKAYLION goes up against Oberon. So we have all 8 of our last 16 matchups secure. Oberon happy with that one. Both players progressing. Let's not forget, we're not seeing an elimination of anyone here. We're just seeing a maybe tougher matchup for K1 John. So, Mike, it's been a ridiculous day of action. A long day, but we have been rewarded with some massive results, some big upsets. Let's remind ourselves exactly the lay of the land. Group C and D are finished. Johnny, story of the day for me, 23 points, unbelievable. Most points anyone. Points. RV Legend third, 17 points. Very good goal difference though. And K1 John actually gets through with a negative goal difference, 14 points for him in 4th. Paolo Neto and Stokes unfortunately leave the tournament. Group D, VEJRGANG, Anders, of course, won the group, 21 points. YILMAZ and PHZIN make it through 2nd and 3rd, 15 points each, but better head-to-head record for YILMAZ. MANUBACHOORE squeezes in on the last day. Nicholas and DAMIAN leave the tournament. So, in no particular order, I can tell you, these are our last 16 matchups. Stingray will play K1 John. Tuga will play RVP Legend. BERKAYLION will play Oberon. MONTAXER will play Johnny. ABOMAKKAH, the local hero, that's going to be lively. He plays MANUBACHOORE. TEKKZ plays PHZIN. Mark 11 plays YILMAZ. And finally, DFERNANDES has the unenviable task of taking on a man who goes by the name of Anders VEJRGANG. Mike, what's your pick of those fixtures tomorrow?
I think must watch. I want to see if Johnny can carry the same energy. We've built him up. He's been fantastic over day 1 and day 2. I think the hometown matchup, ABOMAKKAH going up against MANUBACHOORE.
That's my favorite.
I just know there's going to be a lot of goals. And I like goals, and then I know the energy in the room is going to be different. And I heard that they're packing everything.
Yeah.
That was the rumor. That was a word on the street.
It's
the
going to be
Riyadh
amazing.
streets.
Listen, thank you for watching us, guys. This has been a heck of a day, but another classic in FIFA Esports history. 2 days down, 2 to go here at the FIFAe World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Make sure you join us tomorrow because it's elimination football. The prize pot doubles every single round. Who's going to go through the final day? Find out tomorrow. We'll see you then.